Okay. Oh, goodness. We are way too high. Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Just checking if we're actually live. Okay. Yes, we are. Okay. And clearly, once again, I need to clean the lens. It's a perpetual state of existence in this house. Okay, great. No more weird, no more weird glare. Okay, so everyone, good morning and welcome to my medieval cooking party. I am the Contessa of the Creative Contessa, and today I've got some fun and delicious dishes planned for us with lots of fascinating details and information. So we're going English today. Or should I call it pseudo English perhaps? Because the reality is that English cuisine in the 15th century, which is what 14th and 15th century, which is what we will be exploring today, was really more at the upper levels of society, the upper echelons of society, was absolutely an international affair with French cuisine, Catalan cuisine, Portuguese cuisine, Italian cuisine, all playing into the interesting melange that was elite cooking in 15th century England. So, of course, as always, we will start with the typical getting dressed because, in honor of today's Englishness, I will be dressing in a 15th century English style as a woman in a kitchen cooking would have dressed, not as a lady out and about and experiencing a day of leisure would have dressed. So, I'm only really going to be dressing in the first two layers, to wit, my smocca and my kirtel, and then I will don an apron and braid my hair and cover it with a kerchief, and we will get on. Yeah, good morning, everyone. I apologize for the delayed start. We had some issues in that it took longer to get the kitchen ready, and also the the equipment wasn't actually fully charged. Somehow it got put away still on. We don't know, but we had to charge things up so you could actually hear us in a nice, proper fashion. Yeah. So, yeah. Good morning, Lucky Shamrock. Nice to see you today. Thank you for joining us. So I am putting on a kirtel. This is a wool garment. And I've said this before and I'll say it again. This is a garment that would have absolutely counted as an undergarment, as underwear in the 14th and 15th centuries. This is considered really only outerwear for people doing menial tasks. Cooking in the kitchen definitely counts as a menial task. So now some of you have asked me, would ladies, capital L, have cooked in the Middle Ages? Well, first off, the Middle Ages is not a monolith. It's 1,000 years of history, everyone. Europe is a continent, and it's not a big one, but it's a continent, and it is also not a monolith culturally in any given era, let alone across the 1,000 years of the Middle Ages. So your mileage will vary. I will tell you that in Italy, we definitely have evidence of ladies, capital L, involved in food preparation and cooking, and at the very least directly overseeing the kitchen operations, in some cases doing actual cooking and baking themselves as a sign of affection, usually for the men in their family. In England, in this era, England, as it would have been pronounced in the time, despite what some very ignorant Brits commented under one of my video trying to correct my pronunciation of England when I pronounced it England, but that is how it was pronounced in the 14th and 15th centuries in certain parts of England especially. So yeah, your mileage. Please understand that English and its pronunciation has changed massively over time. Anyway, I have not found any evidence of aristocratic women involving themselves directly in the kitchen in 15th century England. So I can't really say, I certainly won't say it didn't happen. I just haven't seen proof positive yet. So if you have evidence of aristocratic women in the 15th century actually cooking, actually working in a kitchen themselves, or even overseeing the kitchen themselves, then do let me know. That would be really interesting to find a primary source, ideally, that discusses that. New dress. This is not a new dress. This is a dress I made in 2017. I just haven't worn it in a while, and I don't know why. I think because the algorithm actually likes the Italian dresses more, it seems, but I decided that because we were focusing very hard on English cuisine today, that I would dress in a more English fashion than a an Italian one, yeah, than a Florentine one. Yep. So not a new dress, but if only they had fried pork rinds. Yeah. So are you early? It's a good question. I apologize for getting started late. Next week's medieval cooking party, I'm definitely going to insist that everything be set up before we go to bed, which it was not last night, and it should have been. I'm not going to comb my hair here in the kitchen. I'm just going to throw my hair into braids. And this is sort of the basic kind of hairstyle that a woman would have in the 15th century. Put her hair in braids and then tie it up either in the back of her head or on top of her head. And I'm not using elastics, and I didn't use this properly. They didn't have elastics in the Middle Ages for their hair, but they did have ribbon. They had narrow wears, which is anything that's woven on a narrow loom that results in a narrow wear, a narrow item like a ribbon. But they also had a technique we now call finger loop braiding. And finger loop braiding is basically you have loops on your fingers, long loops of thread or yarn, and you weave your fingers in a specific pattern, interlocking the loops in a specific way. It seems like a kind of braiding, but it's really somewhere between braiding and weaving. And it results in a variety of narrow wears that in a variety of patterns that then can have a variety of uses. And one of my favorite uses for finger loop braids, which were just called laces in the 14th and 15th century and 16th century in English, one of my favorite uses for these laces is as hair ties. And I use this in my hair all the time. I don't use elastic in my hair. I try to avoid elastic in everything, including my clothes, actually modern as well, for many reasons. One of them is microplastic pollution, microplastic absorption into my blood. And in my medieval kit, obviously, my goal is to be as authentic as possible, given constraints of health and modern living, the realities of modern living. So finger loop braiding is a great way to reduce the microplastics in your life and also it's better for your hair. Elastics will actually break your hair, right? They'll actually do damage to your hair, whereas these silk laces do not break your hair or damage it in any way. And it's more secure, honestly. My finger loop braids never come out unless they actually come untied. They're not just going to fall out because it's braided into the hair. All chat. 15th century England was not a monolith, but how popular was mackerel as a fish to eat? So I don't know how popular mackerel was. I'll be honest, I don't really like fish in general. There's a few specific fish that I like, but more often than not, I'm not terribly excited about fish. And that's unfortunate because the medieval diet was full of fish and marine animals. So I don't actually know as much about fish in medieval England as I should, honestly, and it's because it doesn't interest me to eat them. So I don't know how popular mackerel was. I do know that the most popular fish almost across medieval Europe was eel. That was the fish of choice. And I know most people don't think of eels as fish, but they are. Eel was the most popular fish. Trout crops up in a lot of recipes, and a bunch of fish whose names I don't know. And I don't think it's just a question of it being 15th century English. I think it's a question of I just don't know fish that well. I grew up in a household where fish was not eaten. My father does not like fish, so we just didn't grow up. I didn't grow up eating it, and I only came to fish actually through sushi later when I went to college and got exposed to sushi. So there's a few specific fish that I like, and I refer to those as not the fishy fish. I do not like fishy fish. It's unfortunate because spending a lot of time in Korea as I do, they eat a lot of fishy fish here. They love fishy things. I do not like fishy things. So sadly, Susan, I cannot answer that question. Sarah says, I've tried doing a hair crown with a silk ribbon and it got all tangled in my hair, but I've got better at it. Yeah, Hair taping. So that's called hair taping, right? And hair taping is where, and I've got tutorials on 15th century hair taping if you're interested, everyone. It's where you take a long ribbon and put it through a needle, a bodkin, and you actually then use that ribbon to sew your hair onto your head, right? And you can do it in different patterns. It was a very, in the Italies especially, it was a very popular way to secure one's hair starting at least in the 14th century going forward, getting more elaborate as it went along. Then in the 16th century, they changed the way they do things again. But I have tutorials on this channel about hair taping. So after this live stream, if you're interested, if you look up hair taping, it should bring you to several live demonstrations of the technique. Yep. Okay. Were medieval meals 8 courses? Lucky Shamrock, that's a great question. So depends on what you mean, right? Did the average person eat an 8 course meal? Absolutely not. Most people, and this is true across medieval Europe, for most of the 1,000 years of medieval Europe, the average person would have eaten pottage every day. Pottage is a kind of stew that consists of whatever is currently available foodstuff wise. So the pottage would have changed every day because what fresh herbs are available, or dried herbs are available, or roots are available, or meat is available, or fish is available, right? That would change with the seasons. So it wasn't like it was eating the same thing every day, and you could vary the herbs and the spicing, well, not the spicing, the herbing, because most people couldn't really afford spices. But that is what most people ate, was bread and pottage, bread and pottage, bread and pottage. Now, in the upper echelons of society, yeah, there were very often meals were multiple courses, and the more elaborate the meal, banquet, feast, celebratory occasion, then it got really, yeah, you could, and when I say 8 courses, I mean each course has multiple dishes in it. So now when we think of courses, we have the soup course, and then the salad course, and then the main course, and then dessert. No, and in fact, one of the sources we're working from today provides several different actual menus of actual feasts that happened in the late 15th or late 14th, early 15th centuries. And each course is 5 to 8 dishes. So, yeah, it could be yes, meals could be many, many courses. Feasts could be many, many courses, but you wouldn't eat quickly. Like, this is not the era of scarfing your food down and going. Not even shepherds. Even shepherds in the field, even peasants in the field would take a break and enjoy their meal, their midday meal, and then go back to work. They wouldn't just scarf, scarf, scarf and run out to go. Right? So there's big benefits to living in the Middle Ages versus the industrial era. One of them is you're probably not as stressed all the time by the anxiety of trying to maintain a ridiculously tight and overwrought schedule. So no, you're people working in the fields, artisans in the middle of the day definitely did not have an 8 course meal on any kind of regular basis. On feast days, though, even members of the lower echelons would be treated, and depending on where they are, by their local lord or by the church, by a benefactor. Maybe a local guild would sponsor a great feast, and then they would be able to enjoy multiple courses and slightly more elaborate food than they would in their normal lives. The level of the aristocracy, of course, it's a different ball game, right? If you're a rich merchant, it's a different ball game. If you're a rich peasant, it's a different ball game. The higher you go up on the economic ladder, the more variety you get in your food and the more courses you're going to have in your meal. And we do know that certain kings, certain princes, rulers definitely ate multiple courses on a regular basis. So the answer, it's a good question. It's a complicated answer. Let me see. You're a huge, adorable nerd. I like it. I am 100% a huge nerd, and I'm glad you think I'm adorable. I own my nerddom and my geekdom. I am both. I'm a nerd and a geek. I embrace that identity wholeheartedly. Let me see. Eel is yucky. I actually like eel. It's one of the fish I like, curiously. But cooking an eel, oh, if you get fresh eel they're hard to kill. They're really hard to kill. Just cutting their head off doesn't kill them. And like an octopus, their body just attains a new level of sentience, even separated from its brain. And it can be really hard to kill eel, which is why eel were also often used in medicinal concoctions, because they were viewed as being a kind of magic animal that didn't just die when you cut its head off. So anything that doesn't die when you cut its head off, there must be some kind of magic there. And so then the eel would be incorporated into medicines in the hopes that that would, incorporate the magical health giving, the magical health resiliency of the eel into the medicine that you would then take into yourself. Right. So, yeah. Oh, thank you for that, Smoke. I appreciate that. Oh, that's lovely of you. Appreciate that. Question. Let me see. How would they serve the courses, like a buffet or something? That's a great question, Sarah. So meal service so when you're talking about a feast, a banquet, it was served at table, not as a buffet. Definitely not as a buffet. Especially not when you're feasting, when you have dozens or hundreds of people at such a feast. No, it was served at table. Big feasts were very complicated, choreographed affairs, and the higher up you went in the hierarchy, the more complicated and choreographed they became. But there were professional staff of servers who would be trained in how to properly serve at table. And you would, kings were served by dukes. Dukes were served by counts. Counts were served by barons, right? So if you would be served by the next lowest person on the spectrum, you weren't just served by any random menial person. Menial servants generally didn't have much opportunity to interact with the nobility because they weren't rendering the services that were close to the body of the prince or the princess, capital P. So there would be servants. There would be servers, not servants, servers who would be trained in how to serve. Very often the servers were nearly always men, by the way. I have seen in Italy, they would sometimes send out the lovely ladies of the house, the young ladies of the house, especially the young ladies who needed exposure for the marriage market. They would send out the young ladies of the house sometimes to serve. For instance, Alessandra Strozzi, before she becomes Alessandra Strozzi, is sent out to serve the Medici. And it's actually commented about what an elegant, graceful, gracious lady she is and how beautiful and what a great match she will make. She ends up marrying into a family that's on the wrong side of the political struggles in Florence, but that's beside the point. But for the most part, if you see the records of people who worked these feasts, if you see the visuals of people working the feasts, it's nearly always men doing the serving. And those men were very often, the sons of counts and dukes, who were in the court being trained in how to be good aristocrats and how to be taught etiquette, being trained in how to be part of that hierarchy and to play their part. So yeah, things were served at table. And even, you go down the line, obviously, if you're talking about a feast that's being held in the village to celebrate the Holy Rood, right, the Feast of the Holy Rood, the Holy Cross, then, I'm not actually certain who would do the serving there. The depictions there are just people who look of the same rank as the people sitting at table, so I'm not certain if they took turns. It can be harder to track the details of life on the bottom end of the socioeconomic spectrum because their lives don't make good copy in the Middle Ages. And clickbait is nothing new, right? Just like now, if you look at what is being reported in the news, you would think the world is really going to end tomorrow, but that's because the boring news, the good news isn't making it out there. How people live their lives on a daily basis, how people's experience on a daily basis isn't reported. It's the extraordinary events that get reported. It's the same thing in the medieval world. The events that get reported are the extraordinary events. There isn't some poor schmo chronicler just walking around noting everything that happens as it happens. They're noting the big, important, flashy things that happen. So I have less information to give you about how, say, a feast for the field workers would have been served, whether that would have been served at table or whether food would have just been laid out on the sideboard or something. There certainly were times where sideboard service was a thing, where dishes would just be placed on the credenza on a sideboard in the hall, and the diners would go and help themselves, but not at a feast. That's more casual mealtime, not a big, splendid, multi-course feast affair. Yeah. Let me see. What was hygiene really like in the medieval period? Much cleaner than people think it was. I've been harping a lot about hygiene lately, everyone. And Yeah, hygiene was it was very fastidious, right? There were strict instructions and expectations about how to stay clean. We know there's multiple manuals from the Middle Ages talking about hygiene, about how to wash your hands, how to wash your body, how to wash your face, how to keep your nails clean, how to keep your teeth clean, how to clean your clothes, how to eliminate body odor. We know that across from at least the 12th century going forward, I found multiple different sources across Europe that specifically mention that the first thing you do in the morning is you get up, you wash your hands, you wash your face, you brush your teeth, right? You comb your hair, and then you stretch your body and you warm up and you get into the day. So we know that hygiene was really important. We know that there are dozens upon dozens of recipes for sweet smelling compounds to apply to your body to make you smell sweet, to make your breath smell sweet, to make your body and your hair smell sweet. We know that ladies are advised, for instance, to sprinkle a blend of sweet smelling herbs and spices in some cases into their veils, into their headdresses and kerchiefs, so that everything will smell nice, to comb it into their hair, this mixture of sweet smelling herbs. Men too. And the reason that being sweet smelling was so important is the medieval theory of miasma, which said that contagion was born on the back of foul smells, which meant that foul smells would make you sick, literally, like you could catch the plague from a foul smell, right? You could catch the great death from a foul smell, the bloody flux from a foul smell. And so what that meant is that people wanted to smell as sweet as possible. They wanted their homes to smell sweet. They wanted their persons to smell sweet. Everyone across all of society. We know that people were expected to attend mass clean, not covered in dirt. And one of the ways we know that is from I just made a post about this, from literature. The tale of Sir Lanval, which is a corruption of Lanval, the Breton lay. There's a 1400 version of this story, retelling of Marie de France's lay. The durability of these tales, right? And one of the major plot points is that Sir Lanval encounters a poor man who is weeping because he cannot attend mass because he's dirty and he doesn't have clean clothes, which tells us that it's not normal for even people on the bottom level of society to be dirty, because if he can't attend mass because he's dirty, that would mean that if everyone were dirty, no one were attending mass, which obviously isn't true. Most people attended mass unless they had special dispensation not to. So yeah, we know that at the dinner table, people wash their hands before dinner, in between the courses, and at the end of dinner. We have lots of depictions of people washing their hands from the Middle Ages as well. So this idea that hygiene was not important is simply not true. Now, the methods that people may have applied to achieve hygiene are sometimes super alarming. And would have actually resulted in long-term bad health outcomes. For instance, one of the ways that people cleaned their teeth was with a dentifrice, a paste made of a variety of abrasives, ground pumice, ground chalk, ground cuttlebone fish, ground cuttlebone from a cuttlebone fish, right? And then that was mixed with like ground cloves, which would actually help numb any pain in your mouth and is also antibacterial, and then rubbed on the teeth with a cloth. And there's some instructions that say rub vigorously. So you take this set of abrasive powders. I mean, red pumice stone. Can you imagine grinding pumice stone? Think about pumice stone. You know, the same pumice stone we use to remove the rough parts of the skin from our feet, the callus from our feet, to rub that vigorously on your teeth. Also, that you should rub your gums vigorously to make until they bleed. Literally, several different sets of medieval instructions I've seen say to rub your gums with a cloth until they bleed, because making them bleed is going to balance your humors and it's going to stimulate the flow and it's going to make them healthier. Actually, it might actually trigger an immune response that might, now that I think about it, I mean, I'm not a virologist, I'm not a pathologist, but thinking about it, making your gums bleed might actually trigger an immune response, which maybe might have actually had better health outcomes for the hygiene of your mouth. You know, I don't know, but that is definitely one of the sets of instructions. So yeah, hygiene was very important. Oh goodness. Okay. So um, at this rate, we're never going to get to the cooking. So we're going to go ahead and talk about our recipes today. I'm going to ask you to hold your questions for the moment. Hold your questions for the moment. And I promise we will, I will pause and then I'll ask you for questions specifically, because if we don't get started with the cooking, we're never going to get cooking. Great questions, everyone. I really appreciate it. But let's get to our recipes. So we've got 2 recipes today. We have a recipe. Someone asked about fast food actually in the live stream yesterday, maybe, or the day before that. I don't know. Time is losing all meaning for me, right? Oh, I forgot to put on my, I have a necklace. I have bling. I just realized I have simple bling, right? So this is, before we get to that, this is a lovely pendant that was made by a friend of mine, unbeknownst to me, as a surprise gift 14 years ago. Yeah, she made this for me 14 years ago and just gave it to me. And it's got lovely garnets in it. And it is a replica of an original from several. You see this a lot actually in Flemish art of ladies from this era. So I'm going to keep it simple on the bling side today because I'm cooking. But yeah, this is a lovely replica by a friend. And it's definitely, she took a medieval jewelry making class and she made this for me. I mean, it was such a beautiful gift because absolutely unexpected. And I hadn't really, it never occurred to me that she would make something like this for me. It was lovely. Anyway, okay. So, oh, Smoke, thank you for those jewels. Really appreciate that. Okay, just checking the live stream one more time. God knows if I'm actually, seeing the latest in the live stream chat. Who knows? Don't forget to double tap your screen to like it and consider subscribing, everyone. Okay, so our 2 recipes today are English recipes that date to the 14th/15th century. And I use that slash because there's multiple sources from England in this era, and a lot of them, different sources, contain a lot of the same recipes. And so in some cases, we may have, across the collection of manuscripts, of cookery manuscripts from this era that have survived, we may actually have 10 or 12 versions of the same recipe, which is fantastic, because then you can compare the versions against each other to see if there are instructions or details that are contained in one or the other to help complete the picture of how the dish is made. Obviously, sorry, I've got a hair on my face and it's tickling my nose. I hate that. Obviously, or not obviously, we as modern people don't know how these dishes should taste because none of us lived in the 14th or 15th century. None of us have had exactly these dishes. That is a big downside for the modern cook interpreting medieval recipes. That is our challenge, is that unlike now, if I were to say find a pancake recipe, I've grown up eating pancakes. I know how pancakes should taste. So when I make the recipe, I know how it is supposed to come out. When we look at these original medieval recipes, though, we don't know how they're supposed to come out because we don't have descriptions of the final dish, right? So we might have recipes. What would be great is if we also had a detailed description of the dish itself by someone who ate it and described its texture and its flavors and all of that. But generally, we don't have that correspondence. So we are working a little bit in the blind here. So any medieval recipe that is recreated in the modern world is perforce going to be conjecture. It is not going to necessarily be, we might luck into it being exactly the way it would have been made by someone in the medieval era, but it's kind of unlikely. And there's a couple of reasons for that. And that's because ingredients now, foodstuffs now, are not the same as they were back then. We have different breeds of chickens producing different kinds of eggs, eating different kinds of diets, which result in different tasting eggs. We have all the vegetables we have now are generally monstrous versions of their original selves, right? And so we don't even have really, for the most part, access to the medieval versions of fruits and vegetables. Some people, depending on where you live in the world, Europe specifically, you might be lucky enough to have access to heirloom cultivars of onions and herbs and fruit, apples and pears. But for the most part, what is now on the market in the average grocery store is absolutely not very much like what it would have been. They're bigger, they're more watery, they're probably less flavorful, and in the case of fruit, very often a lot more sweet than the medieval original would have been. So just keep that in mind. What we're doing today is attempting to recreate a recipe, 2 recipes in fact, but what comes out is only going to be an approximation. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Yeah, sure, watercress. Great, we'll do it.
Greens.
Or radish greens, whatever, we'll do it. Great. Okay, I suspect I am not seeing all of the chat.
The last thing I have is fosterage from Susan.
Oh, okay. Well, then that might be the last thing. Very good.
But
So
I
the
don't see
two,
the stuff from the other channels.
the two, I'm only on one channel today. The two, because I've got the microphone.
No, you don't.
Shit.
You want me to plug that
Oh,
in?
it's over here. Okay, everyone. Well, here I thought I was working with a microphone, and it's not. It's plugged into the thing right there. It didn't just unplug it. It doesn't. Sorry, everyone. Yeah, I thought we were working with a microphone. We're not. We're going to switch. Hopefully sound quality will improve. Okay.
The sound was really good. I was like, man, the microphone's doing fine. And they're on. Okay.
Okay.
I'll go to the back room and check on it.
Okay, so, and hopefully we'll also have, because we'll be hardwired into the internet, hopefully it will be better. Okay, so everyone, today's 2 recipes. We have a fritter, because someone asked about fast food the other day, and it may have been yesterday or it may have been last week. Did they have French fries in the Middle Ages? And the answer is no, because the French fries are made from either a sweet potato or a regular potato. Sweet potatoes are not native to Europe. They come from the Pacific. So they are not, that is, good. Okay. So that is not, yeah, that's just not a thing. But they did have other root vegetables like turnips. And I commented that turnips, I have no recipes. I have not seen a medieval recipe for turnips that were used to make French fries, for instance, basically fried turnip sticks. Someone commented in that video actually last night that they had seen a 16th century British recipe for fried turnips, but I haven't gotten more details on that. If it's actually they're turned into sticks and deep fried, or they're shallow fried, or they're breaded, or what. But I have not seen a medieval recipe, meaning pre-1500, for fried turnips or anything like French fries. Potatoes come from the New World. Potatoes come from the Andes. And they don't get uptake in Europe until the 18th centuries when they really take off. In the 16th century, everyone kind of looks at them and wonders, why would I eat this? There's no pressing urge to really incorporate it into cuisine. It seems that it's Frederick the Great of Prussia, actually, who really starts pushing potatoes hard because he's one of these philosopher kings, right, who's really interested in weird things in addition to military endeavors, and he starts pushing potatoes, right.
Sell parsley, not sell parsley.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we've got these fritters. So the question was about fast food. And I said, at first I said, there isn't really fast food in the Middle Ages because people didn't live a fast life. They led a slower life. But that's not exactly true. They had fritters. And so it depends on what you mean by fast food, right? They had fritters. There are dozens, if not hundreds, probably hundreds of recipes for fritters that I have encountered in my years of exploring medieval cookery and medieval cookbooks, right? Fritters are really popular. So what is a fritter? A fritter is dough, either with something inside of it or nothing inside of it, fried in oil, and then usually coated in sugar, very often coated in sugar and spices. And today we have a recipe that is actually both. It can be a fritter or it can be a pie. And there's some versions of the recipe actually talk about it being baked or fried in fresh grease, mind you. Other recipes just say that it should be fried in fresh grease. There's no mention of baking. So this also points out that just like today, there was no one way to do any given dish in the Middle Ages. And in some cases, cooks would have maybe had violent and vehement disagreements about how to actually prepare any given dish. So we have our fritters, and the fritters are actually called, they've got an interesting name, petit penant. And it's spelled just like any 14th or 15th century English. I have found for every recipe version I found, it's a different spelling. Petit means small. I was not able to find out what the orthography, I was not able to dig up the orthography of the word penant, or in its other versions, Perol or Pernol. I have a Middle English dictionary online from the University of Michigan, and I couldn't find any definition for this word. So I don't know what Pernod actually means, or Pernol or Pernel, but it's the little version of them, no matter what. And it's basically a little hand pie, kind of like a pasty, that's fried. And it's filled with egg yolks and sweet dried fruit and spices. So it's definitely a sweet thing rather than a savory thing. On the savory, semi-savory side, we will be making a tart on Ember Day also. So we have two crusty things, right? We will be making a tart on Ember Day. And tart is a pie, basically. And Ember Day is a very interesting concept. And it's one that even Catholics have forgotten about, because in 1966, as part of the Vatican II Council, Ember Days were basically done away with. The observance of Ember Days was done away with in the Catholic Church. So Ember Days and Ember Day comes from, and I took notes on this because it's actually pretty complicated. Yeah, an Ember Day Ember comes from a contraction and a bastardization of the Latin quatuor tempora, right? Which means the 4 seasons, right? And there were basically 4 seasons in the ecclesiastical calendar. And during specific parts of these 4 seasons, you had these days on which you were to fast. Generally Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday in this period. And each of these Ember weeks followed, this was the division of the 4 seasons. So December 13th, the Feast of St. Lucy, right? Pentecost, Whitsun as the Brits may know it. The Holy Cross Day, the day of the Feast of the Holy Rood, which would have been September 14th. And let me see. Oh, right, the first Sunday in Lent, Quadragesima, right? So in the week or weeks following each of those feast days on the calendar, people would observe extra days of fasting, specifically on Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. And fasting meant not that you didn't eat anything. It's not like Ramadan where you go the whole day without eating or drinking. Fasting meant that you ate less and that you avoided certain kinds of food. And as the Middle Ages wore on, fasting came to a, maybe not yet, handsome, it'll distract me a little too much.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. When we get into the making. As the Middle Ages wears on, the observation of the rule takes a supremacy over the spirit of the rule, the letter of the law rather than the spirit of the law. And so people start gaming the whole fasting system. So they basically, just like people who are doing the paleo diet, develop all of these workarounds that still allow them to eat their favorite foods rather than abiding by the spirit of the paleo diet. Medieval people did the same thing. So if they were supposed to not eat meat, then they would redefine what on a fasting day, they would redefine what counted as meat. You know, if it was something that lived in the water or floated on the water like a goose, then suddenly that counts as meat and not fish. Or, you know, they came up with all these almond milk based dairy products to substitute the dairy products that they weren't technically supposed to eat on a fasting day. But what's interesting about this tart on Ember Day is that it has cheese in it, which technically you're supposed to avoid on many of these fasting days. But that's another sign that by the 14th or 15th century, the rules had relaxed. And that's the other thing about these Ember Days, is that depending on where and when you are in medieval Europe, different days may have been observed as Ember Days. Right, and Ember is a corruption of when in corruption that enters the English language already in the first millennium, by like the 6th century. We already have references to Ember Days in some of the earliest versions of English, actually, and that's a corruption, a contraction of quatuor tempora, which gets contracted in Germanic in this time to quadember. Right, you can see quatuor tempora, quadember. Right? And then in English, it just gets even more contracted to just the empor part of tempora. And then that becomes Ember. So that's what an Ember Day was. And there were lots of days on the medieval calendar when all Christians were not supposed to be eating meat or dairy products, right? And there's not just Ember days. There were other kinds of days, other fasting days as well, entire periods of fasting, like during Lent, for instance. So, okay. And so we're going to be making this tart that is called a tart on Ember Day. So hypothetically, this is a tart that should be approved for consuming on one of these days of fasting. Okay, let me take a look at the comments and see what we've got here. Let me see. Fast food in the medieval time. Who said such a thing? Tea with Tash. Jorge, hola, ¿qué tal? Hola, ¿qué tal?
Tell me he's not talking about cheese with mayonnaise.
Yes, he is. He's talking about tomato salsa, cheese sauce, and mayonnaise. Yes, he is saying exactly that. Yep. Japanese food came from this word tempera. It was taken by the Portuguese. Yep, 100% tea with Tash. Absolutely. Yeah, temporas. Yeah, not tempera. I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant. You didn't mean egg temp. Yeah, I knew what you meant. Okay, so we're going to actually, because both of these dishes, both our fritters and our tart, both require a dough, a pastry dough. We're going to make both of those first, because anytime you are making a dough or a pastry, you absolutely want to make certain that you make the dough first so that the flour in the dough can hydrate completely. And this is a mistake a lot of people make when they're baking modern pies. They whip up the pie dough, they roll it out, and they bake it, and their outcomes are not great because it actually takes a little bit of time for your flour to hydrate, meaning to absorb all of the liquid fully into all of the grains so that the liquid isn't sitting on the outside of the grain, it's actually absorbed into it. So we're going to go ahead and start that part first. Now, medieval pastry dough is a bit of a challenge because before the 16th century, we don't have any clear recipes as such. We don't have a recipe that is labeled how to make a fine or fair pastry dough, right? What we have are usually recipes for dishes that involve a pastry dough that might casually mention some parts of the pastry dough making process or some of the ingredients. So we really have to assemble ways of making a medieval pastry dough by reading a variety of different recipes and filling in the blanks with the pieces of the puzzle that are mentioned randomly in these various recipes. So for our pastry dough, for our tart on Ember Day, we're going to be making a dough that I like to make. It's referred to sometimes you see references to a fair pastry, and there seems to be an implication of this fair pastry, which is maybe more light and buttery and tasty, versus another kind of pastry dough, which might be more utilitarian and more intended to serve as the baking vessel than as something you will eat after baking. So we're going to go ahead and get started with our fair pastry first. And again, this is my own, let's see, is that right? Okay, yeah. This is my own concoction, my own creation, having read a bunch of these different recipes and put it together. Again, not based on any exactly one. Pastry dough in the medieval period across Europe, so we're talking 13th through 15th century. Handsome, this seems to have, I don't know what's going on. It's angled. Is it angled at a weird angle? Can you look in the thing?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay, so pastry dough from this era, it can have a variety of ingredients. Fair flour is almost always called for. Fair flour means the unhealthiest version of flour. It means a wheat flour, and it means made sifted with all of the bran sifted out, multiple times bolted out, or you bolt all that bran out so all of the micronutrients are gone, and all you basically have left are super easy, simple, refined carbohydrates. Now, obviously, this is, again, we're cooking for the upper class. This is not peasant food. It is not peasant food. We are cooking for the upper crust, literally. And so it's the upper crust who ate refined flour. people on the lower end of the socioeconomic spectrum actually ate a much more nutritionally dense diet than people at the upper end. How ironic is that, right? They're eating root vegetables, they're eating a variety of fresh herbs, they're eating whole grains, they're eating soured whole grains, they're eating more pulses, they're eating more legumes, right? People at the other end of the spectrum are eating a whole lot of meat and a lot of bread with refined flour, and all of their pastry dough, all of their tarts are all made with refined flour. Their fritters are all made with refined flour. We know that at the lower end of the spectrum, they were making tarts and fritters and whatnot from whole grain flour, not from wheat flour, but from rye flour, which is a more nutritionally dense flour in any case, for instance, or millet, right? So yeah, it's one of these weird inversions where being a member of the lower part of society is actually going to work out better for you nutritionally in many cases than being on the upper end of society. So this is a pastry dough that is absolutely intended for the upper end of society. And some of you know, and I'll say this again, but if you don't know, I do not eat wheat. I don't eat gluten. I avoid grains generally, actually. And they just don't, I do not feel great if I eat grains. So I'm going to be using a white flour that is actually cassava flour. This is not medieval. Not medieval for Europe anyway. Cassava does not come from Europe. It was not used in medieval Europe. It was not imported into medieval Europe. I just want to make that clear. But it looks like white flour for you, and it doesn't make me feel like garbage, right? So that is why we are using, why I'm using cassava flour. Now, cassava flour does not have gluten, which means it also doesn't, gluten is a protein that creates a matrix, a binding matrix that creates structure. And there are some proteins and starches in cassava flour that when exposed to water, they will create a stretchy texture, but it won't be as strong as gluten. So if you decide to use cassava flour, just be prepared to be a little bit frustrated by how it's going to fall apart a little bit when you roll it out or transfer it to something else. Okay? So, but I'm using it because I don't eat grains, but I still want to make these dishes with you. You are welcome to absolutely use refined, super white, super nutritionless wheat flour. Okay, so I'm just going to put some in. Roughly about a cup is, about how much. And just like a medieval person, I eyeball this. Medieval recipes, for those who don't know, generally do not have quantities. When I find a medieval recipe that has quantities, I literally jump with joy, not an exaggeration. Example, dramatic reenactment of me finding a recipe that has measurements in it in the Middle Ages. Yeah, that's
true. I've seen it.
Yeah, seriously, like that. That's how excited I get. I shouldn't get that excited about finding measurements in a recipe, and there it is. So that often means that makes it doubly hard to recreate these recipes because we really have to make assumptions. I have been cooking and baking since I was old enough to not fall off of a chair, standing on a chair next to the counter next to my dad as he was cooking and baking. So I have an inherent sense of sort of ratios for making a pie dough, for instance, or how many eggs should go into an egg tart. But so that does inform my recreation of these recipes. That doesn't mean it always comes out perfectly right, though. So I'm going to go with about a cup of the cassava flour, and then we're going to actually going to melt the butter. So this one is going to be a fair crust, so it's going to have some butter, because the original recipe for the tart on Ember Day, bake it in a trap. It says nothing about a fair trap or not a fair trap, so that's okay. So I'm just going to take some of my butter. Look at that beautiful Kerrygold butter. Look at all that vitamin A and vitamin K just hiding out in there like such tastiness. Oh, we don't have any of our medieval spoons out. Replica 15th century spoon. Okay, so I'm just going to put about this much butter into, I need more butter. Could you get me more butter, Hanson?
Yeah.
And I'm going to add a little water to this, and then we're going to melt it. Because unlike modern pastry doughs, which can be made from, unlike modern pastry doughs, which can be made from, you basically chill the butter, right? You chill the fat and you cut the hard chilled fat into the flour, and then you sprinkle it with chilled water to get maximum flakiness. There wouldn't have been a way to accomplish any of that in a medieval dough. You couldn't have chilled your butter or your fat, your lard, your tallow, whatever, until it is frozen. You could not have, this just wouldn't have, and there was no way to really cut something that hard into flour. There's no pastry cutters in this era. Yes, you could do the knife technique, but I have no evidence of that. So it seems more likely that the fat is melted into water and then that is mixed into the dough.
Did you make it to your photo shoot?
I did make it to the photo shoot. Passport photos have been obtained. Hopefully this means I'll be getting a passport renewal in time to leave Korea and not have to overstay my visa or something like that. Yes, running up against the clock. And I am using, I forgot to show you all this. I am using this is actually a Korean clay pot. A modern one, modern, made by, not by modern, I mean it's not a replica of any historical piece. This is what I currently have available to me to replicate a medieval cooking pot. Medieval cooking pots were either made of ceramics like clay, like this, or we do have some metal, iron pots and copper pots and that sort of thing. I don't have any iron or copper pots of a medieval replica type, so we're going to go with the clay pot, which will at least somewhat simulate cooking in a clay pot on a medieval hearth. Medieval hearths, though, were nothing like this. It was basically, if you were unlucky, it was just on the ground and you just built a fire and or let it burn down to coals, and then your pots would either sit in the fire or on the coals or near the fire or near the coals, sometimes suspended over top of the fire. If you were lucky, then your hearth is actually raised. You see that a lot in 15th century depictions of cooking, a raised hearth, so that you don't have to bend over or squat down on the ground in order to cook. But that the hearth was just a place on which you built the fire. There was no, you didn't just turn a knob and the fire sprang up. So fire management was a big part of medieval cookery. And knowing how to build a fire from nothing, by the way, often, from kindling and a flint and steel, and then add that and build that and regulate the flames and regulate the coals and be able to look at the fire and say, oh, the coals are burning that color. That means that it's this hot. That was part of the art of cooking in the Middle Ages. It wasn't just about combining the ingredients, knowing how the ingredients went together. Fire management was a very important part of cooking. And in large kitchens, there was someone whose whole job it was just to manage the fire. Like, that is all they did. Damn it, I got cooking again and it got a little too warm. Pooh. Again. Damn it. So there was someone in kitchens in the upper crust, in the homes of the wealthy, of the powerful. There were people whose sole job it was to manage the fires. And part of managing the fires would be to make sure there was enough fuel for the fire, right? We don't even think about that anymore. Like when you go camping, you do, we need to have enough firewood. But in a up until the 19th century, a big part of cooking was making certain that fuel was laid on, that you had enough wood to actually cook for everyone. And that was a big expense in cooking. And wood was an expensive thing to cook on. In the lower echelons of society, depending on where you lived, you might use peat instead. You might actually use manure also as your fuel rather than wood, because wood was not a cheap source of fuel. That was not something that everyone could just use. Remember, the king's forests, especially depending on where you are in Europe, the king's forest is not a place you're supposed to go and just collect wood. You need to have rights to collect fallen wood. And some of those rights to collect fallen wood still exist in certain parts of Europe to this day. There are places in Germany, I have German friends who still have the rights. They've inherited the medieval rights to go into the forest of the local prince and collect wood that has fallen. And only they, if anyone else does it, they're stealing. How funny is that in the modern world still? Okay, let me just check the comments. Oh, I need liquid. Handsome, could you please pour me some tea?
some tea.
Okay, dear Countess, is it true that during the medieval times they loved creating crazy pies, like pies that have living doves inside of them or people? Yes, it is absolutely true that one of the fun things that medieval kitchens got to do was make novelty pies. As Tea with Tosh says, crazy pies, right? Oh, thank you. Yes, novelty pies were 100% a feature of medieval life and especially grand medieval feasts. The 20 blackbirds, 1 in 20 blackbirds baked in a pie, that's a real thing that really happened. A variety of birds, right? And also people. Yes, there was a case in the Duchy of Burgundy, I think it was the Feast of the Pheasant, where the kitchen makes a pie that is so large that it's cut open and, performers spring out of it. Yeah, absolutely. Novelty pies, 100% a thing. But those novelty pies were not meant to be eaten. You don't eat a pie in which a bunch of birds have just been waiting to be released, because no. I think we all know what birds like to do most, and pooping is it. So yeah, you're not going to eat that pie. That's just a novelty pie. But that is also insane conspicuous consumption, because that dough is nearly always made for those pies was made from wheat flour, refined wheat flour. Refined wheat flour was a luxury item that was expensive in the Middle Ages. So to make a giant pie that isn't going to be eaten, that is absolutely conspicuous consumption. That's like driving a Lamborghini to pick up your mail and burning the fuel just because you can, right? And when I say pick up the mail, I mean from your door to your mailbox and back again. Yeah, conspicuous consumption, baby. Let me see, other questions. Okay, Miss Ayame, welcome. Thank you for joining us. If you're enjoying this manic medieval cooking party, please do double tap your screen and consider subscribing, everyone.
And if you want to support us more, we've tagged products.
Oh, yes. Okay. And if you'd like to support us more and you're looking for items for your medieval kit or good quality tea,
specifically the ingredients.
Oh, right, today. Yeah, right. Many of you have asked me about spices. So let's go ahead and look at some of our spices. I've tagged some of the spices and the sources from which I actually buy my spices in this video. So if you're looking for a good source of fair trade, organic, affordable spices for medieval cooking, they're tagged in this video under the products, right? And depending on where you are, you may or may not be able to see those tags depending on your market.
Because I can't see them.
Yeah. So depending on where you might be able to see them. Right. Okay. And if you click on those links and you make a purchase, I do get a commission for that. I'm going to be completely frank and honest about that. But here's the thing, guys. I only tag products that I use myself, or products in which I believe, and I've done my research, right? So I will never point you in the wrong direction unless I've been pointed in the wrong direction also. So yeah, I'm not going to sell out like so many creators have. Let me tell you, I've been getting some really unsavory offers for channel partnerships with online games, casino games that are just going to addict people and basically drive them into poverty. And I just, absolutely not. I don't care how much money it might make me. No. So that probably means I'm never going to make any kind of real money doing this creator thing, because I don't want to sell out that way. So yeah, if you're looking for good whole organic spices that you can use in both the medieval kitchen and the modern kitchen, I have tagged some. Okay, back to the cooking.
I even tagged a cooking pot that I found made in Turkey.
Let me see. It was all expensive in the start, just basics. Now that we eat is super cheap. You're right, Contessa. Yeah, there's so many things we take for granted in the modern world that are cheap now, and that's why we have overconsumption and so much pollution, because items that up until 150 years ago were considered luxury items are now super cheap and accessible, and everyone overconsumes, unfortunately. Okay, back to our fair dough. So we have our flour, our fair flour, right? And I have here, we know that fair flour, that many pastry crusts would also sometimes be flavored with rose water. I don't have any rose water right now. I bought some rose oil, but it's not, I'm concerned about just mixing that in with water. I'm going to see if I can get some proper hydrosol of rose. So rose water was the vanilla of the Middle Ages and used just as ubiquitously, but even more ubiquitously, because often rose water is added at the end. After something is baked or cooked, you then sprinkle the rose water on top so that it will be the most fragrant and the most fresh. And rose water isn't just about the rose flavor. Rose water also contains compounds that are flavor enhancing, just like vanilla does, right? So it actually has compounds that will make all of the other flavors stand out more. I know many of you don't like rose because it's too perfumey, you don't, and that's fine. There are many recipes where sometimes we'll have 5 versions of the same recipe, and in maybe 3 of the versions it calls for rose water, and in 2 versions it says nothing about rose water. So it's perfectly fine if you don't like rose water in a medieval recipe, just leave it out. Adapt it for yourself. I'm confident that just like today, not everyone likes chocolate. I know, heresy, but there it is. Just like today, not everyone likes chocolate. Not everyone in medieval Europe liked rosewater, liked the taste of it. So there is no doubt a prince or a princess somewhere who said, yeah, if you put any rosewater on my dish, I will fire you. So just leave it out. If you don't like it, leave it out. Just like I don't really do fish or seafood dishes in these medieval recipe collections because I really generally don't like most of the fish they talk about. They're too fishy for me. Yep.
00 flour that you get direct from Italy, is it better for you?
Let me see. 00 flour. Oh, flour. Oh, right. Is it better for you? So 00. So the 0. Yeah. So the numbers, if you buy your flour from Europe, those numbers are usually about how finely ground it is, as far as I understand. If it's white flour, it's not really any better I mean, the thing that might be better for you is that if it comes from Italy, it's non-GMO, and Italy's agricultural practices are absolutely superior and much more tightly regulated than American agricultural practices. But you are in Canada, so I don't actually know anything about Canadian agricultural practices. I'm so embarrassed to admit. Normally, I know this kind of stuff. I have not been tracking how corrupt your regulatory oversight is, or what kind of chemicals or pesticides, or how Monsanto may or may not have completely corrupted your agricultural ecosystem. But if you get flour from Italy, it will have been grown under much more stringent regulations in terms of pesticides and fertilizers and GMO requirements or non bans than flour in the US will have been. Does that make it healthier for you? Well, it makes it less bad for you, but I wouldn't say it makes it healthier for you because it's still white flour and it's still wheat and it still has gluten. And a lot of people are gluten sensitive, even if they don't know it, right? Okay, I'm not going to get into that right now. We need to get cooking. So back to our medieval, back to our medieval channel. G Joker, thank you. Welcome to my community. Welcome to the Contessa's little court. Appreciate you. Okay, and if you all are just now finding me, I have hundreds of hours of content on this channel that I've either published and edited really nicely. I've got really beautiful video essays, well researched, well narrated, well edited, very dense with information, lots of recordings of past live streams, lots of good shorts. So check out my catalog of content after this live. Okay. No one wants to see what?
The well-made stuff.
No, yeah, no one wants finely edited content anymore. They just want junk made by AI. Okay, so I am now going to go ahead and add my slurry of water and butter. I'm going to add a little bit at a time because you never know how much hydration a flour is going to need. Depending on your barometric pressure, your humidity, you may need more or less moisture. Your mileage will vary. And I do recommend when you are making any pie dough with any material, any pastry dough, that you hydrate it a little, you get it a little wetter than you ultimately want it to be. Because at first it might seem a little sloppy, a little gloppy, a little wet, but as the flour hydrates fully, it will get less so. So you want it to start out a little bit wetter than you want it to end up feeling at the end of the process. All right, so here we go. You can see this nice Play-Doh-like thing forming. Oh, you can just smell the Kerrygold butter. So delicious. Oh, thank you so much, Arrowman. That is super generous of you. Wow, thank you. Yeah, this is a kirtle. This is a kirtle. I love this kirtle. It's one of my favorite things to wear, and I end up dressed like this most days and most of the day. So I can tell you, and I go about and about. I'm currently in Daegu, South Korea. I go out and about dressed like this, like exactly as you see me all the time. I take the metro, I go walking, I take the stairs, I cook, I can kickbox in this outfit. I know because I've done it. So it's actually a very comfortable outfit. So glad you appreciate the aesthetic. It's also lovely to wear. And this style of kirtle with the short sleeve specifically, we see starting at about the 1410s in France. And then it makes its way to England and, Flanders. But it doesn't ever seem to the short sleeve thing, some evidence of it in some parts of Germany, isn't worn, this style is not worn in Italy anywhere as far as I can tell. I haven't seen this style of kirtle worn in any part of the Iberian Peninsula in that era. I have seen evidence of it being worn in England though. But this is an undergown normally, but I'm working in the kitchen, so I'm only wearing my under things. Oh, I forgot to put on an apron. Oh, well.
Brown chicken, brown cow.
So cow, chicken, and another animal was what it was all about. Medieval, so no, medieval people ate anything that moved that didn't kill them soon after eating. Medieval people were not discriminatory about eating things. They ate birds and mammals and fish that most of us would never think about eating. They ate cranes, they ate swans, they ate geese, they ate water birds, herons, they ate eagles. I've even seen recipes for eagles. They ate
peacocks.
They eat peacocks, right? They ate anything in the water. Yeah, it was toast. Yeah. So yep, cows and pigs and sheep were actually generally reserved for special occasions. They were only available certain times of the year for the most part, because you're not just going to slaughter your livestock. First off, they didn't mass produce livestock the way we do now. And you're not just going to slaughter it any time of year. There was a time of the year to slaughter, and that was in the autumn before the winter. There were ways of preserving meat, and that absolutely was done. Meat was often preserved in barrels of salt, is one way it was preserved. Meat could also be salted and dried. And there are recipes that refer to that and say, if you're using salted meat, make sure you boil it multiple times first to get all the salt out before you cook with it. So, only people at the upper end of the spectrum would have been able to have, pork and beef and lamb and goat. Yeah, the sort of the main terrestrial animals anytime they wanted. Venison, a lot of game was also being consumed. But people on the lower end of the spectrum, while they did definitely have access to protein, probably they were more likely eating chicken more often because chickens are super renewable.
Super renewable.
Okay, so let me go ahead and give my dough a squeeze. So when I'm making a dough, pastry dough, and especially this is what some people call a hot water dough. And the texture I'm looking for those of you who grew up with it, is Play-Doh, basically. That is, that's kind of the texture you're going for. And as I said, you do want it to be a little bit wetter than it's ultimately going to be. And this is actually like the perfect amount of hydration now. So I'm just going to break it apart and add a little more water. Remember, like I said, I want it to be a little tacky, a little sticky, so that as it hydrates fully, once it's fully hydrated, once all the water has been absorbed, then I have the right texture instead of it being a little dry. So I'm just going to go ahead and add just a touch of water to do that. And some of you were asking me about whisks. We were talking about whisks last week in our last medieval cooking show. And lo, as I was reading through recipes for today's cooking event, I found a culinary reference to a proto-whisk. And it's from the 16th century, but still, it's for a recipe called snow. And snow is basically whipped cream. Snow is egg whites and cream whipped together with sugar and rose water until it basically makes what we would recognize as whipped cream. And then it's served in some cases with pears, in some cases with apples. And the recipe actually provides instructions for making your equipment to whip your snow into a froth. It actually says to take a stick and clean it and cut the end into 4 pieces and then use that to whip your cream and your egg whites into the snow. So that is the proto whisk. So if you want a at least 16th century version of a whisk for whipping any of these dishes together, go get a good clean stick. Well, go get a stick, make it clean, and then cut the end into, basically splinter the end into 4 pieces. Now, how high up? It didn't say. Obviously, the people reading the recipe in the 16th century would have known what they were talking about, basically. So the higher, the longer you make it, the more whipping effect you're going to get. The shorter you make it, the cuts, the slits, the less of a whipping effect you're going to get. But that is basically, that is the proto whisk. That is the proto whisk. It is a stick cut into 4 pieces. And that is that is the best they could have hoped for in the medieval kitchen, I suppose. The best evidence I found for a whisk-like object for making things frothy. Okay, so I added some more water. And yes, at first it seemed a little bit too wet, but it's already getting more Play-Doh-like, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and set this aside. And if I had rose water, I would have added rose water, basically.
You have the rose oil, I think, still.
Yeah, I don't, yeah, you shouldn't use essential, there's some essential oils that are okay to eat in tiny, tiny, tiny quantities. Like, I mean, 0.05 milliliters diluted in a whole dish, but you have to make sure your essential oil is food grade. And unfortunately, the rose oil I bought, turns out it's not food grade. So I'm not going to be using it. Yeah, we'll use it to make things smell nice, but we're not going to.
I did just tag an organic rose water that evidently is food grade.
Oh, nice. Okay, great. Yeah, rose water is great. Okay. These crusts, this dough can also have egg in it. A lot of the fair doughs do have egg in them. Some of them just have water. Some of them have butter. You know, so we're going today, I forgot to add the egg because I was talking to you all. So we're going to just go ahead and go with the water, butter, and flour combination for our tart on Ember Day. So I'm just going to leave this in the bowl. I'm going to cover it with a plate so that I'm not wasting plastic with plastic wrap. And I'm going to set it aside.
So snow, is it kind of like a medieval pavlova?
No, so pavlova is just egg whites, basically, and it hardens into a crunch. Snow is soft. Snow is like whipped cream. It is whipped cream. It just has egg whites in it too. So it's actually a protein-rich whipped cream. And it is fantastic. It's fluffy, it's light, it is super delicious. It's 16th century though. I haven't found any 15th century or earlier references to this dish. There's a lot of dishes that are different in the 16th century, and there's a lot of cookbooks that arise in the wake of the printing press in the 16th century that actually call themselves books of new cookery. So we know that in the 16th century, there are absolutely changes being made. So you cannot assume that if there's a recipe you find in a 16th century cookbook that you can just dial it back to the 15th or the 14th century. Humans are innovative. And with the printing press, the rate of innovation, the pace of innovation accelerates dramatically. And also there's a rising middling sort in the 16th century. Big economic circumstances are changing in the 16th century. And so you have the printing press is making putting out these cookbooks that are aimed at middle-class women instead of upper-class kitchens. And so new recipes are being invented. New ways of doing things are being invented. So this is why I always like to caution people, just because you find it in a 16th century cookbook, don't assume that, you know, people are just dull and don't change the way they do things. There is absolutely change and evolution across the Middle Ages, across all factors, whether it's arms and armor, whether it's clothing, whether it's food. Please don't assume you can just backdate something. Okay, soapbox off. Okay. So
like she says like Play-Doh. Most of us know that feeling more than real dough.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's a great comment. I like that she says like Play-Doh. Most of us know that feeling more than real dough. Yeah, I know. And I know. I actually don't know how ubiquitous Play-Doh was and or is across the world. So I understand that might be a very American centric descriptor, and I apologize if that is the case. Okay. So let us talk about, what about smokehouses? Here's a question. What about smokehouses? Is that merely an American thing, or is it seen in European food keeping as well? Smokehouses. I don't have evidence. I haven't found evidence of smokehouses as a separate thing in the Middle Ages. That's a later development. But, and that's probably a development because they didn't need to have a separate smokehouse, because until the 17th century, most homes in Europe didn't have chimneys or chimney pieces. So what this meant is that everyone's home was a smokehouse. And what that meant is that exceptions are Italy. Italy had chimneys and chimney pieces much more widespread much earlier on. That's where the innovation seems to start. So most homes, the average home, and I mean even like the home of a wealthy peasant, would not have a chimney and a chimney piece. There would be a hearth, which was often in the middle of the floor of the common living space. And I think part of the reason for that is that if you put a fire in the middle of the floor, that's going to create heat kind of equidistant all the way around, rather than if you put it one end of the room, I suspect. And then there would be a hole in the roof. No chimney guiding the smoke up there, and a hole in the roof is really inefficient for making sure the smoke all leaves the house. So what that means is that most houses were smoky. And so if you wanted to cure your meat, if you wanted to preserve your meat by drying, it would get smoked. But it wasn't slow smoked. It wasn't, and that's a much more recent development. It was basically smoking helped dry the meat. It was about drying the meat. It wasn't about creating a nice slow smoked tender meat. So medieval smoked meat was smoked, but it was more dried, but it was dried in the house. Most people, it was just, you hung it from the rafters, which were probably not very high up for most people. And you just let the smoking process was more about the drying than it was about the smoke flavor. Yeah.
Thank you, Tanya.
Oh, Tanya, lovely. Thank you, Tanya. Very kind of you to generously gift everyone with a sample of what it's like to be a member in my community. Appreciate that. We had Play-Doh in Brazil. That's really cool. Thank you for letting me know that, Tees. I love learning. See, this is why I love this community, everyone, because you're all over the world. I'm all over the world frequently. And so I can actually meet people in places I might not get to meet until I actually travel there. And I might never have gotten to meet you, Tea with Tash, even if I were to travel to Brazil. Brazil's a huge damn country, right? So yeah, I get to learn these things in the live chat also. It's fantastic. Yeah, so Big Racer, medieval smoked meat would not have been like it is now. It wouldn't have been tender and juicy. It would have been smoked until it was jerky, and then it would have been rehydrated in a stew or a pottage or something like that. So the smoking process was not about creating juicy, tender meat. The smoking process was about drying the meat and preserving it for as long as possible. Okay, so now we're going to make our second dough. So let's get to the recipe itself for the petit penantes, because that's the one we're going to go ahead and make the fritter dough for that now, while we let the other dough hydrate. So I'll go ahead and read to you the original 15th century, late 14th, early 15th century recipe. And this comes from an anonymous manuscript, manual of cookery, a manuscript containing English cookery, which is very clearly, again, highly influenced by a lot of dishes from all over Europe, and not many true English dishes to be found in this manuscript. Very clearly collecting recipes from the upper echelons of society, from the great kitchens of England in the late 14th, early 15th century. And this particular manuscript, it's known as its designation is Harleian Manuscript 279, if you want to look that up. It's in the British Library or the British Museum. This one might be in the British Museum. Might be in the British Museum. It's either in the British Library or the British Museum. And there's a whole bunch of these kind of anonymous cooking manuscripts from the late 14th, early 15th century. This one is dated more or less to the 1430s. And one of the interesting things about this manuscript is that at the end, there's a multiple bills of fare, by which I mean whoever ordered this manuscript composed, whoever composed it, included the menus from actual feasts that happened in the early 15th century. And so we can see not only the recipes, but we can see how the different dishes were then assembled into courses and what a feast actually, a real feast that actually contained, that actually happened, actually contained. And this particular recipe, Petit Pernontes, is included in one of the bills of fare actually at the back, and it's from a feast that is labeled as having happened on the Feast of the Holy Rood, on the Feast of the Holy Cross. And that's September 13th, I think. I took a note when the Feast of the Holy Cross is. It's not, that's one of the few feasts, 14th, September 14th. September 14th is the Feast of the Holy Cross, is the Feast of the Holy Rood. So yeah, this actually, we know not only how the dish was made, more or less, we know that it was used in great feasts. So yes, it's fast food in the sense of it's a fritter, but it's definitely not bottom end food. This is still upper end food. And once I get through the reading of the recipe and we talk about the ingredients, you're going to agree with me. So here's the recipe. Petit Pernontes. Tecca fere flure, sucre, suffren, unsalt, and mecca thereover fair past and fair coffinges. Then take a fairy treed yolkis raw, and sucre, and powdered ginger and raisins of coronza, and minced dates, but not too smaller. Then cast all this on a fair bowl, and meal all together is, and put in fine coffin, and let bake over fria in frische gräse. Okay, yeah. So that's my impromptu rendition of the 15th century recipe. Right, so we have very expensive ingredients in this dish. First off, fair flour, that's bolted flour. We have sugar, crazy expensive and imported at this point. It's being imported from Cyprus. And it's not being mass produced. It is still very expensive. Sugar is a luxury item in this era. Saffron is, it's being grown in Spain, but it is still expensive. And at this point, by the 15th century, there are saffron plantations apparently in England as well. But still, it's still a luxury item. It's very delicate. It only grows in small quantities and it has to be hand harvested. And then you've got egg yolks, sugar. Ginger is imported from Asia. That's another luxury item. Raisins of currants are currant raisins. Those are basically little tiny black wine grapes. They are not like black currants or red currants that you might expect to find up in Germany, for instance, or France. These are Corinth. Corinth is Corinth, Greece. So these are also imported, not locally grown in England in the 14th or the 15th century. We have dates, definitely not being grown in England in the 14th or 15th century. Dates come from palm trees. They grow in the Mediterranean. So that is being hauled up, as it were. So yeah, this is definitely an expensive dish, not something the average person would have had with any kind of regularity. Yes.
Do you want to post the thing you just read?
Sure. Right. Okay, so the first set of instructions is actually to make a fair coffin. A coffin is a coffin. Coffin originally referred to a trap, a pie dough that was basically part food and part baking dish. So that's where the word coffin originally comes from. Makes it a little confusing for people reading medieval English recipes for the first time and they stumble across instructions for making coffins. But this is a foodstuff for making part of pies, the structural part of the pie. It is not a container for dead bodies. And there's actually some ingredients provided for how to make these coffins, how to make this pastry, this paste. It says to make a fair paste. That's where the word pastry and also the word pasta, all the same thing in the 15th century, actually. It says take fair flour, so bolted wheat flour, white flour, sugar, saffron, and salt, and make a fair paste. So it doesn't say anything about any fat. And obviously, though, you're going to have to add some liquid to it to make it stick together. So we can go with assumptions here. I'm going to go with just water. And here's why. because it then says to either bake it, lat backa other, or fria in fresca gresa, fry in fresh grease. We're going to fry it. We're going to do the fritter thing here. And if we're going to do the fritter thing, it's going to be fried in, this is my second clay pot. This one's much more modern Korean. Don't look at the modern part. This clay pot, we've got tallow, right? We have tallow here. So we're going to fry it in fresh grease. And that means that the dough is going to absorb that grease. So I don't think we need to add any fat to the dough because it's going to get fat from the grease itself. So we're going to go with that as an assumption. We're going to follow the instructions otherwise, such as they are. You will notice that once again, there is 0 measurements. Oh, the joys of medieval cookery, right? Not a single measurement to be seen anywhere here. Handsome. Could you work on the travel vlogs? Okay, so we're going to do, we have to decide here. We have fair flour. And again, I'm going to be working with my fair flour. It's really cassava flour, but that is definitely not a medieval thing, but I don't do gluten and I don't do grains. So here we go. Okay, so we've got our fair flour. And then it says sugar, saffron, and salt. And so now we have to decide about the portions, right? The ratios. Sugar in this period, I've said it before, I'll say it again, was an extreme luxury item. In other recipes where quantities are given, sugar is used often in the same quantity as salt, right? So it is used as a flavor enhancer. It is not used as a primary ingredient, right? It's not a bulk giving ingredient and shouldn't make it super sweet. Besides which, if you add too much sugar to a dough and then you deep fry it, it could have some unfortunate consequences with the grease interacting with the sugars that way. So we don't want too much sugar. Saffron, and let me show you saffron. Saffron is, this is saffron. So nice. So don't breathe it. I just snorted saffron. Ow.
Why would you do that?
Ow. Saffron is the stamen of the saffron crocus. So it's a specific kind of crocus. So if you have crocuses that come up in spring, they're probably not saffron crocuses. You can't just go and harvest the saffron from your yard. Specific cultivar of crocus that originally comes from Iran, as far as I understand. And then when the Moors made their big ride across North Africa in the 6th and 7th centuries and ended up in the Iberian Peninsula, they set up shop there because apparently these saffron crocuses grow really well in the Iberian Peninsula. And as far as I understand it, the best quality saffron in the world comes from Spain to this day because of the growing conditions. But that's why a lot of traditional Spanish dishes have saffron. Thank you, more. Thank you, glories of the golden age of Islam in the Iberian Peninsula in the first millennium. Right? So saffron is very, very expensive. It is sometimes worth its weight in gold, depending on the price of gold, and I'm not exaggerating. In the Middle Ages, it was also still a very expensive item, which is why it's very unlikely that people were that every commoner in Ireland was using it to dye their clothing yellow. They weren't, as an aside. It is not just unlikely, that is not what was happening. Anyway, soapbox off. So we have to decide how much of this saffron to use. Saffron has 2 properties. It's a flavor booster, it's a flavor enhancer, it has its own flavor, and it makes a beautiful yellow. So it is just as likely that the saffron here is being used to make things yellow as it is to make it saffrony. Yes, that's a word. I just invented it. Saffrony. Take it. I would like you all to now go out into the world and spread this beautiful word that I have invented, this adjective of glorious origin, saffrony. Right. So to make things saffrony, that might be part of the deal. I'll be honest, saffron it combines very well with a lot of the things that are mentioned in this recipe, but it might just be there for the yellow. So, we have to decide how much saffron are we going to use. We know that this dish in particular made an appearance in a very, very expensive feast on the Day of the Holy Rood sometime in the early 15th century. Date isn't provided, just that it was on the Feast of the Holy Rood of the Holy Cross. So, we have to decide. So I'm just going to go ahead and take a pinch of the saffron and I'm going to put it here in my mortar and pestle. And the mortar and pestle is the food processor of the Middle Ages. It just is. A lot of the tools and implements we have now hadn't been invented yet. And they didn't really need to be, because the kinds of dishes they were making, the food processor was your baby, right? Or the mortar and pestle was your food processor. So I'm just going to go ahead and grind. I'm going to grind my saffron here in the mortar, and then because I know that I'm going to add a little bit of water to make this dough actually make this actually become a paste, I'm actually going to add a little bit of water to this in the mortar and pestle.
Say goodnight to tea.
Good night, tea. Good night, tea with Tosh. Sleep well. Thank you for participating as long as you could. Reptiles, welcome. I'm pointing the wrong way. Good night, tea with Tosh. Hello, reptiles. Lovely to see you again. Okay, so that is how easy it is to grind saffron using a mortar and pestle. And now I'm going to add a little bit of water directly to this so that it actually, this is not called for in the recipe, but there's a lot of assumed knowledge in these recipes, and I'm going to apply some of my knowledge from decades of cooking. I'm going to add water directly to the mortar, and I'm going to it will then, not only will that ground saffron then infuse the water with its flavor compounds and its natural dye stuffs, thereby distributing more evenly throughout the dough. This will also mean that all of the oils from the saffron that I ground into the mortar, basically with the pestle, will also be freed up, and therefore I will not waste as much saffron sort of in the mortar. This is actually a technique that is mentioned in a couple different places. One of them is the Ménagier du Paris, who suggests that if you are going to grind spices and you also have to grind bread for that recipe, breadcrumbs for your recipe, grind your spices first and then grind your bread in the mortar with the remnant of the spices, so that the breadcrumbs will absorb up the remaining spices and less spice will be wasted. He actually writes this at the end of the 14th century, right? I'd already been doing that kind of thing for years. It was so exciting to read that this fellow 600 years ago was doing the same thing I once did. So yeah, 600 years ago was doing the same thing I still do, and the same technique for the same reason. I don't want ingredients wasted. Especially something as expensive as saffron, I want to make sure the most of it gets used as possible. Right. And you can see just a little bit, maybe, how yellow that water already is. So that is now going to make a really nice golden, yeah, I can really smell it. That's going to make a very nice golden dough, 100%.
I wanted to play for half an hour.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so now we're going to take now that is set aside, we're going to go ahead and put together our remaining dry ingredients. And yes, obviously the recipe said take flour, sugar, saffron, salt, and make thereof a fair paste. Nothing about grinding the saffron first, nothing about adding it in water. But this recipe is not necessarily meant to be a proper step-by-step guide, and sometimes they get the order of operations very obviously wrong. So this is part of the interpretation. Yep. Okay, let me just pop back here. So I'm going to, once again, add about a cup of flour into this bowl. And then we're going to go ahead and just going to check the comments. Let me see. Oh, okay. Question. Did I say I don't consume gluten or grains? Do you find it benefit health-wise? Yes, that is what I said. I avoid grains. I'm not a hardliner. I do occasionally eat rice. I spend a lot of time in Asia. It would be hard not to eat rice occasionally here, honestly. Very, 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 very hard. But I do avoid gluten pretty assiduously. Like, I almost never consume gluten. And if I consume it, it's in a proper sourdough that's been fermented for at least 24 hours. Yes, I have lots of benefits health-wise. I've cut out refined sugar from my diet entirely, and I've cut out a lot of the refined carbs. I eat a much higher fat and protein diet, lots of vegetables, lots of fresh fruit. And I feel way better. I have a lot more energy. I don't have any joint pain, despite being 45 and having abused my body pretty heavily through intense exercise for decades, right? So yeah, I feel a lot better having cut the grains and gluten out of my diet about 13 years ago at this point. Yeah, definitely health benefits for certain. Okay, let me see. I cut rocks. What is the recipe of the mortar and pestle to not poison the dish with either toxins or pesky grit? Sorry for the newbie question. This is granite. This is granite, and this is the kind of mortar and pestle that they use in Asia for everything. Yeah, so granite. It shouldn't be a problem. I don't really ever do anything acidic. That's not true. I lied. I lie. No, I lie. Shut up. Nope, that's not true. In Thailand, this is what they use in Thailand to make their paste, their curry pastes. And there's a lot of acid in galangal and ginger and onions and shallots and garlic. So I lied, but it's granite and it's fine. I've been using it for years and I haven't developed any kind of toxicity. Yeah. No. It's reptiles. It's not a newbie question. This one's granite. Medieval mortars and pestles in Europe, though, it seems they were either bronze or brass or wood. They were not stone. I don't have a stone mortar. I don't have either a wood mortar and pestle or a bronze or a brass one. And I've said this before, I'll say it again. The medieval mortar and pestle, the mortars and the pestles were huge. They were industrial sized. So the mortar, the bottom part, right, would have been about this big and big enough that you would put it on the ground, and the pestle would have been the size of a boat paddle, and you could really get your body into that, right? You can really get good momentum going, good force, good energy, good torque in your process of grinding your ingredients. And so it would be much easier, go very fast, and you could process large quantities of ingredients in a mortar and pestle like that. I am hoping that I will be able to obtain such a replica someday, but I don't have one. For now, I have my granite mortar and pestle. Yeah. Okay, so we have our flour question. Yeah. So we have our flour. We have our sugar. Where's my sugar? Sugar. This has shocked a lot of people. Medieval sugar was usually white. They wanted white flour. They wanted white sugar at the top in Europe. It was usually white. It was refined and refined and refined. And basically they would cook it into a sap, more or less, a syrup. They would put it in a cone, a clay cone, a ceramic cone that had a little hole at the bottom, and the molasses, although it wasn't like modern molasses, would drip out, and then they would take what was left in the cone, and they would cook it again and let more drain out, and they would keep going through that process until you get this white sugar. And there are a lot of recipes that specify that it be fair sugar, that it be white sugar, right? So yes, the luxury medieval sugar of choice was refined sugar, was white sugar. Again, the sugar with no micronutrients left in it whatsoever. Pure macronutrients of an almost toxic level. But it was so expensive that they just weren't being consumed in the same quantities that they start being consumed at in the 16th century, when the sugar plantations owned by the Portuguese really hit full stride. And suddenly Europe is getting access to like 6,000 pounds of white sugar a year just from the Portuguese plantations alone. So, sugar. You're all going to say, but you said you don't eat refined sugar. That's right. This is allulose. looks like, regular table sugar. It's not, it's allulose. But again, we're not using much. We're going to be using, this is about a tablespoon. So I'm just going to put that in there, and I will need more of that. So I'll set my condottiere on that in a moment. And salt. And this is a replica medieval salt cellar made by Todd Cutler. I wasn't able to tag his products. He doesn't need YouTube to get his products out there. All the reenactors know him. Yeah, so this is I love this. It is a hand-turned piece. It is gorgeous. Look at that. Yeah, it's a replica medieval salt cellar made of brass. Just put some salt, not much, just enough to boost the flavor. And then, right, right, and then we're gonna mix it up. I almost wish, I meant to go out and get a stick and clean it and turn it into a whisk for you all, but I didn't, sorry. Okay, and now we're going to add, right? We're going to add our saffron water to this. Rosemary, welcome to my medieval cooking party. Thank you for joining us today.
The lute's not too loud, is it?
Is the lute too loud, everyone? Is it distracting? Let us know. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and add our saffron water here. You can see just how yellow that is, right? Look at that. Check that out. And I'm going to add a little more water into the mortar to, once again, catch as much of that as possible, but also because I can tell I'm going to need more water than that was in this dough. And this is going to be a fritter dough for those who are just joining. We are making two different things today. We're making something called a tart on Ember Day, and then we are making a set of fritters. And so this dough will not have any fat in it. It will actually be fried in fresh grease. So it will absorb a lot of that fat. No need to add fat to it. Oh, thank you, Rosemary. My kerchief, yeah. So this kerchief is not known as anything in the medieval period. I've not found any 15th century linguistic distinguishers for this kerchief. Interesting note about the term coif: it is not used for women's headwear in the 15th century, and it seems to only be used mostly for men's arming garments. So the word kerchief seems to be the more likely word for this kind of head covering. And Rosemary, that wasn't a criticism at you, just I'm a linguist and those things kind of spring to mind naturally. And that's a more recent learning for myself. I used to call this a coif, and then I discovered that that is not the right word in either English or French. In French, it was called a couvre-chef, a kerchief. You know, that's where the word kerchief actually comes from, is from the French word for something that covers your head. All right, so here is you can see how lovely and yellow that is. Smell the saffron. Now, especially because this is being fried in oil, that makes me think that even more that maybe the saffron is being used to make the dough a pleasant yellow rather than necessarily give it a saffron flavor. But, that's an assumption. We don't know because none of us have eaten these dishes, the actual original dishes, because none of us have time traveled back to the 15th century. And everyone, let me know if the music is pleasant or distracting. The condottiero is just doing some lute practice in the background, which many of you really like a lot. Okay. So this might be a little more wet than I want it to be, but we're going to let this rest. And I can always, when I roll it out, I can always dry it up, tighten it up a little bit by flouring my surface, right, to roll it out when we get to that stage. Okay. So I'm just going to let this sit. No, they did not have rubber scrapers, but I don't like using my finger as a scraper. It's a texture thing. So I'm just going to cheat and use the rubber scraper. If I had a kitchen scullery, then I would have them use their fingers to scrape down the bowls for me. Okay, so yeah, it's a little bit sloppy right now, but we're going to put it aside. It will hydrate, and we'll see how dry it is at the end of the hydration process. And then when I roll it out for the fritters, we can decide if I can just add more flour onto the surface. So it is almost better if you're going to roll a dough out anyway, because you have to flour your surface. It is almost better, it's modern as well, to have it be a little wet, so that when you flour the surface and that flour gets worked into the dough as you roll it out, that it doesn't then get too dry. Tip. Okay, set that aside. Great. Might be a little too salty. We'll see. We'll see what it's like when we actually make the fritter. I may have put too much salt in it. If you oversalt something, as I may have just done, it's actually not such a big deal. If you oversalt something, you can just, what I do if I oversalt something, I make another batch and mix them together to cut the salt. So if that's an option, based on the ingredients you have, that's how you can rescue something that's been oversalted, right? Just keep that in mind. Just because you oversalt it, like oversalt it, doesn't mean you have to throw it away. It just might mean you have to make a lot more of it to cut the salt in the original one. Okay, let me just look at the, lute music is pleasant, delightful. Okay. Yeah, great remedy. I've over the years, I have had some fantastic kitchen successes, but a lot of fantastic failures that have taught me so many useful tips and tricks that I'm very happy to share with you. Okay, so we are now to the point of preparing, going back to our tart on Ember Day. Okay, so while we let the fritter dough hydrate, we're going to then focus on our tart. So our tart on Ember Day, we discussed earlier what an Ember Day was, and I'll just briefly recap that. There were four basic seasons of the year of the ecclesiastical calendar, but the ecclesiastical calendar was everyone's calendar in the Middle Ages for all Christians. And there were these specific fasting days that were called Ember Days. And generally, depending on when and where you were, it seems that it was Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday were the days these were observed in these specific Ember weeks during the year. And on those days, you were supposed to eat, you were supposed to fast, which didn't mean that you ate nothing. And later in the Middle Ages, it meant that you just ate things that were less luxurious and less indulgent. So basically no meat, except that they started redefining what meat was, and you weren't supposed to eat dairy products either, but then they somehow worked their way around that. So this tart on Ember Day, is supposed to be a tart that one could prepare and eat on a fasting day and still enjoy life. This is definitely an upper class product though. I'm going to read the original recipe. This comes from a work called The Form of Curry. Curry does not mean curry like C-U-R-R-Y, like a dish, a saucy dish from the Indian subcontinent. No. Curry is a corruption of the French verb cuire, to cook. And so it's a form of cookery. And it actually dates to the 1390s. It is one of the oldest useful and practical cooking manuals from England. And according to the author, the original author, it was written, or the person who put the manuscript together, it was composed by a head cook from the court of Richard II of England. So this puts it in the 1390s. And Richard II's court was very luxurious. He failed in a lot of ways as king, but he did a lot for the development of the arts, of poetry, of literature, of music. Sorry, I inhaled something. Hold on a minute. Some like speck of dust or something. Doesn't feel good right there in that special spot in the back of my throat. You drink some water. So basically, the court of Richard II really led to a flourishing of the arts in England in the latter part of the 14th century. Politically, he was a disaster. His reign was a disaster, politically speaking. I will not condemn that. But this collection of recipes exhibits just how very cultivated his court was, because these recipes are nearly all French. They're all French, they're all Spanish, they're all Italian. There's not much English in it. So this was a very sophisticated court. And so this tart on Ember Day is contained in the form of curry. And if you're a channel member or you're a patron, I've actually shared with you the picture of the original recipe from the original roll. And that's one of the fascinating things about one of the versions of the form of curry. It's a scroll. It's an actual scroll. It actually is on a scroll. It rolls out. It's really long. And so, you could actually imagine someone unrolling it and reading it like this, in that quintessential fashion that, everyone imagines people read scrolls in the Middle Ages, but scrolls were generally only used for record keeping. They weren't by the Middle Ages, things are being made in books, not scrolls anymore. Scrolls are just rolls are kept for record keeping purposes because you can just sew on another page and sew on another page and sew on another page. So the fact that this, so yeah, very funny. So the fact that this cookbook, this form of curry, is a scroll is, it's just, it's real fun. It's a lot of fun and it's beautiful. It is beautifully written. It's beautifully calligraphed. It's a really beautiful book. Uses poop tons of abbreviations. So if you don't already know what the words are supposed to be, you are unlikely to be able to read it. It is in late 14th century English, but yeah, it's filled with abbreviations, but it's still a beautiful work. And I did share a picture of that with my channel members and my patrons in a special members and patrons only post. So you can check that out if you want to see what it looked like. Okay, so let's look at our Tart on Ember Day recipe. Tacka and parboil onions and herbs and press out the water and hew him smaller. Tacka green cheese and break it in a mortar and tamper it up with iron. Do thereto butter, saffron and salt and raisins coranza and a little sugar with poudre douce and bake it in a trap and serve it forth. Okay, so that is the basic recipe. Let me just take a look at the comments. Jim, welcome. Thank you for joining us today. Lovely to see you. Let me see. Is it on rice paper? What's it on? Oh, good question. Okay, so the form of curry on which this recipe is presented, in this era, almost all things are being written in Europe on vellum. Sheepskin or goatskin or calfskin vellum. Vellum is the skin of any of those animals that's been stretched and dried and scraped and prepared in a very specific way so that it becomes very thin and it's very durable. Vellum is a fantastic way to keep records because it doesn't disintegrate. Yeah, so paper in this era, they are manufacturing paper in Europe, and paper is made from rag paper in Europe. So it's linen usually. But paper is not yet the most common. It's not yet the most common, but it's about to get a lot more common with the printing press, and as they enhance their paper making techniques. But yeah, in this era, most documents, most books are written on vellum. Great question. Let me see. Rosemary, thank you. I'm welcome. Thank you. Thank you for that compliment. We are cooking today for the upper crust, as it were. Yeah, we are working from, in fact, right now, the form of curry is apparently a cookbook that has compiled recipes from the court of Richard II, specifically of England. Indeed. Okay, so first thing, let's look at the recipe. Tart on Ember Day. So we have onions and we have to parboil them. Now, I only have access here to modern onions. Modern onions have thicker skins than medieval onions did. They've been specifically bred over the last 120 years or so to have thick skins because we are now growing them thousands of miles away from the place where they're being purchased. And so having thicker skins allows them to survive the transport process. So medieval, any of you who are doing dyeing with onion skins, medieval dyeing with onion skins, zero evidence of it from medieval sources. And that is in part because there weren't onion skins like there are now. Most onions were usually more like we would recognize looking as leeks or green or spring onions. There were some cultivars of onions that did have bulb-shaped bottoms, but they just didn't develop these thick skins like this. And they weren't yellow, generally. I think I've seen one depiction of a yellow onion in a Taquinem sanitatis. I don't remember if that's an accurate depiction, if the artist wasn't taking liberties or not. But again, this brings me back to my point that our modern cultivars are going to be different than our medieval ones. Yep. Okay, I'm just going to give this a rinse. I don't have any of my medieval towels here somehow. Someone didn't bring me medieval towels. Okay. It's okay. It's fine. Wonderwall. Okay, so it says, take and parboil onions. Take and parboil onions, right? So parboiling is a very common technique in a medieval kitchen. And it is used for many reasons. And some of them wouldn't apply mostly in the modern world, although maybe they should. One of the reasons that almost all vegetables are parboiled, meat too, by the way.
Those Peruvian towels like a towel.
Yeah, that's right. Yay, Peruvian towel. Medieval replica towels for the win. Love these things. They're even called Peruvian towels in 15th century English inventories, believe it or not. Right, but they're woven in Perugia in Italy, starting in about the 13th century going forward. Anyway, the onions, vegetables were parboiled in part to soften them, to make the rest of the cooking process easier. But I have a suspicion that they were parboiled because people understood cause and effect, even if they didn't understand germ theory. One of the primary fertilizers in the medieval world was fecal matter from all kinds of animals, human as well, night soil. And I'm confident that people noticed that vegetables that were not parboiled led to unfortunate consequences versus vegetables that were parboiled leading to pleasant digestive consequences. So parboiling had the effect of sanitizing, of autoclaving your vegetables, but also had the effect of softening them up and allowing you to do the next thing to them. In this case, we're going to press out the water. It is way easier to squeeze the water out of onions that have been parboiled than it is out of raw onions. Now, there are recipes, more modern recipes. I'm thinking Turkish kebab recipes where you actually grate the onion and then you squeeze the liquid out of, you squeeze the juice out of the onion that way. I have not found any real common evidence of graters being used in 15th century kitchens, 14th or 14th century kitchens, definitely not, even in the 15th century. So it seems that that was not yet being applied to graters, were not yet in really use for things like onions. Instead, they parboiled them and then you squeeze out the water. And it doesn't say anything about peeling it, chopping it, we don't know. But because the medieval onions would not have had this papery, thick outer layer like this, I'm going to go ahead and remove that out the get-go. Right? And it's going to be easier, no matter what, it will be easier to squeeze, and this is where we have to make this informed decision, right? It will be easier to squeeze the water out of a cut up onion than it will out of an onion that is not cut up. Also, to parboil it, the more of it that is exposed to the water, the more evenly it will be parboiled, right? So even though it doesn't say to chop it, I'm going to chop it roughly, right? Just into pieces like this. I'm trying to think, where is that more visible for you? Yeah. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and, ooh, there's some butter at the bottom of this. Well, we can't have that go to waste. I'm just going to take my rubber scraper and I'm going to eat the butter. That was still at the bottom of the clay pot when we melted the butter and water for making the fair paste earlier. It's a sin to waste Kerrygold butter. Everyone, ooh, did we tag Kerrygold butter? We should tag Kerrygold butter.
It's all out of stock on every vendor that's selling it on there.
Of course it is.
I did try that one.
Of course it is. Kerrygold butter is proof that God loves us. And Kerrygold butter is what made me realize that I do, in fact, love butter. I just don't like waxy, flavorless butter from very unhappy cows. I like butter from super happy Irish cows.
Did diluted urine okay?
Okay. My cat won't let me get up. Yeah, that's pretty common. Green onions are far more mild, but we know that. Yep. So they had white onions and they had yellow. They did have yellow onions. I don't remember if I've seen evidence of green onions. Not green onions, of course green onions, sorry, red onions. Obviously there's evidence of green onions. There's lots of visual evidence of green onions from the Middle Ages. Okay, I'm just going to put my pot on this clay pot on the stove. Right, like that. And we're just gonna bring that to a boil so that we can parboil our onions. Right, okay, so to our recipe. What can we prepare in the meanwhile while our water is being brought to a boil? So it also says says taka and perboila, onions, and herbs. So herbs. Doesn't say what herbs. The herbs, if you're going to parboil them, they're probably supposed to be fresh. Again, the parboiling process is as much about cleaning them, autoclaving them as anything. So you should always take what's in season, right? And there's some herbs that will actually grow through the winter depending on how cold it is. Parsley. I have lived in places where parsley just keeps going in the winter, even if it's a little cold. So we do have parsley. Yes. Here we have the parsley. And there's two parts to parsley. And yes, this is curly leaf parsley. I can't get flat leaf parsley here. I don't necessarily have evidence of curly leaf parsley existing in the Middle Ages, but this is what I can get where I am in South Korea, right? So there's two parts, basic parts to your parsley. There's the leafy part and there's the stemmy part. And unfortunately, as much as I hate not consuming the whole thing, this part, these thick stems, they're woody and they're chewy and they're stringy and they're not very, and they get kind of slimy, especially if you parboil them. So we're definitely not going to be using all of that, because this is, we're not just, if I were just using this parsley to make a green food coloring, which they absolutely did all the time in the Middle Ages, then I would use all of the parsley because all that green is good food coloring. But we're going to be eating this parsley and I don't want slimy, stringy in my tart. So I'm just going to cut off the woody parts of the stems. And what I do with this is I have a discard bowl, a vegetable discard bowl in my freezer, and I put these bits in, and I will use those for making stock, for making bone broth, right? So that's what I do with it. I don't throw these away because I hate throwing anything away. Yeah, but Patrick Speedling, thank you. Sherry Stone, appreciate that. Thank you for your generosity. Really appreciate this. Yeah.
Other medieval cookware. Do we? She's not here.
Yeah. Okay. Diluted urine. Okay. Jim, I'll need more context for the diluted urine question. I don't know in what, yes, in many cases, diluted urine will be fine. But I need more context for that question or comment. Do I have a cauldron or other medieval cookware? I do. I have an entire medieval 15th century kitchen setup, but it's not here with me. So what I have access to here, I have some pieces of equipment that simulate medieval equipment. Mortar and pestle, check. Knife and cutting board, very much like their medieval forebears, these ones are. And I've got clay pots that I cook with here. But yeah, I have absolutely made feasts over entirely a fire, an outdoor fire with nothing but medieval equipment. I've done it, I can do it, I just don't have that with me right now. So we're working with a modified setup, semi-modern, semi-medieval is what I would call it. Okay. But here's the other thing we have to stop and think about, right? We have, this recipe says, take and parboil onions and herbs. Doesn't say how many. I'm gonna go with one onion. And because I know in these tarts in general, the herbs are a great source of micronutrients and they're a weed. They grow everywhere, right? So, and medieval people liked strong flavors. So this isn't going to be just a little bit of parsley thrown over like some kind of cute garnish. No, no, no. This should be a real part of this dish. And so we're gonna take a bunch of parsley, like basically a handful. And we're going with parsley because that's what is currently in season and what I can get a hold of, but there's a lot of herbs that were used in a medieval kitchen that are not really used so much anymore in modern kitchens. You can't even buy them in most grocery stores. Sorrel, purslane, rue, savory, trying to think of other, so many, burnage, so many green leafy things that we just don't use anymore that would have been part of a medieval kitchen. There's a recipe in one of these 15th century cooking compilations that's an erbolata, an herb tart. And the recipe calls for like 14 different kinds of herbs if you have them. And I'm like, I can't even think of 14 kinds of herbs offhand that are available in the West. So, okay, so I'm just giving this a rough chop. And again, we're going to toss it in the water for the parboiling. So we've got one onion and about a handful of parsley. And they also had at our, here in Daegu, South Korea, where we currently are. These are radish greens. Radish sprouts, not radish greens. These are radish sprouts. And I think this is probably, I'm not certain if this would count as an herbis. Probably not. No, I'm not going to, we'll put that in some salad or something. I have not seen,
Sure.
no, it was worth getting. Yeah, we'll put that in a salad. I don't have evidence of medieval people eating sprouts. And it seems kind of counterintuitive to eat sprouts when you want them to grow into the full vegetable.
Night soil is what he's referring to.
Oh, night soil. Oh, urine, no. Urine, no. You do not put, no, you do not want to fertilize your garden with urine. No, the night soil is fecal matter. Night soil is fecal matter, specifically. Yeah. Let me see. I love purslane. My apartment had it growing in the yard. Oh, that's very cool, Rosemary. That's really neat. Yeah. Yeah. Generally, fertilize. So urine in the medieval world was the army Swiss knife of chemicals. Swiss knife of chemicals. It was used for so many things. They wouldn't have wasted it on fertilizer though, because urine was used for bleaching garments. It was used for removing stains from garments. It was used in tanning. It was used in dyeing. It was used in wool production in general. So not just the dyeing, but the actual spinning and weaving and cleaning of the wool. Urine was used to remove fermented urine, specifically in all these cases, by the way. Fermented urine was used to degrease, to remove the lanolin from the wool so that it, it would actually be softer. So yeah. Urine was probably not used to fertilize plants because it was too useful in many other applications. Whereas the fecal matter was not necessarily as universally useful in so many other applications. That being said, horse manure was used in wattle and daub, specifically in the daub, and was also used often in the daub mixture that would then be used to make ovens, interestingly. Okay, let's see what we've got going on here. Oh yes, we've got a nice boil here. Do you see my scenic cabbages in the background there?
Cabbages.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and we're just going to pop this into this simmering water. We're going to put them all in together because it says take onions und Erbes und press, yeah, parboil onions and Erbes, right? So we're just gonna put it all in together.
I'm abandoning you to go save the world.
Okay, fine. Wait, already? Is it that late? Jeez. Oh goodness. Well, I hope you all enjoyed that lute practice. My condottiere is abandoning me to go play games. I just can't believe it.
I know.
So
somebody's got to save the world.
So parboiling, until what point, you may ask? Well, I'm going to say until the onions are soft because we want to squeeze the liquid out. It shouldn't take that long, right? This shouldn't really take long at all. You don't want to cook them until they're dead. And for squeezing the liquid out, I'm actually going to be using a cheesecloth for that. So now the cheesecloth is going to be dyed white. Well, whatever. We'll be using a cheesecloth for that. Okay, let me just check the comments. Let me see. We have some herbs and pot herbs that grow all over the place here. Plantain, wood clover, dandelion, pea flower, occasional wood sorrel. Nice. I have no construction, your comments. Oh, the alert was probably a bad air quality, either an air quality warning or an Ember alert. Yeah, we get those kinds of alerts all the time here in South Korea. It loses its meaning because it happens so often. That's a problem, actually. Why are you living in Korea? Technically, we're here as tourists, but we were here originally with the U.S. military, and we just fell in love with it. We love it here. We love how peaceful it is, how quiet it is, how beautiful it is, the infrastructure, how easy it is to travel everywhere without a car, high-speed rail, affordable, buses, taxis are affordable, food is affordable, regular access to fresh groceries. I really like the people. I have a lot of Korean friends. I very much enjoy Korean history and culture and Korean cuisine. Korea is very well connected in Asia. I can go anywhere basically in the world from here pretty easily. And I'm also doing a research project into historical Korean clothing. So lots of reasons why we're in Korea. But technically, we're not living here. Technically, we are tourists here. I'd just like to put that out there so everyone's clear on that. We're hoping to be living here at some point, but not yet. Okay, so I'm just going to give this pot a little stir. And again, the herbs are not being parboiled because, they need to be cooked so much, as it definitely was a sanitation process. Even though they didn't understand germ theory, they understood that if you didn't do this, bad things could happen. In the case of the onions, not only are we parboiling them, we want to remove that excess liquid, because if you don't do this stage, especially with the onions, and this is a clay pot. The thing about clay pots is once they're hot, you can take them off heat and they'll keep cooking for quite a while. If you don't do this squeezing out process with your onions, and this is true of a quiche, if you're making modern quiche, you want to remove the excess liquid from your vegetables. If you don't, the consistency of your quiche is going to be disgusting. It will be sloppy, it will be weepy, it will not have a nice, creamy, smooth texture. No, and that's what's a little bit sophisticated about this recipe for a tart on Ember Day, is that it tells us to squeeze out that liquid. So it's acknowledging that if you want a nice tart, a nice, what we would call a quiche, with a good consistency, you need to remove that excess liquid. How is the joggery going? It's going pretty well. Question, have you had a hard time with the language barrier? No. I speak Korean like a 4-year-old, and I can read and write in Korean just fine. But honestly, the translation apps are really efficient. A lot of Koreans speak English, and in Daegu in particular, they are very welcoming to foreigners, at least to me and my husband. Everywhere we go, people smile at us, they engage with us. Even if they don't speak great English, they try to speak the little English they do. They're excited at the chance to do so. No, language has not been a barrier. But like I said, I can read and write Korean. I can speak Korean like a 4-year-old. I have a decent listening comprehension, and I can read and write, which is very important. Yeah. Let's see, other questions. I also had lamb's ear growing in the yard too. Oh, nice, lamb's ear. As Jim says, you can eat most weeds, just like you can eat just about anything that comes out of the freshwater rivers, ponds, and lakes. Yep, there are many, many weeds that you can really just eat. And in Korea, they're still eating them. You can actually buy dried mountain herbs for eating in Costco here. 100%. Okay, so let me just check our onions. Yeah, I'm going to give it a little bit more. I want them a little bit softer for squeezing out that water. A little bit softer for squeezing out the water. And so that's something you should note about these medieval recipes. Remember I said they don't give you all the steps? So it says, take and parboil onions and herbes, press out the water, hew them small, right? So hypothetically, here's my thought about the onions, now that I'm thinking about it extra hard and really thinking about it with you. Like, I've made this recipe dozens of times. Didn't occur to me until just now this. The onions, plural, and the fact that you parboil them and then hew them small. This is probably green onions. And onions, plural, because they're green onions, so they're small. They're smallish, like compared to this, they're small. And so you can parboil them, therefore whole, and then you can hew them small. But you'll notice there's no instructions for peeling, and that's the other reason that using onion skins to dye is not a medieval practice. They didn't have onion skins to dye. And it's this question of, you can't prove a negative, but I can prove a positive. And the positive is, I have seen no medieval instructions for using onion skins to dye anything. I have found no reports or analyses of textiles that indicate that they were dyed with onions. So that's why, and because combine that with the botanical reality that medieval onions just didn't have these yellow skins like this. They didn't have these thick skins. It means that it's 99.9% unlikely that people used onions to dye with her. And it's 99.9% unlikely that people used onion skins to dye things in the Middle Ages. It's a folk craft now because, yeah, we've got lots of onion skins, but that doesn't mean it was an actually authentic medieval technique to dye textiles. Odd question, was there a European variant of something like egg drop soup? Yes, there was. A stracciatella, it's called stracciatella in the 15th century Italian sources. Yeah, absolutely. Where you just basically drop it, you actually stream an egg through a sieve and over the broth, and the egg basically goes into it. Yep, there absolutely was a 15th century Italian version of egg drop soup. 100%. Not an odd question. Great question. And the first time I came across the recipe, I thought to myself, oh, there's a medieval version of egg drop soup. How interesting. Yep. Let me see. I saw a video on wool felting. They made a great pair of boots. It was very cool. You were the second person I thought of that came to mind. Oh, thank you. Yeah, Jim. Yeah, felting is a very interesting process, right? Felting. So there's a difference between felting and fulling. Felting is where you take basically wool fibers, in this case, wool fibers anyway. You take wool fibers, not spun, not woven. It's been carded, it's been cleaned, but it's basically just wool fibers and wool roving. And you then, through the application of water and you can dry felt too, but usually it's done wet. It's wet felting. Through the process of layering those, you layer the fibers over top of each other, sort of in this crossing pattern like this. So one layer goes this way, the next layer goes this way, and on and on and on, and as thick as you want to make it. And then through agitation, you actually cause those fibers to interlock. The more you agitate it, the more they interlock, the tighter it gets, until you make a sheet of felted wool. That is felted wool. Fulled wool is when the wool has been processed and woven into fabric. And then through the walking mill, originally just in a bucket with people's feet, but by the later Middle Ages, they've developed the walking mill, or they've developed a fulling mill, not a walking mill, a fulling mill, where water, driven by water usually, there are hammers that actually just hammer the crap out of the wool, causing the woven fibers of the wool to interlock more and more tightly and tightly until the weave itself vanishes. And you just have this amazing, smooth, silky length of wool. That is fulled wool. That's where the name fuller comes from, which is different from felted wool. A fuller was a person whose profession it was, the only thing they did was fulling lengths of wool, because the fabric production process in the Middle Ages was extremely specialized. Each stage of production was handled by a different professional. There wasn't just one person doing everything from beginning to end. There were professionals who specialized in each stage of production, which is not to say that, in remote, isolated places, there weren't people, there were absolutely men and women who would do the wool more or less from beginning to end, homespuns, for instance. But at the level of the middle and upper classes of society, wool that was produced for those markets was the product of extreme specialization. Okay, comments. Autocorrect added it to the sense randomly. Yeah. The universe mysteries like socks getting lost in the dryer, 100%. Do I only do medieval cooking or other things like making clothes and such? Oh, I do everything. I enjoy creativity across all of history and all the cultures, not just medieval. It's just that this channel focuses on medieval. But I do it all. I dance, I cook, I do all kinds of textile arts. I make all these clothes. I design them and research them myself. I do finger loop braiding, I do weaving, I do dyeing, I do painting. I do it all. The whole picture. I enjoy all of the things, all of the nice, pretty, not destructive things from the medieval period, all the forms of creativity. Yep, I do it all. And this channel has a lot of different things on it. I've got a lot of different tutorials and a wide array of medieval hand skills, lots of tutorials on actual authentic medieval dance recreated from original 15th century dance manuals, getting dressed videos. Yeah, I do it all, not just cooking. Absolutely not just cooking. Okay, so our onions are now parboiled, and I'm going to go ahead and drain them off. Okay, so the water. If I had a garden, and I don't even have a yard. I'm in the middle of a 4 million person city. It is a concrete. Where I am right now, it's just asphalt and concrete basically everywhere. But if I had a yard, I would drain this very nutrient-rich water into a bowl. I would let it cool, and then I would feed it to my plants. That's what I would do. But I don't have any of that, and I don't really have the space to store that kind of thing because we're in a tiny storage apartment right now. So I'm going to just do something that really breaks my heart. I'm going to drain the water out. And I'm using a modern sieve. They had medieval colanders. Colanders were either made out of metal that had been basically beaten into a bowl with holes poked in the bottom, or colanders were also made out of ceramics. There are lots of ceramic colanders that have survived. Sieves were usually made from horsehair. So it would be a wooden frame, and then the sieve itself would actually be a fine horsehair canvas or a horsehair weave. I've got a giant, let me see if I can grab it. I actually have a sieve here. So I think it's, yeah, okay. Right. Would look something like this. This is actually a Korean one. This one is not horsehair though, it's metal. I need to get a horsehair one. This one's metal. But it would still look similar to this, right? This one has not been washed in a long time, so I'm definitely not going to strain my herbs through that. So we're just going to use the modern sieve for draining out the liquid, but they had colanders that were either basically, like I said, metal bowls with holes poked in the bottom or made of ceramics. And for sieves, they had wooden frames with horsehair bottoms in them. Okay, so I'm just going to pop over here to the sink. If you are cooking with clay cookware, whether it's clay cookware from the Middle Ages or reproduced based on medieval originals or modern clay cookware, you cannot just grab the handles of the pot. These handles are hot, so you must use heating pads. What would hot pads in the Middle Ages have consisted of? Probably felted wool. Having just finished talking about felting wool, they probably consisted of felted wool. And wool is very good at insulating against heat. So they probably did consist of felted wool. Oh, wow, it really hurt to dump all that liquid out. My heart hurts. Okay, but now what I should have done, I was talking to you and I got distracted again. I should have put this in the bottom of the sieve and then I could have just directly strained things out, but we didn't do that. So now we're going to just dump this little pile of vegetables onto what is normally my cheesecloth, actually. Okay. Dump that out. Take up the 4 corners. And then I will put this into a bowl. And it's still hot, so be careful. Also the steam. So yeah, just be careful. Sorry about that. Just be careful that you don't burn yourself. This is actually still a little too hot, so I'm just going to set that off to the side for now. But even just that little bit of squeezing, and that's how much water came out, right? I'm going to set that aside to cool, and we're going to look at the rest of the recipe while that cools down a little bit. I'm going to check the comments. Let's see. Wool, we obtained them in Mongolia. Yeah, we've got them somewhere. God knows where. Okay, back to our tart on Ember Day. So while our parboiled onions and arabis cool enough for me to give them a good squeeze without burning myself, we'll get to the rest of the recipe and talk about it. Okay, taka green cheese and bray it in a mortar. Okay, green cheese. Green cheese does not necessarily mean, and probably doesn't mean like blue cheese green cheese. It doesn't mean gorgonzola. Some people say that green cheese equals an aged cheese. Some people say it equals a fresh cheese. The fact that we're braying it in a mortar, to bray something in a mortar means to grind it in a mortar. The fact that we're doing that tells me that it's more of an aged cheese, because cream cheese doesn't really need to be brayed in a mortar, right? A fresh cheese really doesn't. So we're going to go with something a bit more mild. This is something I had in my fridge. This is a mozzarella. There was cheese like mozzarella in medieval Italy. I don't know if they had a similar cheese in medieval England. They did not have cheddar in medieval England. I hate to burst all of your bubbles. They didn't have cheddar in medieval England. Cheddar is actually invented. The process that makes cheddar cheese possible was invented in the 18th century. They did not have something like cheddar cheese in England, not with all of those properties. So cheddar cheese is actually not a medieval cheese. So sorry. I know that breaks a lot of your hearts, but there it is. That's the reality that we're working with. So Instead, we're going to be using this mozzarella cheese because it's a mild cheese. It doesn't require a terribly, sophisticated bit of, science that was only invented a couple of hundred years ago to make. And I happen to have some in my fridge, so we're just going to use this. Would this have been the cheese that would have been used in this 15th century English recipe? We don't know. I have found this source from the 15th century, a journal of cheese, a cheese travel vlog written in the 15th century about cheeses in Italy, France, Germany, and England. I haven't gotten the parts about the English cheeses yet. The interesting thing about this cheese manual, the interesting thing about, sorry, something weird happened on my chat screen over here. The interesting thing about this cheese manual is that it describes the color, the texture, the flavor, and in some cases, the way it's produced. So that's as close as we can get to understanding how medieval cheeses, 15th century cheeses actually were without traveling back in time. And, you can't assume that just because something is called brie in the 15th century is going to be the same as brie now. But the description of brie in this manual, it's this Italian courtier who's sent off by the Duke of Savoy to go on this cheese adventure. He actually describes brie that if you had not told me that it was called brie and I had just heard or read the description, I would have said that sounds like brie. And lo, it is brie. So there are some things that do stay the same, but you just can't assume that something with the same name is the same thing across the centuries. So it might be, but it also might not be. So we're going to go with cheddar today. Again, it might not be the right kind of cheese. A Wensleydale might be a more likely option. I say might be because I haven't been able to trace back the actual history of Wensleydale. It is really hard to do historical cheese research. It is really hard. I don't currently have access to a library with the kind of resources that would allow me to do really deep research on that kind of esoteric topic. And there's a lot of garbage information out there on the internet. So it is hard to do cheese research to actually trace back the real origins of these cheeses. And there's a lot of modern interest in there's a Gouda lobby. Basically, there's a Gouda industry lobby whose sole goal is it's run by the Gouda cheese makers, and they want their cheese to be the most dominant and purchased cheese on the market. And so part of their goal is to give their cheese a lineage that is ancient. And so you might find, Gouda dates back to the 12th century, but then you start digging a little further and you're like, no, there's a cheese market in Gouda, but Gouda was not known for making the cheese. The market was where people from other parts of the Flanders came, the Netherlands, the Low Countries came to vend cheeses. The production of Gouda doesn't seem to start until the 17th century. So it can be very hard to trace the actual origins of cheese. There's a lot of garbage information out there, and AI is not helping. I'm not going to get on an AI rant right now, but fuck AI, fuck it hard. AI searches can go to hell. Stop using AI to do your internet searches. Stop using AI to make art. It is horrible on so many levels. Rant off. Back to cheese. So we're just going to use this. We're going to braid in a mortar. You're going to actually get to see what happens when you grind cheese in a mortar. This is a stretchy cheese, so it's going to be very interesting. But again, we're left with a decision. Well, how much cheese? It doesn't say. There's no indication. It just says, take green cheese and braid in a mortar. By the way, there is at least one version of this recipe in another manuscript where bread is recommended instead of the cheese. Bread is clearly acting as a binder and thickener, just like the cheese is clearly acting as a binder and thickener. We don't know. I love cheese. I love cheese a lot. So we're going to do a lot of cheese here. And the number of eggs that goes into this is also unknown, basically. Yeah, welcome to the world of medieval recipe interpretation. And I realized I asked for more butter and then didn't actually get it out. So I'm getting out more butter right now. Kerrygold for the win? No, this channel is not sponsored by Kerrygold. This channel should be sponsored by Kerrygold because I eat Kerrygold like a vegetable, like a food group. Okay, so I'm just going to put, I don't know, this started off as a pound. This is probably half a pound. I should probably weigh this and see how much it is. This is a modern digital scale. Medieval kitchens absolutely had scales. They absolutely had scales. Medieval scales are they're balanced scales, but they're very sophisticated. Butchers use them. You can actually see them in depictions in market scenes where someone is selling something that is being sold by the weight. So there absolutely were kitchen scales in the medieval period, or kitchen scales, balance scales that would have also been in kitchens as well. So, that would be something I'd love to add to my kitchen. My medieval setup actually is a replica of a 15th century balance scale. If any of you are interested in making a replica of a 15th century balance scale, which would have been made out of metal, please reach out to me. That would be a project I would be happy to support. Okay, so I'm just going to put this cheese in here and see how much this actually comes to. Maybe make a note of the quantity here. Let's see. This looks like it's about, I haven't eaten yet today, sorry. 270 grams of cheese. I'll go with that. Would that have been the amount that was actually used in this recipe in the Middle Ages? I can't tell you because none of the recipes, the versions of Tart on Ember Day that we found, had that much cheese. And you can't necessarily look at other cheese and egg pies and say, well, there's this much cheese in this one recipe that actually has weight, so that must be the amount. You just never know. We'd have to actually travel back in time. And that's one of the things I would do if I could travel back in time. I wouldn't travel back myself. I would like a window. That would allow me to observe, and like maybe with a level 4 hazmat suit, I could then go in and maybe take covert measurements myself. But yeah, I'm not particularly excited about traveling back to any era before antibiotics. So, okay. Now, when you are using a mortar and pestle and you are using, oh gosh, I've got flour all over me. No one said you've got flour on your curdle, Contessa. Darn it, I meant to put an apron on. Let me go get an apron. Okay, yes. So, right. Interestingly, in kitchen scenes, when we see people cooking in kitchens, they do not have full-length aprons on. They only have waist aprons on. And I think that's just because they knew not to get crap all over their upper torsos, but also because the cooking methods and the way that they cooked probably didn't result in lots of spatter from the waist up. Okay, well now, there we go. Looking better. So when you were preparing food in a mortar and pestle, you need to actually cut it into smaller pieces first, right? So that is why the smaller you cut it before you put it in the mortar, the better, the much better. So yes, the mortar is kind of like the final processing stage, but the knife, especially for other ingredients like ginger and garlic and that sort of thing, the knife works hand in hand. The knife complements your mortar and pestle, right? They work together. They are the ultimate food processing duo in a medieval kitchen. Okay, let me look at the... have I tried Hokkaido dairy? Yes. Of course I've tried Hokkaido dairy. I love Hokkaido yogurt. OMG, so tasty. Yep, love Hokkaido dairy. Oh God, okay. American cheese, so-called American cheese, the individually wrapped Kraft singles, that's not cheese. It's not even allowed to be called cheese legally in the United States. It has to be called processed cheese product or something like that. It's super gross and it has vegetable oil in it. Blah, 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 blah. I would not want an Outlander type travel experience. Ooh, I might want to break this down. Got tearing, and it turns out that there's a lot of cheese in here. So I have, as I said, my mortar is much smaller than a medieval mortar would be, so I'm going to have to do this in batches. No, I would not want an Outlander type experience. She does not get into nearly the amount of trouble she really probably would have. So yeah, nope. Nope, I don't want that. Only unless I can be guaranteed safe passage, safe recovery, that no harm will come to me during the experience. No, I do not want that. I am too educated about the past to want that. It's 6 a.m. Oh, guten Morgen. Willkommen. It's 6 a.m. in Germany. What time is it? Am I still based in South Korea? I am still currently in South Korea. So it is 2 p.m. It is 2 p.m. my time. Lovely to see you again. Thank you for joining us. Rosemary, sleep well. Appreciate that. I tried plain Hokkaido ice cream in Nara, Japan a few years ago. I still dream of it. Yeah, Hokkaido dairy. Those are some happy cows. Those are definitely some happy cows. So we're going to bray this in the mortar. Now, mozzarella cheese is a bit of a challenge because it's, it's stretchy by nature. So if you use a different kind of cheese, like say Wensleydale, as I was kind of suggesting, as maybe a good English alternative, although I can't get Wensleydale here. I am limited in my cheese selection options here. Wensleydale would bray much more neatly in a mortar than this. This is turning more into like a dough, but I knew it was going to do that. It's mozzarella cheese, right? I knew that was going to happen, and that's fine. That's fine. Something like a Wensleydale is more likely to crumble. I'm actually going to possibly look into just making my own farmer's cheese, because that would be a pretty good universal alternative for a lot of these recipes where I need a more mild cheese that doesn't have a lot of distinctive flavor. Okay. By the way, if you work a lot with a mortar and pestle, you will develop amazing definition in your forearms. I have fantastic forearm definition. I know you can't see, but I do. I have sexy forearm definition. Bet you never thought you would ever hear anyone talk about their forearms that way. Okay, question. What metals would be used in medieval cookware? Good question. Iron, brass, bronze, pewter, sometimes, although less pewter because it doesn't actually pewter cookware. No, pewter for actual cooking. I don't know about pewter pots. Pewter cooking implements, possibly. God knows eating implements are made of pewter. This spoon is pewter. Original pewter contains lead. That one does not. But for the most part, metals would have been iron, brass, or bronze. Copper also. Yeah, definitely copper. Copper is also heavily used. Copper pots were heavily used in the dyeing industry because the copper ions actually form a key part of the dyeing process of helping colors get their richness and mortating the dye stuffs actually onto the fibers. Okay. Yeah, great question. No, the cookware was stoneware, not so much, although it depends on what you mean by stoneware. Ceramic pots were also really big. Ceramic pots were huge. Yeah, so using clay pots like this is a pretty good approximation of medieval cookware. And ceramic pots in the medieval kitchen, in the medieval home, ceramics in general, not the really fancy ones, but sort of the more plain workaday ones, they were viewed as being disposable. It was understood that they were eventually going to break and you were going to buy new ones. They weren't expensive. Pottery was not a very expensive item. Ceramics were not very expensive in most parts of the Middle Ages relative to, say, metal cookware. Metal cookware was definitely the purview of the upper levels. I'm not talking about maiolica or faience. I'm not talking about the really fine white ceramics that you see in the Mediterranean. I'm talking about, the redwares, for instance. Lot of clay pots. I have a bunch of medieval clay cooking pots. Not here though. Not here. Here, back in storage in the US. Okay, so here is bundle 1 of our cheese mush. I do love cheese. Cheese is life. Does anyone else have a what I refer to as a cheese suitcase when they travel places that are cheese producing countries? I nearly always make sure if I'm going someplace in Europe, I always make sure that I have a suitcase that is devoted to just bringing cheese back from that place. When we went on our cruise back in October to Greece and Turkey and the Mediterranean, Everywhere we went, we bought a wheel of cheese from that place. We bought a bunch in Greece because in Athens there was a cheese fair happening near the temple to Olympian Zeus. There was a cheese fair happening, and it was local cheese manufacturers were selling their own wares. And I can't say no to that kind of action. Absolutely not. I still have some of the cheese in the fridge. Actually, I've been parceling it out a little bit every day on top of salads and whatnot. Let me see. Were personal in-home kitchens common for everyone? In the Middle Ages, a personal in-home cooking space was common, but not a kitchen, not a separate space. There was in most... Caveat, the Middle Ages is not a monolith. Europe was not a monolith in the Middle Ages either. But in general, your average person would have had a more or less single room dwelling. Maybe there might be a separate bedchamber, but for the most part, the living area encompassed a spot for cooking and food preparation, and a spot for dining, and a spot for leisure or working on, household things together. There was not, most people didn't have a kitchen as such. They had a place where they stayed storage areas that were separate from the living area, but the living area usually incorporated a hearth that was the kitchen, right? In castles, it's a whole different ball of wax, right? If you go into the upper crust homes, then you get separate kitchens. Absolutely, 100%. Every aristocrat, especially by the 15th century, all of their homes have very specialized rooms, right? There's absolutely kitchens as a separate space. In Italy too. And often in Italy, in medieval Italy, the kitchens were usually on the top floor. Why? Why would you want a kitchen on the top floor of your home? And remember, in Italy, most people were living in the cities anyway. They were living in high-rise tower homes that were sometimes 12 stories or taller, by the way. So why would you want to put your kitchen on the top of a 12-story building? Or the top of even a 6-story building in the case of the Palazzo Davanzati? Why in God's name would you want that? Fire. You would want it because of the fire risk. So if your kitchen catches on fire of your tower house, and it's on the bottom of your tower house, you can kiss your tower house goodbye. But if your kitchen is on the top of the tower house and it catches on fire, it's all good. You can, by the time you can successfully generally put that fire out before it destroys your entire home, right? So very often in medieval Italian tower houses, the kitchens were on the top or on the upper floors. But yeah, the average person, the bottom 99%, depending on where you are in Europe again, are not going to have a separate kitchen space. Also, the smoke traveling up is another reason. Yeah, smoke traveling up is one of the reasons you would want your kitchen on top, but it's also the fire hazard issue. Yeah, thank you, Patrick. 100% appreciate that sentiment. Fuck AI and fuck ChatGPT. Yep, we are in a dark age, my friends. The way that people rely on these AI searches to do their thinking for them is just absolutely alarming. Let me give you an example from today. I recently published this short video on medieval hair treatments that were basically perms, chemical ways to make your hair curl. And I was talking about not wanting to do that to my hair. I was looking for a cold mechanical way documented to the Middle Ages to make curls. I've since found one, but that's beside the point. The point is that someone said, well, just use sugar water and rags, like rag curls. And I'm like, well, that's a Victorian method. I have no documentation for that in the Middle Ages. Do you? And some smartass comes back and says, well, I just did a Google search, and there are literally thousands of articles that talk about how rag curls were used in the Middle Ages. Bitch, did you check any of those sources to see if any of them were actually medieval sources that claimed that? But also, did you read thousands of articles to know that that's what they say? Or did you just let ChatGPT tell you that there are thousands of articles that say that? But also, when do you think the Middle Ages ends? Because if you think it ends in the 19th century, you're very wrong, right? I'm just tired of people coming back, ignorant people coming back with this, well, ChatGPT told me. I don't give a shit what ChatGPT told you. That means you know nothing. That means you know less, and actually you probably know wrong information, which is worse than knowing no information. Ignorance is better than thinking you're right about something when you're wrong, in my opinion. Oh, sorry. Y'all have gotten me on a sensitive topic. I fear that people not having critical thinking skills anymore, and ChatGPT, and people being lazy and not actually bothering to learn or read anything. I fear for the future of our society. I really do. I'm not exaggerating. We are in a dark age, and it's about to get darker unless we halt it. Okay, so here is our, oh, I got missed some pieces. See, there's some pieces in here that maybe I want to be a little more paste-like. Okay. All right, this is why having that big, giant medieval mortar and pestle would be really great. Okay. It is interesting, though, how even this stretchy mozzarella cheese eventually sort of relinquishes a little bit, right? See, like that. You can cream. Who would have thought you can cream mozzarella cheese? Well, you can. You can do that. It is a thing you can do if you have the right mortar and pestle. Reptile says, I have no idea what the Middle Ages are. I would guess 1000 to 1400, which is a way better guess than ending in the 1800s. Yeah, so, okay, the term Middle Ages is a bit of a pet peeve of mine because it isn't specific, and there is historical eras don't have start and end times. It's not as though the ancient world ended in 476 AD at 7 a.m. and then at 7:01 a.m. it's the Middle Ages until 1500 at 7 a.m. and then at 1500, 7:01 a.m. it's now the modern era or the Renaissance or whatever. That's just not how history doesn't work like that. Human progress is a spectrum, up or down. It's generally gradual change with the exception of a few key events that can really turn shit upside down. But historical eras don't just start and end. And so the Middle Ages is this vaguely defined time between the ancient world and the modern era. That's the thing between which the Middle Ages fall. So your start and end times will vary depending on the historian to whom you talk. They'll vary between me. For me, the era between the ancient world basically to me ends when Christianity becomes the official religion practiced by the majority of people in the Roman Empire. To me, that's kind of the end of the ancient era, right? And then for me, the end of the Middle Ages, the start of the modern era is the Reformation. That for me, that's to me, right? Not every historian, many historians have different definitions. No matter what, the Victorian era is not part of it though. No matter how you calculate it, the Victorian era is not part of it whatsoever. Yeah. Just take a sip of water. No one, my valet did not leave me with a pot of tea. Okay, let's see. Unfortunately, AI will be part of everyone's life, kind of mandatory. Governments will use AI for many things and already are. Yeah, we are setting ourselves up for such big failure. We are setting ourselves up for catastrophic failure with AI. We need to come back from the precipice. A report was published recently on AI-induced psychosis. It's terrifying. Yeah, 100% it's terrifying. We need to stop this madness. We need to come back. We need to pull ourselves back from this precipice, or maybe out of the precipice at this point. Yep. Let me see. Okay. Okay, great. Right, back to our recipe. So, okay, I think I can squeeze out the rest of the excess liquid from this without burning myself. So this is our mixture to bring everyone up to speed. This is our mixture of onions and herbis. In this case, the herbis is really just parsley, but that's okay. I'm just going to give it a squeeze. And it just says, press out the water and hew them small. We don't know how dry it needs to be. What I do know from personal experience making hundreds of quiches over my life is that the less water that is in your vegetables, the better. And you can see that you can really just get a lot of liquid out, even just by squeezing it with your hand through the cloth, Right, this prevents using the cloth. Of course, you could just use your bare hands, but using the cloth really allows you to keep everything neat and makes the process much more efficient. And I'm definitely not throwing this liquid out. I will use this liquid in a marinade or make it into a sauce or something. I'm not throwing out all this precious squeezed liquid. And honestly, I don't think they would have in the Middle Ages. They probably would have just dumped this right into a pot of stock that was probably kind of always on the boil, because a good broth is such a key ingredient in so many recipes and in pottages, right, which would have been in making frumenty and making blancmange, right? So there's just so many things for which a good broth would have been needed. I would imagine that in a medieval kitchen, they would have definitely saved this squeezed out liquid and they would have gotten tossed in the stock pot, I suspect. I don't have any evidence of that directly offhand. Offhand, I don't have any direct primary source evidence saying, something along the lines of, and take the squeezed out veg juices and add them to your pot and it will be good, right? I don't have that evidence, but it just seems like a medieval circular economy approach to waste not, want not. So you'll notice just how much less that is now. Right? It's amazing how much liquid, vegetables contain. So, oh yeah, that smells nice. When it's sweet, it's the sweet onion, right? That's really tasty, actually. This is not getting thrown away. To hell with that. Okay, and then it says to hew them small. Well, I've kind of already squeezed them small. So they might actually, because I chopped them, before we even put them in the pot, I might not need to hew them small. But I'm going to go ahead and abide by what the instructions say. Going to make sure that we minimize the loss of herbis here. And thinking about it, actually, I'm now thinking I wish I had actually just added all of the herbis. Again, we don't know how prominent the herbs in this tart should be. I know that there are tarts like the one I mentioned earlier, erbolata, that is, it's herbs. There are green tart, and in the Italian sources, there's things called torte verde, right? Green torts, green pies, where indeed the primary feature should be the herbs, and they should be very green. This pie, this recipe says nothing about, that level of commitment to herbs. So, we're making a guess. If you were to make this recipe, you might decide you want more herbs than cheese, whereas I'm clearly focusing hard on the cheese here. Maybe if I make this again, which I will make it again, but if I make it again, it's not if, I will make it again. This is one of my signature dishes. If I make this again, I will maybe add more herbs in the next time, more quantity, more variety, especially depending on the season. Oh, other herbs that could possibly go in here, sage and rosemary and thyme are absolutely authentic medieval herbs and probably easier to obtain for most people than purslane or sorrel or rue. But it's, February, and those are not in season right now. And I don't have my own little garden here, sadly, but true. I could, I guess, have a little rooftop garden if I wanted in our little vacation apartment. I keep thinking about doing that. But even if I had a rooftop garden, nothing would be growing right now. Or things would just now finally start to be growing. Right, okay, so here is our hewn small. So hewing small, I'm going to interpret that. What is small? Small is relative. Medieval knives are actually pretty damned good. And I actually have a replica medieval kitchen knife from Todd Cutler. Not here, obviously. It's in storage back in the US. But I have it and I've used it and they're very good. And so it is very, very absolutely 100% possible to get a very fine mince with a medieval knife. No doubt about it. So it says hew it small. I'm going to take that at face value and I'm going to hew it nice and small because there's going to be a difference between an egg and cheese tart where, say, the onions in this case are chunky and present, versus one where they just become part of the silky background, a flavor and sweetness giving component rather than something that is prominent. And I think that's what we're going for here. We're going for something that's a little bit creamier, a little bit smoother. The onions, now that they've been parboiled, as you saw when I drank the juice, and I'm going to drink some of that juice again because it's that good, it's sweet because onions are full of natural sugars, and the thermal acceleration, i.e. cooking, converts a lot of the compounds in the onions into sugars that actually then also taste sweet. So it's a great way to enhance the flavor of a tart. Now you might be saying, well, why didn't they saute them and caramelize them? Because the equipment in this era, it would be much harder to caramelize onions, to therefore evaporate the water out and generate sweetness. They just don't have the kinds of frying pans that we have now. They had frying pans, but they weren't like the ones we have now. And it would be much harder to regulate that over a fire, and it would be much harder to stir them with the kind of regularity we need to do with the caramelization process. Parboiling is just going to be much faster and easier, and will still result in something that is sweet and has a soft melting texture. Wait, why are we looking at this? Okay, no, stop that. Okay, there we go. Okay, no, stop that. Why are we doing that? Sorry, the screen was doing something weird. Okay, so there we have, look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Really nice. And of course, having been parboiled together, oh yeah. So the parsley and the onion, the parsley, I can smell the flavor. And that maybe this is enough parsley, especially the parboiling has brought out the parsley flavor quite a bit. And the onions just kind of smell sweet. It's not, acrid or oniony. So this is great. Okay, we're going to set that aside then. We've got our cheese braid in the mortar. This is the next thing. So we take our green cheese. We have our hewn onions and herbes. We have braid our green cheese, and then it says temper it up with eieren. Temper it with eggs. Mix eggs in with it. So if you temper something with eggs, you add eggs to it in 15th century English. Now, I can't add any eggs into this. This will not go well. Now, here's the thing we have to think about with our eggs. One, the number of eggs, right? Got a lot of cheese, so we have to decide what our ratio of cheese to eggs should be. Two, temper it with eggs. Should the eggs be mixed first? We've already established that this recipe is not a clear, all-inclusive, detailed step-by-step set of instructions. It's more like a guideline. And in fact, that may have been what this manuscript was meant to be. When this was put together, it may have been a cook, the cook who maybe made those feasts that are described at the end. It might have been their resume. They might have prepared it to either gift it to a current employer, a current master, or a previous master, or more self-interestedly to a hopefully soon-to-be future master. As in, look at these amazing dishes that I can prepare to you, but also notice not all the details are here. You will have to hire me if you want this food. Here you go. I'm available as of next week, sir. Right? So that's what I think a lot of these really nice cooking manuscripts from the 14th and 15th century are. They were not meant to be a step-by-step how-to. They're meant to be here is kind of the basic idea, but I'm going to keep all the magic to myself, so you have to hire me. That's one of my working theories on why they don't have the kind of details we would expect. Whereas the 16th century cookbooks that are printed and aimed at middle class, at wives of the middling sort, they do have many more of those details, right? Because that's not a cookbook that's to get the writer hired. That's a cookbook that's supposed to bring the writer money by being purchased by as many people as possible. Big shift in the 16th century. The printing press really does change so much. It really does. There's no denying that. Okay, comments. Do you have any recipes for medieval beer, mead, other? I don't do brewing or venting or fermenting like that, so I do not, but I have lots of friends who do. I have lots of friends who do medieval beer, medieval mead, medieval wine, medieval spirits. I cannot help you there, though. That's not my area of expertise or even passing interest at all. Let me see. I asked about mushrooms as well, Uri. Could you add a non-herb like mushroom? There are tarts that have mushrooms in them. You could absolutely, if you wanted, you could add a mushroom to this. Mushrooms fall under the heading of Ember Day appropriate. They are, that's counts as a vegetable in this era. So yeah, that would be a legitimate addition in the sense of they had mushrooms, they ate them, there are tart recipes, there are pie recipes. There's a cheese and mushroom tart recipe actually. So yeah, you could. It's not, it's the creative part of creative medieval cooking, but it is absolutely feasible. Now, if you're going to ask me what kinds of mushrooms that they had, morels and chanterelles for certain, but I have not done an exhaustive research into mushrooms that would have been available in the 15th century, so I can't reasonably answer that at this moment. Let me see. If I put an egg in the ham soup and nuke it, let me see. If I put an egg in ham soup and nuke it, it's sort of like very watery quiche. Yeah, there's a ratio of liquid to eggs that will get you either a sort of thickened broth or an actual quiche. Like a quiche, what's the dividing line between a thickened soup and a quiche? Well, a quiche is baked. Number one, which I guess the microwave oven is baked. But two, it's a question of if you have to use a spoon because it's going to fall out of the spoon because it's that liquidy, it's not a quiche. If the point at which it becomes a quiche is probably the point at which it will not flow off of the spoon. I think that's the dividing line between a quiche and a soup, really. Yep. Let me see. Look at all the tasty things I could be making for you. Yep, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. Okay, so we now have to decide about our eggs. Again, the medieval eggs were probably the yolks were probably almost red because medieval chickens were not really, they were fed scraps from the humans if there were scraps. There were many scraps, but they were fed human scraps, but they mostly were expected to scrabble around for food. So they were eating grubs, they were eating mice, they were eating other kinds of rodents. Chickens are omnivores, and medieval chickens had a very, very diverse diet. And so it is likely that their yolks were like almost blood red from being nutrient dense. A lot of modern eggs are not, sadly, because most people are eating sad chicken eggs instead of happy chicken eggs. I have access to animal welfare eggs here in Korea that have a pretty happy looking yolk. So you can, and yes, you can feed your chicken stuff that makes the yolk look happy but not taste happy, but the yolks on these are creamy and taste happy. There's a difference. Okay, so how many eggs? How many eggs should we use? Given this quantity of onion parsley mixture and this much cheese, I'm going to say that you should probably have about at least a 1-to-1 ratio of volumetric ratio of cheese to egg. Otherwise, things get a little weird, right? Yeah. So I think we're probably going to go with maybe 5 eggs. We'll go with 4 eggs. Yeah, we'll go with 4 eggs. 1 onion, 4 eggs. Right, and this recipe calls for the whole egg. A lot of medieval pie recipes especially call for just, I had another bowl somewhere. Right. They call for just egg yolks, which leaves a lot of egg whites that would have to be used for something else. But this one actually calls for the whole eggs, so it's not wasteful. We don't have to worry about what to do with the whites afterwards. There are some recipes for white tarts, white pies that use only the egg whites though, and so I suspect that if a cook is planning to make a dish that's very egg yolk intensive, they might therefore also plan on that same day to make one of these white tarts, just to make sure that those egg whites get used. Okay, so let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and pre-mix these eggs. And this is where that stick divided in 4 twain at the end might come in. But you can, there's several recipes. Wow, that shell did not want to break. There are several recipes that actually actively call for beating the eggs with a spoon. So and I can tell you from personal experience that you absolutely can achieve creamy, frothy eggs with just a spoon. right? You don't need to have a whisk just to get a nice creamy, fully immersed, fully emulsified egg experience. Not immersed, emulsified. Definitely the word I was looking for. Let me see. Do I have, just checking through, random question since you mentioned roux. I know it was a common herb in medieval times. Did they know about the health impacts for pregnancy? Yes, they did. They did know that roux was an abortifacient. Absolutely. And it was often used that way, sometimes successfully. Medieval women had a variety of herbal contraceptive methods that some were effective, some weren't. Coming back to Hamlet, like we were last week, when Ophelia goes mad after Hamlet has spurned her very cruelly and then killed her father, murdered her father, when she goes mad, there's a scene where she goes through the court, Hamlet and his mother and his uncle, and she hands them out herbs, right? Herbs. And she's like, and here's some roux for you. And I forget exactly, I should have looked it up. I forget the exact quote. I didn't have to memorize that part of the play. I never performed that role or that part. So she hands out roux, and some scholars say that she's handing out roux because she has taken roux to eliminate a pregnancy caused by Hamlet. Yep, so they were absolutely aware of that. Pennyroyal also, they knew could be problematic for that as well. Yeah, what are we joining today? Or what are we making today? Just joined. Sopak, welcome. Thank you for joining us. We are making two things, although it may become one thing as my camera runs out of power to keep up the fight, as it were. We are making right now a tart on Ember Day, which is basically an egg, cheese, and onion tart that would have been suitable for a specific kind of fasting day on the medieval Christian calendar known as an Ember Day. We are in the process right now of mixing together 4 eggs into a nice slurry with just a wooden spoon. And I made a rookie mistake. I should definitely have used a much bigger bowl. Remember, everyone, cooking tip in any era, use a bigger pot or a bigger bowl than you think you're going to need. Then you have plenty of room to mix fully and to your heart's content without sloshing your components everywhere. Somehow I'm missing ketchup. Forgive me, please. Oh, no problem. It's almost women have wanted to make a choice for themselves since the beginning of time. Yeah, Asel, right? Crazy. It's like women want to control their own bodies and not be tied down into a situation that they don't wish. It's weird, right? So weird. Let me see. I'm in Southeast Minnesota. The best mushrooms that are found on wood to find in the fall are for certain hericiums, lion's mane, and bear's claw. Yeah, and that's the thing. Mushrooms can be very, very local. So the kinds of mushrooms that they may have had in Florence, for instance, are not necessarily going to be the same mushrooms in England. I'm not saying they're not. I'm just saying they not necessarily are, and we shouldn't make those assumptions either. And I am not a mycologist. I am not an expert in mushrooms. So I don't do very much with mushrooms in the medieval kitchen, not because I have avoided it. It's just not terribly common in these recipes. And I think that's because mushrooms were, not something that was generally consumed by the upper classes. They wanted the expensive ingredients. Mushrooms just kind of grow anywhere if it's wet and dark enough. So I expect that's why there aren't many recipes that have survived for mushrooms, because they didn't belong in this kitchen generally, in this level of society. Let me see. I arrived to beating an egg with a spoon. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's roux for you. There it is. Yes, you found it. There's roux for you. And here's some for me. We may call it herb of grace o' Sundays. You must wear your roux with a difference. Yeah, this haunting thing she says. Right. There's a lot of, when Ophelia goes mad, she basically reveals a whole lot about her life, her recent life. They would have oyster mushrooms in Europe and Western Asia. Yep, 100%. But I don't know if they grew everywhere in Europe in the 15th century, for instance. Okay, so here is our egg slurry. And now we are supposed to mix our cheese together with the egg slurry. So this is an interesting thing about this recipe, right? So even though it leaves a lot out, there's some very key step groupings together that are important to creating something that will have a more even consistency at the end of the day. And these are the kinds of things, this is the way I would combine these ingredients as well if I were making something modern, a modern quiche, for instance. So it says, take and parboil the onions, which we did, and herbs, which we did, press out the water, hew them small. We did that. And now they're all together, right? And now the herbs and the onions are well mixed together. Perfect. Great. So now that will be distributed evenly throughout the pie when we put it in, both herbs and onions in equal proportion throughout. Then take your cheese, bray it in a mortar, which we did. This is now mozzarella cheese paste, and temper it with eggs. And this is absolutely the way I would do a cheesecake. If I were doing a modern cheesecake, I would cream my cream cheese, and then I would add the eggs in, well, sugar if I'm going to add it, but then I would add the eggs into the cream cheese so that I can make sure that that's all thoroughly mixed up before adding big liquids to it. So this makes total sense that we want our cheese paste and our eggs to be mixed together thoroughly before we add anything else together to that, right? So that means that the egg and the cheese will be distributed evenly and you'll have a nice, smooth, even consistency throughout your tart. So it's very clear that this is not supposed to be an egg pie with cheese kind of in it, like a frittata. It's not supposed to be like that. I think it's really wants you to have something that is more cheesecake-like in consistency. Because otherwise, why would you bother braying your cheese? You could just cut it, right? You can cut your cheese up. You don't have to bray it to get it to be a paste like this. So normally in a medieval kitchen with a proper medieval-sized mortar and pestle, absolutely, this would have been, the eggs would be added to the cheese in the mortar, and you would probably use the mortar and the pestle to actually mix it all together. But my mortars are not big enough for that. So we're going to add it, I'm going to add it into the bowl here, and we're going to mix the egg and cheese together in this bowl so that, once again, the goal, I feel like, is to get a bigger bowl because I just finished talking about having a large enough bowl so that you have plenty of room to do the thing that you need to do. Look, I can learn from my own damned lessons. Oh, how fun is that? Again, I'm going to use a modern rubber scraper because I do not like the feeling of using my finger to get the excess out of these bowls, even though that is probably how they did it in the Middle Ages. If I were cooking actually in a medieval kitchen, I would have scullery servants and I would have them use their finger to scrape it out for me because I really don't like that texture. Right, and I can actually, here in this bowl, I can actually then use the mortar, or the pestle. I don't have to have a mortar. I can just use the bowl here. I'm going to mash this together so that it is as smooth a consistency as I can get. Okay, comments. What did people use for pain? Yeah, there's a lot of pain treatments. People were doing surgery and surviving cosmetic surgery in this era. Clove oil is a topical analgesic that they absolutely had. They had poppy juice also. And they acknowledged that if you took too much poppy juice, you would not wake up. There is one medical manual. It might be the Trotula, but don't hold me to that. There's one medical manual that talks about, that actually addresses what you will need to eliminate the pain in a patient undergoing surgery. And it actually says that about an hour, every hour throughout the surgery, slap your patient to make sure they don't sleep too deeply, because it was acknowledged that they could just slip into a coma because of the poppy juice. Yeah, so I think there were other anesthetics as well, not just poppy juice and clove oil. I'm not a medical expert, but that's just what I've read what I've learned by reading these health manuals. When in the search for hygiene, usually you come across all these other interesting details. And I've also read about firsthand accounts of surgeries from the Middle Ages. For instance, a very famous and horrifying one was Federico da Montefeltro, Federico Gonzago da Montefeltro, a great and puissant condottiero of the 15th century, a sort of knight prince mercenary, if you will. He in a joust, not even in the battlefield, in a joust of plaisance, a deed of arms, he accidentally takes a lance to the eye. And his surgeons they address it pretty immediately, and he says the eye's a goner. They remove the eye, and he says, well, I'm only going to have one eye, but I need to be able to see out both sides, on both sides of my body to survive, because this is 15th century Italy and there are always people coming for the powerful. And so he tells his surgeon right then and there, next to the list field, to remove the bridge of his nose so that he can see through to the other side with his one remaining good eye. And if you look for the portrait, look for Federico da Montefeltro, right? Look it up. Look at his portrait, and in profile, you will notice that his nose has this weird thing going on. That's because that's not an accident. His nose wasn't broken. He told his surgeon to remove the bridge of his nose. And he sat there, right? I read the account, the Chronicles account of this surgery. And of course, now whether this is true or not, but I suspect it was, he apparently sat there stoically through the whole thing. Awake. He wasn't asleep for it. He was awake for that. We also know that women had breast reductions in the Middle Ages because small breasts were the thing. Irony of ironies. Small breasts were the thing, were the aesthetically pleasing thing. There were minimizing bras, breast bags as they were called, in 14th and 15th century Germany, for instance. There were push-up breast bags also in Germany in the 14th and 15th century. And we know that there were surgeries that were undertaken to reduce the size of women's breasts. How scary is that in a pre-germ theory world? And they survived. They didn't die of infection. That's even more impressive. Ulrich von Liechtenstein. Who of you have seen A Knight's Tale? Have you seen A Knight's Tale? Well, The Knight's Tale, is supposedly about this Ulrich von Liechtenstein. Well, Ulrich von Liechtenstein was a real knight who really did the tournament circuit, but not in the 14th century. It was in the early 13th century. He's a real German knight and nobleman. And he writes an autobiography in service of ladies. You can actually read it. It's a fascinatingly horrifying read. And apparently the real Ulrich von Liechtenstein had a hair lip. He had a hair lip. And it apparently made him so ugly that the lady, in capital L, lady, that he falls in love with as a page serving in her household, he falls in love with her, in lust with her, whatever. He writes her and she says, basically, you're too ugly. You're too ugly. I'm sorry. And so he goes to a surgeon and has his hair lip fixed. His cleft palate. He has a cleft palate. He has it fixed so that he looks more normal in the early 13th century in what is now Germany. Yeah, that's hard. That's baller, right? And that's how you get Cylons. Wow, that's commitment to maintenance. Yeah, seriously. No kidding. Jesus, man. Okay, so check out just how creamy this is getting, right? Like, I bet I'm not certain. Did any of you expect it to turn out like this? I'm going to be honest, this is the first time. So one of the reasons I wanted to make this recipe with you all is because I wanted to come at it from a completely fresh perspective and really look at the original recipe with as clear in mind as possible and really think about what it's saying and about the medieval equipment, and try to come at it with fresh. And this is the first time I've made it with a mortar and pestle like this, and just look at that. It is what a very interesting texture. It's very thick, it's very creamy. There's only occasional little spots of the cheese still whole, but otherwise it's really emulsified with the egg. How fascinating is that? Yeah, medieval cosmetic surgery, not a new concept. Isn't that disturbing? Oh, goodness. Yeah, this is the kind of history that this is the way I wish history were taught in schools, because it would actually build buy-in, right? Not just the fucking battles and the fucking treaties and the list of kings and or the occasional queen, right? But daily life stuff. Like all of these things that people did that we still do that would connect us to the past, that would make history seem much more relevant. And then by making it seem more relevant, then maybe people will start learning its fucking lessons. Excuse my language. I'm sorry. We're getting into an emotional topic for me. If we could just stop making the same mistakes again and again and again, it would be great. But it would also just be nice if people understood history as story, as an interesting story, as our story, as the story of us and how we've come to be how we are now. And that would be so easy if we would just allow history to be taught, not just about great man history, but about small people history, about the food, about the clothing, about the weird cosmetic surgeries people in the Middle Ages decided it was okay to undertake despite no germ theory. Now, yes, there might not be germ theory, but medieval doctors knew about washing their hands, and they washed their hands a lot, which is why it's so weird that in the 18th century, by the 17th century, they're not washing their hands anymore. They're not. They've stopped. They've 17th century society in Europe has gone backwards in so many ways relative to the Middle Ages. It's weird. Right. And I haven't actually looked into why that happens. But medieval doctors, all the medieval manuals of health and all the manuals aimed at doctors and physicians and surgeons, all of them talk about washing regularly, about keeping your equipment clean, about washing your hands, about making sure your patient is clean, about creating a clean surgical field, right? They all talk about this. So we knew it at one point, and then somehow it gets lost. And by the 19th century, you've got doctors sticking their dirty fucking fingers into President Garfield's body, looking for a bullet that's on the other side of his torso. Right? It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's almost like history, among other subjects, are taught separately in schools rather than part of a universal education. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Instead of looking at all of these topics as part of a greater whole. It's like doctors who specialize in one part of the body and then forget about the other parts that might affect that part, right? That's soapbox. Transcranial surgery over 2,000 years. It was a real thing. Yeah, 100%. Tree panning was performed thousands of years, not 2,000 years ago. I mean, like we have skeletons from 6,000 years ago that show evidence of successful trepanation. Trepanation is a process by where you remove part of the skull, a little part, not a big part, a little part, generally to relieve pressure. So if someone had a concussion, it was known that one of the ways, and it was bad, it was known that it was from your brain swelling. They actually understood that, and they would actually remove a small part of the skull to allow the brain to expand, swell comfortably before finally going back to its normal size. And we know that people survive this surgery because the bone shows signs of lots of healing. You can always tell when a bone is healed, especially if it's been cut out, like the edges are no longer jagged and the bone has started knitting together to the point where it's almost closed in some cases. Yeah. We are not necessarily at the height of our technology and knowledge as a species. I'm not saying we aren't, but we not necessarily are just because we're the latest edition. Yep. Women used to pee in Versailles under the huge dresses. Yep, that is absolutely true. They would just pee and a puddle would just form on the floor. And also in the English royal court too. They were often afraid, actually, ladies in waiting especially, were afraid to ask for permission to leave the court. They were afraid that they would face consequences for having to leave the presence to go and take care of that. Yeah, good times. Didn't do that in the Middle Ages, though. They did not do that shit in the Middle Ages. Just putting that out there. Okay, so I think I'm going to call this mixed enough. There are still some, if I had an actual mortar with a lot more force against which to press, then I think I could get this even a little bit smoother. But it's still, look at that. Like would you guess that this was eggs and mozzarella cheese mixed up? And that's it? Like no milk, no cream, no anything? I mean, I wouldn't. Fascinating. Okay. Give my hands, speaking of washing my hands, just gonna give them a rinse, give them a dry, using my replica medieval towel. This is a Perusian towel. Love these things so much. Okay, there. Okay, let's take a look at our recipe then, eh? Okay. Take green cheese and braid in a mortar. Check. Temper it with iron. Check. Do thereto butter, suffren, and salt, and raisins of corons, and a little sugar with poudre douce. Okay. So let me just check the comments here. Since they didn't know about germs, what was the theory as to why hand washing was helpful? It is interesting. I've wondered that myself. I think that one of the reasons that they thought hand washing was helpful is because cleanliness is close to godliness. And this actually comes from the Arab, oh, darn it. This actually comes from the Arab physicians. A lot of medieval European medical theory came from the Middle East. And some of it also brought Galen with it. But a lot of it was from Middle Eastern doctors and surgeons, Muslim doctors, Jewish doctors, especially ones who were down in Salerno in the medical school, the medical mecca that was Salerno in Sicily. And cleanliness was a big part of religious worship in Islam, right? Like you have to wash your feet before you go into a mosque, for instance. And we know that cleanliness was also part of Christian practice in various places and times historically. So it might come down to the godliness of it. I say might because I haven't thought about that. It could also just be a cause and effect. Again, more cause and effect observation. Someone observed at some point that if your hands are clean and you stick them in a woman's body while she's giving birth, she will be less likely to die of childbed fever than someone whose hands are dirty, right? It might just be a question. Humans are very good at observational science, right? We're very good at noticing that if we do A, then B generally happens. But if we do C, then D generally happens. So it could just have been, decades, centuries of observation. I don't know. I don't have a real answer. Those are kind of my theories. Yep. Where did the belief come that the Middle Ages were dark and backwards? The Victorians, 100%. Victorian society was so horrible that they tried to present medieval society as being worse, so that the horrible situation, the extreme poverty and disgusting, filthy, smelly cities, that people wouldn't think that they were worse than it was before the Industrial Revolution and all the rich fat cats got really rich and fat. Right. It was the Victorians trying to make themselves feel superior. 100%. Ryan is right. Yep. My mortar and pestle fell into. Just scrape this off here. Okay. So we're now going to add thereto our butter. Again, we don't know how much butter. We don't. We have no clue. There is no indication. Last week we made a torta bianca, a white cheesecake, as it were, and that also had butter, and the butter had a very interesting effect on the crust. The butter actually melted down through the batter and kind of permeated the crust and made the crust extra, extra yummy. And also had some interesting and pleasant textural and flavor effects on the, oh shoot, I wasn't paying attention. I was talking to you all again. There's a lot of the onion and herb mixture now on the bottom of this bowl. Should have put that in a separate bowl. Oh well, this is what happens when I get talking when I cook, especially if I fall into a state of pontification. Okay, questions. Let me see. Yeah, garlic probably played a role in there somewhere, maybe. Garlic is certainly very antimicrobial by nature. Okay, so now we're going to add saffron. So we've got another recipe with saffron. So it doesn't say to do this. Again, lots of holes in this recipe. It says to add saffron. Doesn't say how much. The saffron is possibly in part to help make it more yellow. You can see mine is actually pretty yellow because my egg yolks were so yellow. So I'm just going to put a pinch of saffron in my mortar, and I'm going to go ahead and bray it in my mortar. And then if there's any liquids, there are not. There are no liquids. Okay. At least not liquid, maybe. Okay, next time next time, I would actually bray my saffron here, and then I would put my eggs in the mortar, swirl the eggs around so that they pick up all that saffron, and then I would add it in. Now, this recipe clearly does not say anything about, I'm going to add just a little bit of the onion juice, just a tiny bit into my mortar to loosen up the saffron that's in here and get it successfully out. It doesn't say anything about doing anything to the saffron. So what we don't know is if the saffron may have already come, if it was already powdered, maybe, if it was already ground. We don't know if they just mean to toss some threads of saffron into the batter and then hope that it somehow flavors it or colors it. It won't be very effective if you just toss threads of saffron into something, though. Not like this, anyway. So there must be some kind of processing that happens to the saffron to make it distribute better into our mixture. And I'm just going to take some of the liquid. I've just taken just a tiny bit of that liquid we squeezed out of our onions and parsley, and I'm just swirling it around here in my mortar because I don't want to waste all of that saffron that's ground up both on the sides of the mortar and on the pestle itself. Yeah. The bubonic plague, you're back? Welcome back. Everyone welcomes the great death, the terrible death. It was actually called the terrible death in the Middle Ages, not the Black Death, apparently. That's a mistranslation in the 17th century, as far as I understand. Just recently learned. Yeah, okay, here we go. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Look at that color, right? Okay. Yeah, if you're enjoying, double tap that screen to like and consider subscribing. And if you'd like access to more content, lots of extra resources, for instance, I published for my channel members and my patrons today a picture of the original manuscript from which this recipe comes, the original, not a transcription. It's a beautiful manuscript, specifically this recipe itself from the manuscript. Hundreds of hours of extra videos, tutorials, uncut videos, behind the scenes stuff, right? My financial supporters get all kinds of benefits. So if you'd like regular access to that kind of extra content, consider becoming a YouTube channel member or a patron on Patreon. Okay, so now I'm just going to go ahead and scrape this into this mixture. We're about to talk about poudre douce as well. Okay. Right. Look at that color, huh? Amazing, right? What a plant, the colors that plants can create. Pretty impressive, huh? Okay, so we've got our saffron. We have our do there to butter. Now, it doesn't say if it should be melted or not. This is sort of butter at room temperature, so it is naturally soft. And so we also don't know how much. I'm going to say this is about 4 tablespoons, and we're just going to go with that because we've got nothing else to work with here, right? So this is the experimental part of the living history experiment, right? This is about 4 tablespoons of butter. Right. Okay, 4 tablespoons of butter. Now we have to decide, are we going to try to mix it in to this mixture, unmelted or melted? I think I'm going to try to melt it, just because if I try to mix it in, and it doesn't say clarified or melted or anything. It just says do there to butter, saffron, salt, raisins of currants, right? So if we add in the butter soft like this, it's going to be a bit hard to get it to really mix into this, I feel like. You know what? We're going to do it. We're going to see what happens. Let's see what happens. Welcome to the wild ride that is trying to recreate a very vague medieval recipe. Is there such a thing as goat butter? Was it used in the Middle Ages? That's a good question. I don't know if there was goat butter. And the reason I say I don't know is I haven't seen evidence of it. There was goat cheese. Absolutely. Goat milk is actually mentioned in some recipes. I don't know about goat butter. I don't know if goat milk has cream To make butter, you have to have, to make butter, you have to have a really high fat content because it's the fat that makes the butter. And I'm not saying it doesn't, I just don't know enough about goat milk to say that it does. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if goat butter was a thing. Goat cheese was. Absolutely, 100%. Goat milk being used for in different tort, especially some torts, some pies and tarts and things. But I haven't seen any references to goat butter. It, again, doesn't mean it wasn't. I just haven't seen it. Want to emphasize that. But maybe one of you out there is more familiar with the history and use of goat milk in the Middle Ages, and maybe you have seen evidence of goat milk butter. That would be interesting. Goat butter. Goat butter. That would be interesting. Yeah. There was another weird milk I heard mentioned mentioned the other day in an actual original medieval source. What was it? It was something where I thought, oh my God, they actually use that in Europe. That's curious. I don't remember what it was. Well, I don't know. So here's the problem with the saffron having been added and the eggs already having been pretty yellow and my butter being yellow. I can't necessarily visually tell if the butter has actually been worked into the batter or not. Because it's all this very salubrious shade of golden yellow. The happy eggs from the happy chickens, the happy butter from the happy cows, the happy saffron from the happy crocuses, I guess. Okay, well, I'm just going to, once again, use my fake finger scraper. I do not like the texture of things like this on my fingers at all, but probably in the medieval world, they probably would have used their fingers to scrape down the bowls. They did not have rubber scrapers. I've not seen anything like a rubber scraper in a medieval kitchen, referenced in a medieval kitchen, described in a medieval kitchen, depicted in a medieval kitchen. If you have seen something, maybe not a rubber scraper, but some kind of scraper referenced, do let me know. That would be interesting. Let's give it a taste. Pretty rich. And will not need much salt. So depending on the cheese you use, you might want to be conservative about how much salt you add. Mozzarella cheese has a lot of salt in it, especially an aged mozzarella like we use, not a fresh mozzarella. So you really want to be careful about how much salt you add. This is not going to need any salt added to it. Even though the recipe says to add salt, I wouldn't do it. Wouldn't be prudent. Would not be prudent. Okay. So I don't think we're going to need... Yummy. Don't think we're going to need the pestle anymore. Okay, so we did butter there too. We've done soufren there too. We're not going to do salt there too. Raisins of currants. I do not currently have any raisins of currants. I do not have any currants, as we call them in American English. Raisins of Corinth. Right, we do have raisins though. Raisins of Corinth. Currants are going to be smaller. They're going to be like half the size of this, if not a third the size of this. So they will better distribute throughout the thing. They'll also be a little bit less plump. They'll be a little bit less wet. So I'm actually going to chop these up a little bit to make them a little bit smaller so that they're better distributed throughout the recipe. You know, a raisin of Corinth is just a kind of raisin. It's a wine berry. It's a wine grape that grows in Corinth in Greece. So again, that would have been a luxury item to be imported to England in the 14th or 15th century. And again, we have no quantity. You know, you add more or less depending on how sweet you want it. You know, the texture. This is going to, the sweetness in these currants is going to counterbalance the saltiness of the cheese, right? And we have to remember that a lot of medieval dishes combine sweet, savory, and sometimes sour, all in the same combination. In fact, I found a recipe for pine nut brittle that included chicken in it last night while I was doing some reading for today. pine nut brittle that had chicken in it. And that same exact recipe has different versions, and some of the versions have chicken and some do not. So I don't think it was a scribal error, because the way it's phrased, it's very specific. It doesn't seem like an accident that ended up there. Yeah, pine nut brittle with chicken in it. That recipe, it's right. It was phrased like this. It said, make your syrup, add the pine nuts. It actually specifies that you should cook the syrup to being hard. It actually says to pour a drop of it on a knife, and if it's brittle, then it's done. Like, it actually acknowledges the, soft candy stage, medium candy stage, hard candy stage, and tells you need to go to hard candy. And it says, to add the chicken. And then it says, but if you would like it in your spicery, then exclude the chicken. Because if it's going in the spicery, that's where your confections are kept. That's where these appetizers and the digestives are kept. Things that are put out before a feast and after a feast to either stimulate your appetite or to encourage digestion. And basically the acknowledgement is, if you add the chicken, then it doesn't really count as a stimulant or a digestive anymore, so it can't be in the spicery. Yeah, so it was definitely not, it wasn't a scribal error. Very clearly not a scribal error there. Pine nut brittle, tangy as well, perhaps. Let me see. Goat butter is a thing and sold in many stores. Very nice. I don't know about medieval times though. Yeah, that's just it. I know modernly, I guess now that they say it, I have seen goat butter. It's very rare, right? Goat butter is very rare. Let me see. To my memory from Grandma's cheese making book, goat milk has a significantly lower proportion of fat compared to other milk, so it would take more milk to gain the same amount of cream, right? I was thinking that might be the case. Heck, there's a town not too far away from me that has a goat dairy farm where they sell goat butter, cheese, milk, etc. Oh, very nice. Oh my God, please make the chicken brittle. I actually have like 3 pounds of pine nuts in the fridge, so I have enough that I could reasonably experiment with this. I'll be honest, okay, for those of you who've been to Asia, tell me that chicken pine nut brittle doesn't sound like something you would find in a Japanese 7-Eleven. Tell me that does not sound like, you would be lying if you told me that. That sounds like something you would find in a Japanese 7-Eleven, 100%. Okay. Okie dokie. Unfortunately, I think we're about to run out of power. Oh shoot. Yeah, we started off with a significantly longer opening session and conversation than we usually do in these medieval cooking parties. We might not get through to the baking part of today, or let alone the fritters, before the equipment needs a break. Okay, so we've added our raisins de Corinthe, our raisins of Corinth, and it says add a little sugar. So a little sugar. Remember, medieval sugar is white. Little sugar. And poudre douce. Okay, poudre douce. Powder douce is a spice blend, a medieval spice blend. There were multiple spice blends that were common in medieval cooking across Europe. This is very much akin, for those of you who understand Indian curry, this is akin to the various spice blends that there are in Indian cuisine. Garam masala is just one of many spice blends, by the way. But this is kind of the medieval European garam masala, and there's actually a lot of similar spices in it. We have a couple of different recipes that have survived, or instructions for poudre douce, sweet powder, fine powder, from the Middle Ages. We're going to go with the one from the Ménagier de Paris, because it co-dates, that was written in 1391. The form of curry is dated to about 1390, and the form of curry has a lot of French dishes in it, so it makes sense that a French source in Paris talking about food might be very closely related to this form of curry, because it's pretty certain that the head cook in Richard's court was probably French. Anyway, so let me see. I wrote the components down. So the poudre douce in the Ménagier de Paris, because there's a lot of different ways you can make poudre douce, and I have to go with the spices that I have here. I don't have my full range of exotic medieval spices that I might normally have. For instance, I do not have grains of paradise, and I need to buy some. I don't have any at the moment. So the Ménagier de Paris says, take ginger, white ginger, by the way, which is basically bleached and ground ginger, cinnamon, cloves, and a little bit of sugar. And the spices, namely the ginger, cinnamon, cloves, the ginger, cinnamon, and cloves should be in, and the grains of paradise, which I don't have, should be in equal proportion, right? So it's a 1-to-1-to-1 ratio. So we know that it's basically an even blend, and sugar is to taste, right? So that's what makes it a sweet powder, a fine powder, a poudre douce. It's made of sweet spices, and it's a little sweet. Okay, so I'm going to set this off to the side to blend. Just put together a little quick spice blend, right? So we've got, and it's a 1-to-1, and it's ounces. So it's actually by weight. I don't know if my scale is actually sophisticated enough to go to those low quantities, but we'll see. Okay, so he actually says that it's a 1/4 ounce each, but an ounce in 15th century Paris or late 14th century Paris is not necessarily an ounce now. So I'm just going to go with the ratios, 1-to-1-to-1, right? So we've got here our ginger, our white ginger. Right. Wow, it is not even picking that up at all. This scale might not be, might actually not be okay. There we go. Okay, 5 grams. Okay, 5 grams of our ginger. And since I don't have grains of paradise, one of the other recipes for poudre douce calls for galangal. Galangal is a relative of ginger. I think it's the more refined version of ginger, honestly. Grows in South Asia, was another of these roots of these spices that was imported into medieval Europe. I've got some ground galangal, so we're going to go ahead and add 5 grams of ground galangal. So galangal has, I'm trying to think how to describe galangal. It has a more slightly mustardy flavor. Definitely not enough galangal out here. It has a more mustardy flavor. Oh geez. Okay, now I see why. Okay, ignore this. Would have been useful if the person setting this up had removed the very annoying, useless thing on top that turns it into sprinkling instead of measuring. Just saying, I know he's watching. Oh, goodness. Okay. So yeah, galangal has a kind of, it's got kind of notes of mustard, I would say. For those of you who wonder why I'm tapping this, when he sometimes like forces it to acknowledge that something has actually happened. Yeah, wow, it's really just not wanting. This is not the finest scale in the world, so and medieval spices like this, they probably would have been arrived whole. Even the ginger would have arrived dried and whole, and then it would be ground and grated right there as it was needed. You don't want to pre-grind your spices if you can avoid it, if you have the time to not do that, because if you pre-grind your spices and then you don't use them, they lose their flavor really quickly. All the flavor components inside just kind of vanish. It oxidizes, it evaporates, it goes away. And so your spices actually lose their flavor. Okay, so cinnamon. 2 kinds of cinnamon in the Middle Ages, everyone. We have cassia, which is the single scroll of bark from a cassia tree, which is not true cinnamon. And then we have cinnamomum verum, true cinnamon. And you can tell that it's true cinnamon because you can see all this meal foil effect, all those layers. These are layers off of the true cinnamon tree, grows in Sri Lanka originally, and they literally scrape the bark off of the cinnamon tree. Doesn't kill the tree, only the superficial layers, and then they pack each layer, each roll inside of the other, thus creating these long rolls that are then chopped up into a so-called cinnamon stick. This is true cinnamon. If a medieval recipe wants cassia, it will say cassia. It will call for that. It wasn't called cinnamon in the Middle Ages, mostly. These days, if you go to a store and it says Saigon cinnamon, that's not true cinnamon. That's the cheaper solid scroll of stuff. Chinese cinnamon, same thing. It's cassia, it's not true cinnamon. Most of the benefits, the health benefits of cinnamon, all of the health benefits of cinnamon, are cinnamomum verum, not cassia. So if you want the, blood sugar reducing effects, all of those micronutrients, all of those bioflavonoids, that's not contained in the cassia, unfortunately. Okay, let me see. Do you have any other tips? Do you have any tips on preserving garlic? Drying garlic is a good way to preserve it. I freeze it. I know it's not a medieval method. I buy it in large quantities and freeze it. It does impact. It makes it a little sweeter. It makes it a little waterier. It takes some of the edge off of it. So yes, that does impact the flavor. You can also grind. Will buy a lot of garlic, grind it, sometimes in a meat grinder actually, and then cover it in olive oil. That's another, and salt and olive oil. You can also you can brine salt. You can brine garlic. You can ferment garlic. Dry, of course, is probably the most shelf-stable way. People say that Europe doesn't have any native spices, but I'd argue that it's closer to having forgotten most of the spices native to Europe in favor of the most expensive, exotic traded spices. So there's a difference between herbs and spices, linguistically and in practice. Herbs are the green leafy parts of the plant and the flowers. Spices are the roots and the bark and the seeds. Right. So yeah, it depends on what you mean by herbs and what you mean by spices. I guess. I think caraway seeds. Are caraway seeds native to Europe? I'm actually not certain what seeded things would be native to Europe. In fairness, not even saffron was native to Europe. It was the Moors who brought it. It just took to it really well. Let me see. I agree. It's the oils that volatilize that make fresh ground herbs better. Those oils don't go away or decompose when grinding from fresh. Yep. So I'm just grounding the cinnamon fresh, as you can see. I'm probably going to have to ground a lot more than this. Also, grinding spices in a mortar and pestle is much better for the flavor profile because the electric grinders, like the coffee grinders, those blades get really hot and they actually change the flavor and in some cases ruin the oils that are the flavor compounds of those spices. They make them even a little bit rancid. So you will get a different flavor profile from hand grinding them in a mortar like this than you will putting them in one of those coffee grinders. Again, I know not everyone has time for that, and that's fine. Oh, I didn't think about celery. Yeah, you're right. No, you're right. Celery. So celery seeds. Mustard seeds. Mustard is definitely heavily used. Mustard seed is heavily used in medieval sauces. Heavily. There are so many mustard sauce recipes. And in fact, modern yellow mustard, if you actually make it the proper way, like with the spices and everything, is a holdover from medieval cuisine. I have found several mustard recipes that will result basically in, not necessarily even a Dijon mustard, sometimes a Dijon mustard. But yeah, there are some that have wine in them actually. So that is actually a holdover from the Middle Ages. Yeah, I never thought about mustard. I didn't think about mustard. Mustard isn't as exciting, I guess. But yeah, mustard seed is used really heavily in medieval European cuisine. Fenugreek is also, fenugreek, so the plant would be an herb, but the seed would be a spice. Fenugreek is used in some medieval cuisine. And I think, yeah, fenugreek is native to, I think it is native to Europe originally, isn't it? Yeah, juniper. Yeah, juniper berries are native for certain. I haven't seen, celery seeds don't make much of an appearance. Fennel seeds, yeah, fennel seeds do. I am not Amish. I was wondering when it's gonna come, not Amish. Everyone, how can we tell that I'm not Amish? Please fill in, please pop in the chat why it is, how it is I cannot possibly be Amish. Yeah. And it's okay. I know a lot of people don't know the difference between medieval and Amish, but yeah, can anyone tell me why I'm definitely not Amish? Need a couple more grams of cinnamon. Why is this not an Amish outfit? Let me count the ways. So one of the ways that this is definitely not Amish, look at this deep plunging neckline. All of this sexy skin that you see, not Amish. Neckline should come up to here. Jewelry, not modest, not Amish. This color, like all this color, and also the length of the dress, which I know you couldn't see, so that's fair. Definitely not Amish. Nope, this is a 15th century English, French, Flemish look. Definitely not Amish. But thank you for the question. A lot of people ask that, so you know, I'm actually surprised. This is the first time I've seen that question today. Usually we get that question a lot more often, don't we, Takeda? Yeah, the hat. Yeah, the hat's wrong too. Yeah, absolutely. This is not the Amish bonnet. You are right, 100%. Not an Amish bonnet. I grew up in Amish country. I worked in the horse industry, the horse racing industry, so I interacted a lot with the Amish. We actually did horse rescue for a little while, and we would go to the meat markets where the Amish brought the horses they didn't want anymore. So yeah, no, wrong kind of kerchief for the Amish as well. Yeah. Number one, you have a cross. Number two, neckline's cut too low. Yep, all good. I want to say elderberry for some reason, but that's wrong. No, so they had elderberry, but it's not a seed, it's a fruit. They had elderberry. They absolutely, in fact, there's an elderberry cheesecake from the 14th century, 14th and 15th century called sambocad that is super, super yummy. It's made with not the berries, but the flowers that come into blossom in about May usually. Yeah. Yep, all good, everyone. You're right. Yeah. So walking tall, it's okay. Don't feel badly. A lot of people do think that I'm Amish, but on closer inspection, not even a little bit. Yep. Yeah. So yeah, welcome, walking tall. Thank you. Wait, you knew the answer. Why did you ask? It's okay. It's fun. It's a good question. Someone was going to ask it eventually. I'm surprised now that at almost hour 4, no one has asked it yet. Oh goodness, how much? I can't tell how much power we have left. Just in case I have to try to plug my phone in. That means our sound quality is going to change for a moment. We're going to go to the internal mic. So let me see if I can get this done before things die. In the meanwhile, please double tap that screen if you're enjoying watching me cook medievally and learn about medieval cuisine and medieval history and medieval culture. And do consider becoming a patron or a channel member if you'd like to support my work more directly and you would like to benefit from a host of... Okay, I think I got there in time. Did we die? Did I save it? Okay, so everyone, unfortunately, we'll have to go off the microphone while, oh, this one was dying anyway. We'll have to go off the microphone while my poor phone recharges. Sorry about that, everyone. Hopefully the sound quality won't drop too much. I just realized you look a lot like Jeannie from Anne with an E. I have not seen much of Anne with an E, but I'll take it as a compliment. Let me see. I've met Amish and Mennonites mostly. I definitely knew you weren't either. Yeah. It's okay. It's fine. God knows I get asked actually offensive things all the time in my live stream. So are you Amish is a fine question. Okay, so I'm just grinding cinnamon for those just joining. I'm grinding the cinnamon to add to our poudre douce, our fine powder, our sweet powder blend, the medieval European equivalent of garam masala, in fact, containing some of the very same spices that it contained. You know, I think one of the reasons that Europeans, starting with the ancient Romans, by the way, got so excited by the spices from southern Asia is because they were so much more intense and had a much more complex profile than the natively available spices. Mustard seed is not nuanced. There is nothing nuanced about. Have you ever chewed on a mustard seed? It is not nuanced. It smacks you in the face. But if you add some of those sweet spices that come from South Asia into it, suddenly it's a great balance. It's a great combination. Celery seed, I mean, it's got a nice flavor, but it's and I use celery seed in certain dishes. It's got a nice flavor, but it's, you know, juniper berries. I actually like juniper berries. Juniper berries are definitely interesting. Fenugreek, that is an interesting one. So, you know, there's a lot of, you know, there's the spices that are sort of native to Europe. While they're interesting, they don't have quite the same complexity of profile as the spices from the South, but they're not forgotten in the Middle Ages. A lot of medieval recipes include things like that in places, especially if you look at recipes where those things are particularly prominent, where those kinds of plants actually really grow. Oh, Ace Ventura, thank you. Love that compliment. Appreciate that. The attempts to haggle were amazing. Yeah. Daitekan? Yeah. Oh, goodness. Yeah, appreciate that compliment, Ace Ventura. 15th century French, Flemish, English is basically the look right now. Working class, as I'm currently dressed, not wearing all the proper layers. If I were a merchant's wife or an aristocratic, a lady, I would wear a gown over top of this one if I were actually out and about in public. Let me see. What about cumin? Not sure where it's from. Cumin is an old world spice for certain. I don't know if it's limited to one place or another. I know that ancient Roman cuisine is full of cumin. And I think even Egyptian, maybe? Something in my brain is triggering about ancient Egypt and cumin making an appearance there. I don't hold me to that, though. There's something there in my memory. Yeah, coriander. So cumin comes from, not coriander, sorry. Sorry, I was thinking cilantro. Yeah, cumin, that might be one that's just kind of like Eurasia. It's available in all the places where the plant can grow. I have to look that up and see if that was an imported spice or not, or relatively locally available. I know that we're the ones who introduced cumin into Mexico and other Latin and American countries. So imagine, if you will, Latin American cuisine with no cumin. Huh? Can you? Can you imagine Latin American cuisine with no pork? Pigs come from Eurasia and Africa. They do not come from the New World. We introduced them there. So yeah, imagine Central American cuisine, no cumin, no pork. Suddenly gets a little, and I don't hold me to this, but I don't know about onions either. We may have introduced onions to them. Okay, I'm less familiar with the Columbian exchange in terms of what we brought to we Europeans brought to the Americas. So I actually don't know whether they had their own species, their own cultivars of onions or not. But we definitely brought them pigs, and we definitely brought them cumin. And that's why when people say, "Oh, well, I'm making a medieval version of burrito," and I'm like, "Does it have cumin? Does it have pork?" If your answer is yes, it's not medieval. Sorry. Okay, just adding some more cinnamon to this mixture to bring us up to the 5 grams of each. Okay, there we go. So far in our medieval European masala, our medieval European spice blend, we have ginger, we have cinnamon, we have galangal. I need to now grind some cloves. Okay, to the clove grinding. Cloves come from Indonesia, and like originally from a very limited, almost secret set of islands in Indonesia. It took the Portuguese a long time to figure out where cloves came from. And they're actually the flower of the plant, interestingly. They actually basically sunburn into this black hard stick, but they actually start off as soft flowers. Cloves have natural analgesics. Clove oil, if you have something that hurts and you rub clove oil on it, it will go numb. Which is also, if you just chew on a whole clove of garlic, just put it in your mouth and chew, things will go numb. And medieval people knew this. So the question came earlier about pain relief. Clove oil was a known pain reliever. Clove powder was a known pain reliever in the Middle Ages. Okay, so just gonna put some cloves in here and grind them up. See what we get. Try to pad this a little bit so my neighbors hate me less. Were cloves commonly used? Cloves were not commonly used, but they were a luxury item that was imported from a very secret part of Indonesia. Cloves make a very common appearance in the cuisine of the upper crust. Absolutely. Cloves, cinnamon, nutmeg, galangal, grains of paradise, long pepper, cinnamon flowers, all of these things make very common, frequent appearances in the cuisine of the wealthy. Cloves by your random Joe Schmo in the Middle Ages? Absolutely not. Not unless it was a gift, an exotic and amazing gift from their master or their lord. Right? Yeah, cloves were extremely expensive and extremely exotic. They did not grow anywhere near Europe. They were the other side of the planet, literally. Yeah. Let me see. Something I actually know that Europeans did bring onions as we know them to the New World, but they did have a related native onion species. Oh, awesome. Cool. I thought I remembered reading something about us introducing the Eurasian cultivars of onions, but I wasn't certain. Yeah, that's pretty neat. Let me see. Eugenol, a component of clove oil, is still used in dentistry today. Indeed. Onions were likely domesticated in the West in Central Asia, but they're native to the Old World, and we've had them for at least 7,000 years. Yes, I did know that about onions, that they started in kind of the steppes and then spread out from there. Joe Schmo couldn't have cloves? Well, darn it. Nope, sadly. It would have been one clove. And I'm not exaggerating when I say this, one clove would have been more than the average person made in a year in most places, in most times in medieval Europe. Excluding, raiders who go out and loot and steal wealth from monasteries, of course. There was one case where 7 peppercorns was the annual pay for, I think it was a craftsman in Nuremberg in the 14th century. I've got to go and look that record up again. Something like that, though. Seriously, like 7 peppercorns. Seven peppercorns. Can you imagine how we just blow through black pepper now in modern cooking without even thinking about it? And it used to be a luxury as well. Okay. Oh, I love the smell of cloves. But do not overdo it with your cloves because they will make your mouth go numb. It won't kill you. You just have a mouth that feels really funny and not necessarily pleasantly funny. But according to the Ménager de Paris, this spice blend should have these parts in equal measure. Okay, so I'm going to add slowly so that I don't over add on the cloves. Because I like cloves, but I also don't want my mouth to go numb. Okay, we need to do some more grinding. Grinding it is. Thankfully, cloves actually grind up relatively easily. So it's not a big deal. Yeah, alliums, humans love them. But I have friends for whom allium is deadly. I have a friend whose intestines will start bleeding into themselves if she gets even the tiniest bit of allium, even if she doesn't know it. We, at a medieval living history event, we had dinner with a friend in their encampment, and the friend purposefully didn't include any garlic or any onions, but she used a pre-made broth in the soup, and the broth under spices, the label part that said spices, had onion powder in it, and just that teeny tiny bit of onion powder caused her to have to go to the hospital. So super allergic to alliums, like super duper. So she can make things with asafoetida, and that has a very similar flavor profile and effect. So it's not a total loss, but she'll never get the lovely sweetening from caramelized onions. I will never see peppercorns the same way again. The next time I buy a bottle of peppercorns on sale, I remind myself that I would have been upperclassmen in medieval days. Oh, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, pepper was a one, before chili peppers, black pepper, that's why we call chili peppers chili peppers. Because before there were chili peppers, there was black pepper. And a lot of people don't really appreciate just how spicy black pepper can really be. Bite into a whole pepper clove and tell me how you feel after you do that. Another part of the reason we look at peppers being very work a day now is that most people don't eat freshly ground black pepper, right? They're eating ground pepper that was ground in some factory God knows how many years ago, instead of freshly cracked pepper, which has a whole different potency and in many cases a whole different flavor profile as well. Pepper is really, it's used in Ayurvedic medicine, and that's not just a bunch of hooey. There are a lot of these spices. All these spices used in Ayurvedic medicine have a lot of really seriously active compounds in them. Really medicinally beneficial, in some cases maybe not beneficial. Pepper has a lot of really great actives in it. One of them, pepperine, will actually improve the absorption of other micronutrients by your body. So putting pepper on your food is not just a question of improving its flavor. It also has flavor boosting properties. So pepper will actually bring out the flavors, but it will also allow your body to get more nutrition from what it is you eat with the pepper. So next time you're eating some food, sprinkle on some freshly cracked pepper and benefit from the micronutrient absorption of the pepperine. Okay. I actually have a brush somewhere. Yes, I do. Okay, there we go. Find some use for the rest of those cloves somewhere else. Okay, so let me see. People have tried to catch my friend out as just not liking onions before. Oh, that is so rough. Have hidden onions in his food, and trust me, we've made a big dancing. That's just unfortunate. Right, guys? Always give your friends and people the benefit of the doubt. If they tell you they are intolerant to something or allergic to something, just accept it and move on. Just keep scrolling, right? Just don't fight it. Don't try to test them. Don't try to catch them out. You might find yourself on the wrong end of a legal battle if you test the wrong person about the wrong thing. Just accept it. Right? Yeah, I grant there's a lot of people who claim they have allergies or intolerances, and they probably don't. But just give them do yourself a favor, give them the benefit of the doubt. Okay, so we're just going to, and actually the original recipe says to pass this through a sieve. My sieve unfortunately has some other components in it, and it's not quite dry, so I don't want to do that. So I'm just going to use a spoon to kind of blend this all together. But the original poudre reduce recipe does say to pass this through a sieve to make it all nice and blended together. And again, the sieve they're talking about was probably a horsehair sieve. But seriously, you can get just as fine a sieve with horsehair as you can with metal mesh. So don't think that you couldn't accomplish the same really refined things using a sieve then that you can now. Yeah, trying to trick someone is just wrong. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, turmeric, like turmeric does. Yeah, turmeric is another super powerful, it's a root, by the way, like ginger. Very much like ginger. Turmeric is another really super powerful spice. It's a root of the turmeric plant. Lots of beneficial properties, including the ability to help you absorb micronutrients. So, just pop a little extra quarter teaspoon of turmeric into your tea or whatever and give it a drink, and you're going to do yourself a bunch of favors, especially if you do that on a daily basis. Also, very anti-inflammatory turmeric is, like, demonstrably so. I'm not making this shit up, like, scientifically proven. Okay. Go. Oh, it smells so good. Like, it's got the bright notes of the cloves, this fascinatingly complex mustard-esque, but more sophisticated than mustard of the galangal. You've got that beautiful, the round smell of the cinnamon. And of course, the white ginger is just really sharp and pungent. So this is going to be a really interesting thing to blend in. And I need to add some sugar, which means I need to get some more of the sugar. Be right back. I'm not going anywhere. I'm still here. I'm still with you. Don't think I've abandoned you, dear viewers and fellow lovers of historical explorations. But my condottiero put the sugar somewhere. Oh, there it is. I found it. So I'm using allulose, which is a sugar that is obtained from figs, actually. A sugar that is obtained from figs. But it looks just like white refined sugar. It is probiotic, and your body actually can't digest it. So it feeds the bacteria, but it doesn't feed you. So it is a good 0-calorie alternative. I don't have any of the nasty effects from allulose that I get from regular refined white sugar. So it's still white, it's still sweet, doesn't have any strange flavors. That's why we're using it. So the recipe for poudre douce in the Ménagerie de Paris actually says sugar. It doesn't say how much. So this is not supposed to be, it's not supposed to be like strong. It's the sugar in this is generally supposed to, in this era especially, is supposed to be kind of like salt, right? It's a flavor enhancer. It's a flavor booster. So I'm not going to put about a teaspoon in. Okay, there we go. Nice. Okie dokie. So we have back to our recipe. Here's the batter thus far. We have to go ahead and mix in our currants, and it says poudre douce in the original recipe, our tart on Ember Day. Now, again, it doesn't say how much. So this is kind of on us. This is a personal thing. I am probably going to go with, for this much batter, probably about a teaspoon of the spice blend. How much, we'll have to find out how pungent that actually makes it, if it's overpowering. Often spices, very rarely are spices actually given any kind of quantity. Now, what I could do, if I really wanted to, instead of just kind of experimenting, is I could look at those Italian recipes that we have for torts that actually have quantities in them and see what sort of quantities are generally included in them relative to the ratio of other ingredients. And that would actually give us more of a better idea of, at least in 15th century Italy, what the ratio of spices to other ingredients could reasonably be, even if it's not necessarily the case for this specific dish, right? As a medieval person making a tart on Ember Day would just know how it was supposed to taste. They would know what the general flavor palette of their contemporaries was. We don't necessarily have that luxury being modern people, right? Our palates are very different from the medieval palate. Most, especially Westerners, Europeans, right? Americans, Canadians, we're not used to food that has powerful, strong spices in it. We're used to the more peasant fare that was sort of instigated by Louis XIV. We're used to garlic and onions, but we're not used to spices being a present part of our food. So, yeah. Okay, let me see. Yeah, allulose. Sounds tasty. Was it difficult to switch your diet? How long was it until you felt the benefits? I felt the benefits almost immediately. It took a couple of weeks. It was hard. I went through a withdrawal period because before I went off of the refined carbs and gave up the grains, pasta and bread were the staple of my diet, right? They really were. They really, really were. And God knows, sugar, refined sugar. Jesus, I was living in Germany at the time. I would eat a fresh pastry from the local German bakery every day at about 2 p.m. A Streuseltaler, for those who know what that is, right? Or a Käseplunder, right? So either a cheese Danish or a Streusel Danish. Big one every day. And yeah, so it was a hard switch. It was a hard transition. Those couple of weeks, it was like coming off of drugs, really. And I was coming off of the drug of refined sugar and refined carbohydrates. So the transition was hard. There was some headaches. It was not pleasant, but once I did it, I just felt almost instantly better. And what I found is that without actually eating less in quantity, I just upped the amount of protein and fat that I ate. I didn't have to exercise nearly so much to stay in shape. I used to have to exercise 3 hours a day just to not gain a single pound. Now I can get half an hour of intense exercise a day and just sort of general mobility, walking around casually the rest of the day, and I'm fine. Right? So it was a very positive change in my life. And whenever I sort of cheat and actually say break down and have something from Dairy Queen when I'm visiting the US, I regret it almost before I finished the thing that I'm eating. Yeah, I would go just a pinch more spice, but I do make cooking mistakes. Well, here's the thing. See, I can taste this now and decide if I want a little more. I've tasted it and I've decided I want some more. So that's the thing about these batters, right? I can better to start little, taste it, and then add more than dump a whole bunch in and then have to make a whole other batch to dilute to dilute the mistake, as we were talking about salt earlier. Oops, I'm somehow using the rubber scraper. I didn't mean to do that. It is, I will tell you again, it is amazing how creamy this batter is. It really is. It's remarkably creamy. Okay. Okay, so raisins of Currants have been added and a little sugar. Right, so we need to add a little more sugar. Don't know what that is. I'm going to go with about a tablespoon more. Right, just enough to add like hints of sweet, but not enough to turn it into, to make hints of sweet and to make the flavors pop, to bring the flavors out, but not enough to make it into a dessert, because it does say a little sugar, a little sugar. Yeah, very specific there. Okay, and then we should add our onions and parsley into our braid and small hewn parsley and onions into the mix. Okay. And, you know, looking at the amount of onion after it was squeezed out, I might go with maybe go with a higher ratio of onion next time. Have to see how I feel about it after it bakes, because after you squeezed out all that liquid, there wasn't a lot left in the onions. Okay. Let's see. Do I get seasick? Oh, hello. Hello from South Korea, Daegu, South Korea, Nova Scotia. I don't really get seasick, no. It takes a lot to make me seasick. Yeah, it takes quite a bit. I'm offering you a job aboard my lobster and sword fishing boat off of Nova Scotia. Appreciate the offer, but I'm good. I do not want to go fish permanently at sea. I'm good. Appreciate the offer though. Oh, Rai Rai. Rai Rai in Hangul. And also in a Chinese character. Interesting. Rai Rai, are you Korean or from somewhere in China, Taiwan, or Hong Kong? Probably not. Okay, let's give this a taste. Yep. The onions have made it a little bit sweet. Not a lot, a little. Definitely added a dimension of flavor. The parsley is present, but not overwhelming or even dominant. It's there, but it doesn't, the parsley does not smack you in the face and say, look at me, unlike an herb tart where it would. Now, is that how it should be? We don't know, because, you know, this is not an herb tart. It's a tart on Ember Day. For all we know, the herbs are there just to provide a little extra flavor, maybe a little extra nutritional benefit. Raisins of Currants provide little bursts of sweet. The onions, because they've been parboiled and also the liquid squeezed out, just kind of melt into it. They're not a distracting presence. I'm going to actually say maybe a little bit more sugar. A little bit more sugar. I don't think we need any more salt, and maybe a little bit more spice. Especially because the ginger and the galangal were not freshly ground. Those were ground years ago. They are definitely not their freshest. And despite that, the galangal still had a pretty pungent profile. So that's interesting to note. And actually, I'm thinking about this. We were talking about pepper. I know there are some food reduced recipes that actually have pepper in them. So I'm just going to crack some pepper into here in honor of that. And also because I do like the flavor enhancing, the nutritional absorption properties of the pepperine. So. Oh, you're from Wuhan. Right. Greetings. Welcome. Thank you for joining us today. Okay, so now last step in this Tart on Ember Day is going to be just mixing this pepper in, and then we have to we have to make our trap, as it's called. Do something else. Oh, by the way, I wanted to show you all one of my purchases from a 12th night event in the SCA in the Pacific Northwest, just outside of Seattle. This is a beautiful replica Maiolica plate from White Hart Pottery, and it dates to about the 1460s, Italy. Isn't this gorgeous? They're not a channel sponsor. I just wanted to show you a cool replica 15th century thing that we have now added to our collection to make serving food even more beautiful. Bowls like this were not, as far as we can tell, they were not used for eating. They were used for serving or for displaying. They were actually considered objet d'art for beautifying a home. They would be placed on a credenza on a sideboard in 15th century, say, Florentine homes. But it seems that dishes like this, they were not bowls to be eaten out of. They were bowls for serving food beautifully, right? Isn't that lovely? Yeah, they're White Hart Pottery. You can find them on Facebook, I think. Again, not a channel sponsor. You're welcome to tell them the creative Contessa told you about them if you decide you would like to buy some of their amazing pieces. Very affordable, by the way. Ryan, if you're there, please tell them how much it cost. Yeah, very affordable, not super expensive. Okay, so now need to make room. Need to make room. Yep. Okay. Can't let any of that butter go to waste. Butter does not have the same texture as this batter does. I don't mind butter on my fingers, but that, different texture. Okay. This is going to be really good. This is, as my Lord Master Papa, my father, is fond of saying, this will not suck. It will not suck a lot. Yeah, that's good. I'm going to stop licking that spatula now. Cutting board away. Oh, I miss having big counters. Sorry, everyone. I know I'm out of hearing. Okie dokies. Little bits of onion and whatnot that kind of flitted away. Wipe my counter down here. Got to get rid of decant my onion juice, because this is going to be the thing in which we bake our tart. And what's interesting is it says bake it in a trap and serve it forth. So the trap could be a pie crust that has been made to basically act like the pie pan, so to say, or it could be a pie pan in which a crust has been put and then it's baked. We're going to go with the latter, because if you make a pie, you make a trap that functions itself only by itself as the crust, as the baking container. It says bake it in trap. Yep. If as the baking container, the crust is not going to be very edible, because it can't be soft. It has to be hard. So it has to be hard like a container. It's going to dry out. It's not going to have a lot of butter in it. It's not going to have a lot of fat in it. It's going to be just flour and water. And because it's in the oven, it's probably going to get some ash in the bottom, especially because no matter how much you sweep out in oven, it's going to have still some ash on the bottom from where you swept out. So it's not going to be, you're not going to want to eat that part of it. So we're going to go ahead and assume that baking it in a trap also means to put it in a pie pan, which they absolutely had. Even in England, they had them in the 15th century. So we're going to go ahead and use this multi-purpose, this delightfully yes, should all fit in there. This delightfully multi-purpose clay pot as also the pie pan, basically. So yeah, anyone who tells you they didn't have pie plates in the Middle Ages, that's wrong. They did, they just didn't always use them. Sometimes they literally used the crust as the baking container. But that crust would, as I said, would be very unlikely to be something you would want to eat afterwards. And I do know there are definitely records of the crusts of the traps, the coffins, actually being given out to the poor as alms who are waiting outside the kitchens after a feast, for instance, or after meals to actually get the scraps, like the crust from the tarts. So yeah, you know it's probably not going to be super great if the master of the house and his family are not eating that part of the food on purpose. Okay, it looks like so much work. I would think back in the day there'd just be a couple of peeps working on that batter. Just a thought. Oh yeah. So I mean, first off, let me be honest, people. If I were just doing this myself, it would be done in 45 minutes. Because I wouldn't be engaging with you all, answering your questions, hieing off on tangents about history and philosophy, right? It doesn't take that long if I were making this all myself, but I'm showing you all how to do it and explaining the process and discussing it as we go along. So definitely it takes a lot more time. But so this is a dish that is absolutely from the upper level of society. This is from a wealthy household. Form of curry, this exact source is a cookbook by the master cook of the household in Richard II, King of England, in his household. So 100% in his kitchen would have been very sophisticated. It would have been very complex. There would have been people who specialized in doing exactly one thing. A pastry chef in the Middle Ages, all they did was make pasta and pastry dough. That's all they did. They didn't do anything else. You had your spice, your épicier, your squire, the spice, I don't know what they were called in English, the people who handled the spices, right? All they did was grind spices. You had people who only handled chopping and hewing. You had people who only handled carving. You had people who only handled roasting. Roasting in a medieval kitchen is not just putting something in a pot and putting it in the oven. No. If you see a medieval recipe that calls for something to be roasted, it means spit roasted. And the poor bastard, the spit boy, who had to sit there by the fire, turning the spit by hand for hours. It was a sucky job, right? So there were people who specialized in specific parts of the medieval cooking process in those upper level kitchens. Obviously, the lower down you go, the less sophisticated the kitchen hierarchy and structure becomes. The org becomes less organized, and you have more people performing more of the tasks themselves rather than it being divided out. But in Richard II's kitchen, absolutely, he had a separate pastry chef. That's all they did. He just focused on the pastry. Let me see. Great. Okay. So I'm going to roll out our dough. I'm going to roll this out on a towel, on a tea towel. It has gotten a little dry, actually a little drier than I might like. So this is ultimately going to go into this pan. And I will remind you all that I avoid grain and I avoid grains and I avoid gluten. So this is made with cassava flour. It should be made with white wheat, refined wheat flour, right? But refined wheat flour has some benefits in that the gluten actually makes it stretchier and more resilient. Cassava flour doesn't have that. So you can already see how it's kind of breaking apart. And that's also because it's a little too dry, I think. Just giving it a squeeze, give it a taste. I haven't eaten yet today, so I'm a little hungry. It's now 4 p.m. Okay. I think it'll be okay. Okay, we'll give it a roll out and see what happens. Oof, nope. That towel is probably not long for this world. Okay. So, oh, this is a towel from the Mandarin Oriental in Hong Kong. Wonder how that ended up in our home. The world will never know. The other thing that the recipe doesn't say, and that it couldn't say because they didn't have this in the 14th or 15th century, doesn't say a temperature. Ovens were a temperature that they were hot, and that's how they were. So basically, if you had items that required a more sensitive amount of temperature baking, then a baker would know, well, I have to wait until the oven has cooled to this point to put it in, and they would be able to tell how hot it was. A good baker would be able to tell the heat of the oven by just holding their hand at the aperture of the oven, and by feel. I don't mean in the oven, I mean like on the safe side of the oven. They would be able to feel, based on the heat emanating from the oven, how hot it was, and whether that was a good temperature for this kind of bread or that kind of bread or this kind of pie or that kind of thing. So it doesn't say what temperature it should be, but here's what I know about egg-based custards in the oven. They are much happier if you bake them at a low temperature. If you bake it at a high temperature, then the proteins in the eggs will seize. They will literally wrap around themselves like a little knot. And that's where you get chewy texture, but we don't want a chewy texture. We want something a little bit smoother than that. So I'm therefore going to bake this at about 170 degrees Celsius, which is like 325 Fahrenheit. 340 Fahrenheit. So yeah, lower temperature is better in this case. 1:04 a.m. here in Minnesota. Yeah, I know. Wait, is it really? Oh yeah, right. Yeah, okay. Right. I forget you guys are still doing the daylight savings time game. Things I love about Korea is that they don't play that game anymore. So nice. So nice. It's nice being in a place where we don't just randomly change the clock because it's now one day later than it was before. So I'm actually going to roll this in 2 halves because I know that cassava flour does not respond the same way that the wheat flour does, and so it's nowhere near as neat. We did not get a rolling pin out. Stay right there. 3 seconds, I'll be right back. I'm still here. Don't run away. Coming right back. There were some obstacles that took me a little longer than 3 seconds, but here I am. So I have, they actually had rolling pins in the Middle Ages. Their instructions for pastry dough actually talks about rolling things out. And the few visuals that I've seen look something like this. Right, so no handles on the end, just basically a round dowel. When I was a poor student and I had just moved into my own first apartment for the first time, and I went to make my the first thing I was going to bake in my new kitchen, living all by myself in my apartment like a grown-up. I didn't really have very much in the way of kitchen equipment, and I didn't even have a rolling pin. But you know what I had? I had a glass bottle of olive oil, and so I used that glass bottle of olive oil to roll out my pie dough for that first apple pie. See, and this is what I mean by it doesn't really have much natural elasticity, so it doesn't adhere to itself very well. Wow. Well, I don't know what I did. Oh, there it is. So yeah, it's good to keep your rolling pin floured. See? Ugh. So frustrating. The other bit of instruction that you may have noticed was missing, if you've ever made pie, is how thick should you roll this pastry dough out. And if the recipe calls it, this one doesn't actually refer to it, just says bake it in a trap. So it doesn't even tell you to roll it out. It just assumes you know that. So we don't know how thick it's supposed to be. There are some medieval recipes that will actually be kind and tell you to roll it out thin. So at least you know that there's a thin and there's a thick option. Okay, great. Okay. There are pie recipes that actually call to be baked in a Dutch oven, which this wonderful thing about what we know as a Dutch oven, they don't call it a Dutch oven. Basically this, where you actually put your crust in this kind of clay pie pie plate, and then you cover it. And then you put coals below and above. And this thing, the container in which it's baked, also becomes the oven. So that is absolutely a medieval concept. And you would put this on a hearth because, and this is the interesting thing, this is how we know that this is a royal recipe. It says to bake it, which means they have an oven. There are a lot of noble households that didn't have ovens in the kitchen. Most kitchens didn't have ovens in them. The oven was, if it was a castle or a manor or a palazzo, the ovens were outside in the courtyard. They were somewhere else. They weren't in the kitchen, right? And even at the upper, a lot of households didn't, especially in the lower ends of society, a lot of households didn't have ovens. No one had ovens. There were ovens in the town that were communal ovens. There were ovens that were licensed out to bakers, and the bakers would charge you to actually use their oven. But most people, the average person, did not have their own oven in the Middle Ages. So you can tell this is a royal, or at least the recipe eaten by the nobility, because it just casually says, bake it. Then the assumption is, well, you have an oven and you have access to an oven. It's not always true. Not always true. And you can't always afford to pay. If you're on the lower earning ends of medieval society, you can't necessarily always afford to pay the fee to use the oven. So you need other ways to bake things. Okay. And let me see. I just started uni, and so far I've used an empty wine bottle as my rolling pin. Yeah, baby. And a full can of beer when I accidentally threw out my bottle. Contessa approved. Compressa approved. De la Gondwana. Nice. Okay, so I've rolled out, this is actually just for half of the pie crust. So I'm going to go ahead and put that in, half of my trap, as it's called. I'm just going to go ahead and put that in. And yeah, the cassava, this style of cassava flour crust is very frustrating, and it crumbles and it falls apart. It just does. It is what it is. I have a modern version of a cassava flour crust that works better, but it uses modern techniques that definitely weren't available in the Middle Ages. Not that cassava flour was a medieval option in Europe either, but whatever. This is what I get for not wanting to eat grains, not wanting to eat wheat. If you are going to make a medieval pie crust, though, and you don't have any issues with eating gluten, then you should definitely use wheat flour. That would be the authentic option. The condensation on the beer can was not good. Oh, it was a can of beer from the fridge, was it? Oh my God, that's an act of desperation right there. Okay, so. Okay, that's in there. Put these off to the side, and we'll roll out the other half. The condensation was not good. Yeah, I bet it wasn't. Yes, the things we do as poor students without resources. Yes, indeed. Oh, yeah, that's unfortunate. If you're enjoying, don't forget to like and subscribe. Double tap that screen. Yeah, what other crazy things have you all done to substitute kitchen equipment you didn't realize you didn't have until it was too late? I've done some shit in my time. I have MacGyvered my way through many kitchen situations, to be fair and to be honest. Oh God, there are probably people who don't know what that means to MacGyver your way through something. Actually, I was really little when the show MacGyver was on TV, so I never actually watched it, but I still understood the concept that MacGyvering something was to be very creative and inventive at using whatever resources you had to accomplish your goal. Ah, no, bad crust, no biscuit. See, there's some other things I wanted to discuss with you all today. Oh, I talked about this earlier, but I'll talk about it again. AI garbage. Guys, if you're doing research, if you're looking something up on the internet, please, please, please stop using AI. Please stop using it. Don't, and it's, I'm not even talking about the environmental damage. I'm not talking about the way that AI has stolen people's work, the people who fed the AI machines creative people's work like my work without remunerating me, right? And I'm not even talking about the ethics of AI. I'm talking about the very pragmatic level of AI gives you wrong information. It invents information out of whole cloth. There is a case, some of you heard this story, but I'll tell you again, very recently, a professor who is a fellow creator on Instagram, he went and tested Grok out. He tested Grok out on an issue that had arisen in one of the fora where he was, responding, engaging with people. The question was about the flail that was used to flagellate Christ in the Passion of the Christ. What kind of actual flail would the ancient Romans have had for that? Right, so there was a lot of debate about whether this was even really a thing and if the thing described in the sources even could have existed. Right, so he went, and just to see what would happen, he went and looked it up in Grok. And Grok came back with an answer that read like a gorgeous essay. It was beautiful. It cited Pliny the Elder. It cited Seneca. It provided original text that talked about using flails and how the flails were made. And it provided actually a grammatical analysis of the original Latin, talking about this word is in the accusative form and therefore it means that this must be how the flail looked. Right? So, but this professor's a real scholar. He's an actual historian. He understands that you need to check your sources. And that's how you're supposed to use these AI engines. You're supposed to not really listen to what they say, but go down to the sources they cite and go and check out those sources. Well, he did. He did. The citation was provided for some in Pliny the Elder's De Re Natura, I think. I think it was on the nature of things. Doesn't matter, because he went and he checked the citation, and not only was it not where Grok said it was, Pliny never said any such thing. Neither did Seneca. No one ever said any such thing. It's not just that it was misattributed. Grok invented ancient Latin and then misattributed it to actual authors and then claimed that that was proof as to why this thing existed. So I'm not just being a stodgy, old-fashioned nincompoop about this. These artificial intelligence engines are inventing shit that sounds really good. How many people would have actually gone and checked that answer, right? It sounded great. It talked about freaking cases and declensions and conjugations. It sounded so legitimate, and it was all bullshit. It was an AI hallucination. So you just can't do it. Stop using the AI engines. Ignore the AI results. Scroll past. Look for primary sources. Look for the digitized primary sources. Look for the transcriptions, even the translations. But please, please, please ignore whatever bullshit AI is trying to tell you. Yeah. A scourge. Yes, a scourge. Thank you. Did I say flail? I meant a scourge. Yes. I don't know why I said flail. A scourge. Yep. Yeah, it's unfortunately, everyone's already using AI. Already, so many people have already outsourced their brains to AI. Guys, the things that separates us from the rest of the animals, because we're an animal too, the thing that really separates us from the rest of our animals is our goddamned brains. Stop outsourcing them. Stop giving them to machines. Stop relying on machines to do the thing that our brains have been doing for us for eons, the things that brought us out of the swamp, right? Stop it. Stop it. Use your brain. Please, I'm imploring you. Memorize things, read things, write things with an actual pencil or pen on actual paper. And I know this is ironic because here I am streaming to you. Obviously, you're looking at me through a device. It's very digital. I get it. There's absolutely applications for digital, but we also need to go back to real experiences that actually involve touching things and smelling things and using our brains, not the brain in our hand. Okay, rant off. Okay, so yeah, you may have noticed it's much more challenging to work with cassava flour than it is to work with wheat flour because there is no gluten, and so it does not have that natural stretch. Right. So I had to do a lot of fixing in there. Right. I'm just gonna sort of pull away these bits up here that are unnecessary. We do know there's depictions, lots of depictions of pies from the 14th through the 16th century. I don't recall seeing a depiction of a pie from, say, the 13th century or earlier. We kind of, there's some references to them, but I haven't really done much research into that era of culinary history. But definitely we have visuals from the 14th and the 15th century, and they look very much like modern pies. They have crimped edges and everything if they've got a top crust. Right. So yeah, we know that is crimping the top crust into the bottom crust was absolutely a technique in the Middle Ages as well. Okay, I'm just gonna get a little knife and just cut this a little more neatly around the top. Now, what we don't know about this, because it just says bake it in a trap. A trap could have a lid or it might not have a lid, but thankfully this trap has a lid of its own, and so I can go ahead and use that if I want. I have to decide whether I want to. Because it's going in the oven, I'm going to bet you it should have a lid. Whether that lid is made from pastry dough or that lid is a lid on a pie pan, either way. The reason why I'm pretty certain it would have a lid is because if it's going in the oven, you know, even though there's no more fire in the oven, there's still the potential for things to maybe end up on it, maybe little bits of ash that are still hanging around to end up in your trap. So you're going to want to cover it. It's not so much about the smoke getting to it because there is no more smoke in an oven that is properly prepared, because the way medieval ovens were heated, first off, they're made of usually brick or wattle and daub. I've actually built a portable medieval oven, basically like building a wattle and daub building. And you put a fire in them, you heat them up, you bring them up to temperature, and then you scrape the fire out. You actually scrape the fire out, but you're never going to get all the ash and all the dust out from the ash dust from the oven. So there's always going to be some ash in there, which is why the bottom crust is what no one wanted generally in the bread. It's the upper crust that you wanted to eat because the upper crust would probably not have ash in it. Anyway, the other thing about covering your pie is that it's going to allow it to bake at a more gradual temperature. And then at the very end, you can take the lid off, especially if it's this kind of lid, and then let it achieve a nice light golden brown rather than having the top maybe cook more quickly than the inside of your pie. So we're going to go with that. We're going to work under that assumption. That's just what we're going with. Okay, so this doesn't say anything. Sometimes pie crusts, as we call them now, traps, coffins, fair pastries, fair paste. Sometimes there are instructions to do things like butter them. Sometimes there are instructions to put saffron milk on the top at the end of cooking so that you get a final, some kind of stage, sometimes butter. We've got none of that. It just says bake it in a trap and serve it forth. So here we go. Just go ahead and transfer this into this bowl. And yeah, this is really just pure accident, but it looks like it's going to be just the right amount to fit in my trap. And because it's thick and creamy and not liquidy, I'm actually going to have to, like a thick cake batter, I'm going to actually have to smooth it into the trap. I'm going to have to, I don't want to use my finger. I know it's not medieval, but I don't want to use my finger. Can you tell me what your background pattern is? Oh yeah, this tapestry. That is a tapestry. I actually been meaning to look up the history of this one. This is a silk screen tapestry, but it dates. I'm pretty certain this one dates to the 15th century, and it's got Order of the Garter all over it and a couple of different sets of arms in it. So I really did want to look up and see whose arms this is, whose tapestry this was. The Order of the Garter makes it extra appropriate for the English cooking show, the medieval English cooking show. I do need to look it up. This is a brand new addition to our collection, so I don't know as much about this one as I know about my 88 other replica medieval tapestries. But yeah, that's a great question. I wonder if a pitted fruit on top would be nice. A peach or a cherry, for example. Peaches don't seem to exist in medieval Europe. Cherries would not have been as big, but would it be nice? Yeah, a cherry would probably be pretty tasty, no doubt. Absolutely. Would a medieval person have done that? I don't have evidence of fruit being put on top of a savory pie like this, or an onion and herb. I'm thinking about this. I don't have any evidence of that, or being garnished with fruit. Yeah, garnishes in the Middle Ages tend to be rosewater or something colored with saffron to make it a nice color, make it a nice yellow color. But peach would probably not be a good combination with this anyway. Apple might be okay. But if it's a question of whether it's a medieval practice, I don't really have evidence of that. They were big on garnishes and decorating and all of that. It's just, I think it was a different way of looking at garnishing than now, right? Okay. Smooth this out. Yeah, isn't that looking good? So creamy, so dense. Wow. Okay. Mm-hmm. Tastes really good too. So, now that it's full, I can see that, it's a little too much crust, so I'm going to actually cut some of this out. And what I'm going to do with this extra fair paste, as it's called in other sources, what I'm going to do with the extra fair paste is I'm going to mix it with a little bit more butter, actually. And then I'm going to bake it up like yummy crackers for eating later on. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do with it. Don't want to have too much over the top because we don't want it to, burn over brown, that kind of thing. Okay, and unfortunately, everyone, we're coming up on 5 hours of this live stream. I do not have the energy to actually also make the fritters. So we will make the fritters in our next medieval cooking show. I thought this would take less time, and it should have, but I talked a lot. You asked really good questions, and as always, I pontificated and went off on history lectures, not necessarily related to what it is we're doing. And that's part of the charm of my medieval cooking party, right, everyone? And you all were asking just such excellent questions that, I just had to answer them. I couldn't ignore them. Okay, so here we go. Doesn't that look beautiful? Right? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and put the lid on the trap. Oh, there's a pan in my oven. Oh, goodness. What is the #1 rule of baking, everyone? Check the oven before you turn it on. Okay, everyone. Right. Good point. Apple, maybe. I forgot the savory nature of the batter. Can you explain briefly what's in there for us late to arrive? Oh, damn it. I'm sorry. Okay. Well, what's in the oven now? Yes. Okay. We are making a tart on Ember Day. What is in there right now is eggs, mozzarella cheese, which was ground basically into a paste, aged mozzarella, not fresh mozzarella. It was ground until it basically became a dough-like paste. We've got saffron, we've got onions and parsley that were parboiled and then the excess water was squeezed out. We have saffron, raisins of currant, butter, and a little bit of sugar, and a medieval spice mixture called poudre douce, which consists of ginger, galangal, cinnamon, and cloves, and a little bit of sugar. And that is all mixed together, and then it is now in the oven. So it is called a tart on Ember Day, again, because the Ember days, Ember, comes from the contraction quadember in German of the original Latin quatuor, damn it, tempora, right? The 4 seasons of the year. And basically after 4 specific holy feast days, the Feast of St. Lucy, the first Friday, or the first Sunday in Lent, the first day in Lent, the first Sunday after Lent, Quadragesima. Let me see, when was that? The first Sunday of Lent, the Quadragesima, Whitsun, Pentecost, and then the Feast of the Holy Rood, right? The weeks following those were called Ember weeks, and during those weeks, it was a period of fasting. So you were supposed to fast on, at the very least, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday, but that kind of, the days that were specifically fasting days changed depending on where you were in Europe. Either way, Ember days were fasting days, and these were days on which you were not supposed to eat meat, you were not supposed to eat animal products, like cheese, like butter. But over as the Middle Ages wore on, what classified as meat or an animal product changed drastically. So by the time we reach the end of the 14th century, apparently a tart on Ember Day, an Ember Day tart, can indeed have cheese and butter. but no meat, but cheese and butter. Yeah, great question. No. Sorry, it's not that it's German, right? If it's German, it's Vierjahreszeit. No, you misunderstand me. What I mean is the medieval German contraction of the Latin, quadember. So remember, Christianity spread all over Europe by the 6th century. By the 5th century, it was everywhere, or more or less, most places in Europe anyway, south of Scandinavia. And in Germany, by the 6th century, Germany had taken the Church Latin, which was quatuor tempora, and the Church Latin for those 4 seasons got translated into German as quadember. And then the Jutes and the Saxons and the Angles went to England, and they brought quadember with them, and it got shortened there from quadember to Ember. Yeah, it's not about what the German is, because yeah, 4 Jahreszeiten, yeah, ich weiß ja. But it's not. It's the Germans' corruption of the Latin was quadember. And then the English, the Angles, and the Saxons, once they were in the British Isles, took it even further, got even lazier with it, and just shortened it to Ember days. But it all comes from the Latin quatuor tempora, the 4 seasons of the year. Yep. A baked apple on top sounds pretty good. Yeah, definitely could be. It just does. It's not a medieval. You can do it. It's just not a medieval practice, is what I guess I'm saying. Yeah, but baked apples are absolutely a medieval thing. We have recipes for them. Baked pears are a medieval thing. Pears stewed in wine are a medieval thing, and they are so super yummy. Yeah. And in fact, what's funny is baked pears are considered food for sick people. There's one of the recipes for it literally says it's really just baking pears. You bake the pears and then you bring them to the sick person. The recipe actually tells you what to do with them after you've baked them. How fun is that? Okay, everyone. If you're just joining us, please, the recording will post shortly and you can watch it from the beginning all the way through with all of the amazing information that has been shared and discussed today. We discussed a lot of things. We talked about medieval techniques, cooking techniques. We talked about medieval cooking equipment, about spices, about nutrition. I soapboxed a little bit about the evils of AI. You all asked fantastic questions. Are there any final questions before we part ways? We will do the fritters next week. If you had questions and I didn't address them, pop them in the comments. I will endeavor to answer them. Please do like and subscribe. Consider becoming a channel member or a patron on Patreon for access to a host of extra perks, including definitely not limited to my private Creative Contessa Discord, where we share all kinds of information with each other, and I post extra resources on a very regular basis. Okay, final questions. Before you go, what is the bake time and temp? Right, so it's about 340 degrees, and bake time is going to be until done. So you're going to have to keep an eye on it. I don't know. This is the first time I've made this tart in this way, so I'm going to have to keep an eye on it. It's pretty dense, so it's probably going to take a little while. So I'm probably going to check on it after 20 minutes, and then check on it every 10 minutes thereafter. I'll let you know what the final bake time ends up being. Can you spell this tart so I can research? Yeah. Tart on Ember Day. Hold on, I might be able to. This is gonna be my alternate one of my other channel profiles, Kitties of the Palace, but here you go. There's a bunch of spellings, so don't limit yourself to just one spelling. Sorry. Tart on Ember. There is literally I think there's at least 4 different versions of this recipe, and I don't think any of them spell it the same way. So there you go. Look on Tart on Ember Day, Tart on Ember. There's a bunch of options. Okay, everyone. Thank you all so much for being part of my community. Have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world. Until next time, may your learning adventures be creative. I'm the Creative Contessa, signing off. Bye, everyone. Oh, I don't know how to sign off on this.